Maiden's Unwanted Heroic Tale. Volume 1. The Pure. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. The Unhinged Girl. In a deserted forest, there was a middle-aged man and a young girl. The man was dressed in shirt and trousers so dirty you couldn't tell when they were last washed. Dandruff scattered as he ran his hand through his unkempt beard and hair. The man resembled a wild beast, and he was looking at the girl with an animalistic and vulgar smile. Didn't expect Johu-chan to invite me. What did YA wanna talk about? The girl was a stark contrast to the filthy man. Shining silver hair hung down to her waist and long eyelashes bordered her purple eyes. Her nose was elegantly straight and her lips the color of cherry blossoms. Her features were well proportioned and in harmony with each other, and her pure white skin was smooth as porcelain. The pullover linen dress she wore had no decorations. It was a popular piece of clothing in this village far removed from the towns. But rather than looking simple, it gave the look of poverty. Yet on her, it did not look shabby at all. In fact, the clothing was the decoration that emphasized her innocent beauty. The girl whose mere presence drew gazes, Krische, looked at the man in front of her expressionlessly. Krische would like you to stop, touching Krische's body. Krische simply stated her request to the man who was looking at her vulgarly. The man's gallows face showed surprise at her words, but then his grin widened. In the past, the girl's expression had shown her displeasure, but this was the first time she had voiced it. Come on, what's a little skinship? It's not like you'll lose anything from me touching your butt, you're worrying too much. Gallo did not have any sexual preferences that lead him to target girls like her. He was a normal man that preferred adult women with more feminine bodies. But this girl that the village had taken in, she had something that drove such a man crazy. Her clear eyes always shone with intelligence, and her smile was only a slight relaxing of her cheeks. It was more than her physical beauty, it was her refined, humble manner that made her charm something seldom found in the village, seldom found even in the towns. And it was the strange atmosphere about her that led men astray. It started with a passing fancy. Gallo is a former soldier, his job to teach the village guards and children the sword. It was just a little fun while teaching Krische, enjoying some light body touches during lessons. But she was quiet and showed no signs of discomfort. That was the impetus. Krische was different and many found her weird. Nobody acted to stop Goro and she herself did not show much resistance. He could not stop himself. Things escalated, leading to today. She showed no signs of telling her foster parents. Seeing that, Goro judged that as long as he didn't go too far, she wouldn't tell anyone. Meaning in this deserted forest, a little more mischief may be allowed. Relax, I won't do anything painful. Saying that, the man drew nearer, but Krische drew back a step, away from the man. She glanced around and sharpened her ears. The presences around, the state of the ground, the direction of the wind and their relative positions. Just right, Krische thought. Will you stop this? Come on, don't say that. Oji-chan just wants to get to know you, Oju-chan. Get to know? Yeah, get to know you. You-chan knows what I mean, right? Krische took a step back in fear, pretended to. 2 steps, 3 steps. And then she fell backwards, as if she had lost her balance. The man moved to cover her. It's going to be all right, gah. And a wooden practice sword stabbed into his throat. It had been hidden beforehand, leaning against a tree. A thrust that used the opponent's momentum against them. Not a bad strike, but a little shallow. And this position was not optimal for landing the finishing blow. She twisted the handle, digging into the soft flesh and shifted the man's body off her. Not understanding what had happened, the man bent over in agony, pressing his hands to his throat. Krische got to her feet, then putting all her weight behind it, she thrust the wooden sword towards the bones in his neck. The first time, the man's movement caused the sword to slip off the bone, gouging flesh as it stabbed into the ground. She pulled it out and tried again. This time she felt the blunt sensation of the neck bone breaking. Krische nodded to herself in satisfaction and caught her breath. This should do it. Smiling at the strange way the man's expression squirmed and twisted, she dragged the man by his clothes. Nearby, she had dug a hole more than deep enough for an adult to stand in. With a final check that it was deep enough such that animals would not sniff him out, she threw the twitching man in and shoveled dirt back in, hopping on the earth occasionally to pat it down. With that done, she checked herself for any stains, then stared at the tip of the wooden sword. There was a little blood on the wooden sword. She had only stabbed his throat, there wasn't much blood, but there's a chance some stuck on her. She stripped down to her underwear and squinted at her body, then nodded in satisfaction at the result. She had been considering how to dispose of this unpleasant man for a while. Just killing him was simple, but she needed to make sure no one noticed and avoid any chance of being suspected. An actual blade would cause blood to splatter, but simple blows from a wooden sword was a little lacking. Krische's body was light. Even if she put her weight into it, it would be difficult to cause death instantly using a wooden sword. Even if she smashed his skull with a hammer or something similar, it would be troublesome if he screamed. She has never killed an adult before. Their stamina could not be taken lightly. In the end, she decided it would be most efficient to make use of the opponent's body weight and stab at the throat once she prevents him from screaming. The rest was simple. She didn't have to go to the trouble to steal tools either. The results were excellent. Wonderful, Krische smiled in satisfaction. She loved efficiency like this above all else. She shaved off the blooded tip of the wooden sword with a knife and used dirt to dirty and hide the shaved area. She felt no guilt or fear for killing a person. She only felt satisfaction in disposing of the unpleasant man that touched her. It is fun when things go as planned. With this slight discomfort in her days is removed and her life will become more enjoyable. Clean if the room is dirty. Kill if the person is unpleasant. Ahehe, now to hurry back to buy a pumpkin. That was all murder was to her, nothing more. The girl named Krische is undoubtedly abnormal. A Maiden's Unwanted heroic epic. Karka village was a rural settlement built on hunting, agriculture, and salt mining. The rock salt in particular was of good quality and was their main source of trade. With regards to this village was more blessed than the others. The harvest was a little poor, but the mountain provided enough food to make up for it. Half the men of the village worked in the salt mines while the other half were hunters. The women worked the fields and handled the laundry along with other chores. Abandoned at the age of 3, Krische had been taken in by a hunter of this village. In a cold house that did not even have a kitchen. A potato and bean soup stewed over a sunken fireplace in the middle of the house. It was a simple soup with a miserably small amount of jerky. The silver-haired girl Krische sat next to it with her legs tucked under herself. She occasionally scooped some soup using a wooden ladle, blowing on it to cool it before tasting, then nodding in satisfaction. Tastes wonderful. The boar meat in the soup added flavor. It was at times like this that she was grateful to be taken in by a hunter. It is a luxury to be able to add meat every day, no matter how little. Just adding salt to potato and beans did not taste of anything. There wasn't enough flavor. A soup definitely needs some meat in it, Krische thought as she sipped from the ladle. Krische enjoyed the fragrance, smiling in bliss. After killing Goro, she had picked some herbs from the forest. They helped to balance out the stench of the meat. Without the stench, only the deep flavor of the meat was left. Satisfied with the results, Krische smiled as she filled her stomach under the guise of taste testing. She had made more soup than usual to taste test. Krische preferred to act rationally, so naturally being swayed by a base desire like hunger was embarrassing for her. Unfortunately for her, Krische's appetite was greater than average and she couldn't resist the bad habit of taste testing. This was likely due to genetics combined with the memories of wandering the forest hungry when she was younger. Ingredients and salt thrown into boiling water, that's it. The impetus was this disastrous cooking by her foster mother. It was so bad that Krische proactively helped with cooking despite her young age, but now she has been completely taken by the appeal of cooking itself. After all, she could season it according to her own tastes and there was the perk of getting to drink as much soup as she wanted to under the just cause of taste testing. Krische was always hungry, so the very concept of taste testing was a gift from the heavens and by this point, she did all the cooking at home. Her parents used to be indifferent to seasoning, but are now addicted to Krische's cooking and showered her with praises. Thanks to that, Krische has a good reputation for being a homely daughter. Cooking is full of perks, Krische thought as she nodded to herself. She could eat what she liked, fill her stomach through taste testing, and it also improves her reputation. To Krische, cooking has become part and parcel of her life. But this is lacking something. I really wanted pumpkin soup. Krische pouted disgruntledly. Peddlers had visited the village yesterday. The peddlers would spend a day in the village, then leave the next morning. Usually, she would have bought a pumpkin, but she had to dig a hole to bury the man while everyone's attention was focused on the peddlers, so she couldn't. Instead, she intended to buy the pumpkin this morning after disposing of the man, but luring the man out took more time than expected, causing her to miss her chance to buy the pumpkin. The soup was as delicious as usual, but for pumpkin addict Krische, it was not enough. Maybe a little more meat. No, I can't. The rest is for tomorrow. A few more mouthfuls of soup to taste test. Just as she was filling her stomach while deep in thought, the door slid open with a clatter. Ah! A woman stepped in. She was pretty with a slightly freckled face and her long black hair was roughly bundled up at the back. Welcome back, Karsama. Krische remained seated as she greeted her mother, Grace. Krische, I'm back. You're already preparing dinner? I am done. Today is a little hot, so I added a bit more salt. How is it? Scooping up some soup in the ladle, she offered it to Grace. Krische's foster mother smiled wryly at Krische, who was supposedly cooking, and took a sip. She was aware that the hungry Krische had been drinking the soup under the guise of taste testing, but made no mention of it. To Grace, Krische's gluttonous tendencies and how she thought she hid it was adorable. Krische was serious, honest, and hardworking. She did everything better than the average person, but she had this childish side to her, and Grace watched over her with a warm gaze. It's delicious, Krische. Really? Fufu, why would I lie? When the village's most beautiful woman, Grace, wedded Gorka, a young and skilled hunter, everyone in the village was happy for them and gave their blessings. But unfortunately, the two were not blessed with child, and when they were finally expecting, it was a stillbirth. At a time when they were still stricken with grief, Gorka found an abandoned child, Krische. The two of them decided to raise Krische as the daughter God had granted them, loving her as if she really was their own, and Krische exceeded all their expectations. Grace had absolutely no complaints about Krische, who was now known as the prettiest in the village. Naturally, Grace had noticed that her slightly strange daughter had problems understanding the feelings of others, but that did not change her love for Krische. In fact, Grace felt that it was her duty as Krische's parent to guide her and patiently taught Krische at the very least. It is thanks to Grace that Krische can lead a normal life. Krische had no complaints about her parents either. Aside from their slight overprotectiveness, Grace and Gorka are the ideal parents, and Krische felt something close to love for them. Krische, you really are good at cooking. Ahihi. Krische smiled as Grace patted her head. Krische snuggled up to Grace and put her arms around Grace, pressing her face into Grace's bosom. The fact that she had just killed someone was already gone from Krische's mind. She was just a girl, like any other her age. This was already the third. Before today, Krische had also done away with 2 children her age. Krische felt no qualms at all about killing unpleasant people. She only hid it because the community rules did not allow murder. She never questioned resorting to such methods. Unpleasant people are unpleasant just by existing. Killing people never hurt or affected her otherwise. Then if she kills them, it is a relief and she never has to meet them again. Her thought process is exceedingly simple and self-centered. While she is extremely intelligent, she lacks the ability to empathize. That is Krische's greatest flaw. But that did not mean she derived pleasure from murder. Aside from her peculiar train of thought and her skewed sense of morals, Krische's feelings are not so different from what others feel. Krische feels something similar to love for her parents, who have taught her the various rules of the village and treat her as their own. Thus she is willing to spare no effort for them. Karsama, is there anything else I can help with? Gain and loss. Krische saw things simply and thought of them in terms of gain and loss. She believes it is natural to compensate those who treat her well and work to fulfill the wishes of her parents who had taken her in and raised her. To her, that is the repayment of her gains, a balancing of accounts. What Krische feels is not so different from the love a child feels for their parents. When she is loved, she replies with something similar to honest and pure love. She believes it is natural to answer expectations and spares no effort to do it, making her more well-behaved and harder working than a normal child. She was the ideal child. Cleaning and laundry are all done. Grace looked around the room, troubled with how to answer Krische's question. Their belongings were tidy and the house had been aired. The room was clean, free of dust and stains. Underwear and such had also been hung outside. Seriously. You are so easy to take care of that it feels more like I'm being taken care of. How are you such a good girl? Grace patted Krische's head again with a wry smile. Krische pressed herself against Grace with a small smile, eyes narrowed in pleasure. There's still time until sundown. Go out and play a little. Okay. The girl smiled quietly and nodded, rubbing her cheeks against her mother, enjoying the sensation. She was without a doubt abnormal. But she was also the very girl she looked to be. Chapter 2. The girl's daily life. The bending of the wood, the tension in the strong, the movement of the wind. Feeling all that, Krische quietly widened her stance. Instead of tensing, Krische focused on the something flowing smoothly through every corner of her body. This was mana, a formless power, which Krische perceived as a floofy feeling. Instead of moving her muscles, she used mana to control her arms and legs, as if her own body was a puppet. Emulating the expert hunter in her memories, Krische applied those movements to her own body. She controlled her body using mana on a daily basis, thus muscle strains and stiffness were not a concern to her. Her body moved exactly as she imagined, always controlled, her ideal self. When had she learnt this technique? 2. 3. Krische only had a vague sense of how long she had been alive then, but it was around that age. Krische's body is as young and powerless as others her age, but by controlling it with magic, she can be almost as strong as stronger than adults. This is the reason she can easily handle a bow that is a little tough for children. Rustling and movements in the grass. In that long, dragged-out instant of time, she focused on those and quietly held her breath. A moment of silence, then the twang of the bowstring cutting through the air. The released arrow was sucked into the bush, followed by the dull thud of a stolen life. Even without looking, Krische was sure of the hit. She drew closer and stared expressionlessly at the thrashing rabbit, the arrow piecing its neck. She then grabbed it by the leg and headed to the river, where she held it upside down and slit its throat with a knife. Blood flowed out quickly, pumped by a dying heart, dripping onto and staining the ground. That's good. Quickly draining the blood is the secret to good meat, otherwise, the meat would develop a stench. Krische quickly took out a piece of string and tied the rabbit's leg to a tree, hanging it upside down. Its convulsions grew weaker and it eventually stopped moving. As she was blankly watching the life leak out of the rabbit, there was a sound from behind. Krische, what are you doing? Two-sama, Oja-sama. 2 men stepped out of the thicket. The tall, thin man with a beard around his mouth was Gorka, Krische's foster father, a young expert hunter and the leader. The other was Grace's father, Krische's grandfather, Gallen. He was the village's hero, a man that had experienced 7 campaigns and rose to the rank of centurion. His rough white hair combined with his experience created an unapproachable atmosphere around him, but he was a caring grandfather and doted on Krische. Krische was also quite attached to her grandfather. The village's hunters normally acted in pairs. Gorka was no exception and always hunted together with Gallen, Grace's father, and his own mentor. The two seemed to have managed to bring down their prey today. Between them was a pole with a boar strapped to it. Looking at the 3 arrows embedded in it, it must have been difficult. The boar was plump, a big catch. Krische was practicing archery. Krische thought things would be easier for Two-sama if Krische could hunt too. It was just as it looked like. But though her explanation was correct, it was not accurate. Krische was not satisfied and wanted more meat for the pot, but she did not want them to think of her as gluttonous. This was just archery practice. The rabbit she hunted was a coincidence, that's how she wanted them to think. Krische was self-centered and narcissistic, thus she held herself to extreme standards. She always kept herself clean, minding her manners when around others, not sparing any effort to be everything that was considered virtuous. This is because of her aesthetic sense, or arrogant thinking, the very basis of which is the belief that she ought to be better than everyone else. To Krische, being bound by base desires and emotions is nothing but proof of foolishness. Naturally, she should act in a rational way without being swayed by such emotions because Krische thought like that. Her uncontrollable craving for food is embarrassing, a disgrace, a fatal flaw preventing her from achieving her ideal self. Of course Krische is also human. She has also had the thought, isn't it fine if it's just that? I can't help it since I can't resist it anyway. But here lies the tragedy. Her mind had an important screw loose, causing her to also be strongly objective about herself. This strong objectivity meant Krische could not allow this minor flaw. Then a rabbit just happened to pass by, so Krische tried aiming for it. And then, too, Chusama must also be tired from hunting every day, so Krische thought it would be better to eat more meat. Krische is not a glutton. Krische was just trying to help. This was definitely not Krische losing to her appetite, it was to help her parents who had always taken good care of her. Even as she tried to explain that confidently, she believed she had been doing something shameful, resulting in a stammer that only sounded like excuses. Anyway, Krische wanted to help Chusama. But to her this was a perfect argument. She was full of confidence that with this explanation, they would not think her a glutton. Cuckoo, got it. You're a good filial girl. Grandpa Gallen smiled wryly at Krische. Of course her excuse would not work on the adults. She was just let off the hook because it was amusing to listen to her excuses. Krische did not understand the wry smiles they had whenever she made excuses. Thank you. Krische smiled, blissfully unaware, believing her excuse had worked. Gallen smiled at the usual antics of his granddaughter and picked up Krische's handmade bow to examine it, but the other man, her father, was frozen in confusion. After some thought, Gorka cautiously asked, "That rabbit, Krische, was it you?" "Yes." Krische is now draining the blood. Hearing her answer, he frowned, staring at Krische. "Who taught you?" "I don't recall teaching you." Krische saw Chusama do it several times. Seeing Krische tilt her head in confusion, Gorka whispered, "It can't be." He had let Krische see him shoot several times. But that was it. He never had any intention of teaching her how to handle the bow. In the first place, Krische was a girl, she couldn't become a hunter. Krische only learnt by watching, so is not as good as Chusama. But Krische can also make the arrow accurately fly to where Krische aims now. He turned towards the rabbit, an arrow cleanly through its neck. An expert hunter like Gorka did not need to see her shoot. Just from the arrow's position and how deeply it was embedded, he understood her skill. That was why he was shaken. Just by seeing several times, Gorka had known that Krische had a terrifying ability to learn. But seeing it like this, seeing his skill honed over many years, easily acquired, a chill ran down his spine. Krische had probably burnt the few shots she had seen into her memory, then over time, made it her own. How Gorka held the bow, his stance, his breathing. She had perfectly memorized them, comprehended them, and understood the key points just by seeing him do it a few times. She had abnormal intelligence and talent. He had known this, but he could not calm the turmoil in his heart. Leaving Gorka lost in thought, Gallen opened his mouth to speak. "Krische, did you make this bow?" "Yes. It is not very well made, but it is enough to shoot rabbits. You've made a small mistake in choosing the wood. You've cut it neatly, but you need to pay attention to the knots and fibers. I'll show you how to do it next time." Thank you very much." Krische smiled as Gallen patted her head, then turned her purple eyes at Gorka. "What's wrong?" "Chusama." It's nothing." "Krische, you haven't gone deeper into the woods, right?" "Yes, as I was told not to. I caught the rabbit right nearby. There are legends of monsters in the forest depths. I'm sure you're sick of hearing this over and over again, but be very careful." "Okay, Chusama." "It's about time." As she nodded obediently, Krische took out her knife and sliced along the rabbit's belly and limbs. In a good mood, she tried to peel the hide, but then frowned, it wouldn't come off. "Tchem." Krische, you're doing it a bit wrong. To skin a rabbit, you start from here. Galen helped her with a gentle laugh, easily peeling off the rabbit hide. I see. Krische looked on in amazement. Gorka noticed an inhuman glint in her eyes, bringing to mind a snake's eyes. Krish's lovely eyes were beautiful, but Gorka occasionally felt something terrifying about those large purple eyes. Whenever she was observing something, Krische would always watch in a somewhat detached manner. Just like that time with the corpse which had fallen from a height, the sight of it had made adult men step back. Gorka recalled how Krische had also stared at the broken corpse with those eyes. Even though it was a friend her age, Krische had calmly observed it with those inhuman eyes. When Krische realized she was being watched, she looked back at Gorka, tilting her head. Then, looking as if she had understood something, she blushed a little and said, "It looked simple, but Krische still has much to learn. Being able to do it is a matter of course. The standard Krische held for herself is extremely high." Krische thought Gorka was staring at her foolish mistake, completely misunderstand his gaze and looking away in embarrassment. That expression was adorable, like a little fairy. Seeing his daughter act like a normal girl her age, Gorka shook his head, denying his thoughts. "I was like that when younger. It's more than enough being able to do that much." Yeah, Gorka was a little chicken back then. He ended up trying to skin his own hand. "In terms of that, you've got steady nerves, Krische." Steady nerves. No, that's not it, Gorka thought. Even now that he is used to gutting prey, it's still unpleasant for him to remove the entrails of an animal that had just been alive. Looking at grotesque innards is definitely not fun. But Krische stayed composed, removing the entrails and turning the rabbit into meat. Does Krische not feel the same fear that normal people feel? Gorka mulled. "Tusama, can Krische help with gutting the boar too?" "Yeah, of course. But wash your hands first. The blood under your nails will be harder to get out after a while." "Okay." Krische trotted to the river and scrubbed off the blood on her hands. Watching her trot away, Gorka shook his head. No matter what, it did not change the fact that she is his beloved daughter. Even if she is different from others, as her parent it is his duty to accept her as she is. With that thought, Gorka felt embarrassed about the fear he had felt. Both Gorka and Grace knew that Krische is a little different from others. She is bright and intelligent, a genius at anything she did, quickly grasping the key points. But conversely, she was poor at conversation. She only understood words at their face value, and there was often miscommunications even with trivial topics. Was it because she was too smart? Or perhaps some other reason? He was aware that many of the villagers found her weird. He and Grace had often discussed, sometimes argued, and worked together to help their daughter fit in with others. Accepting her for her good and bad, they loved and raised her as their own daughter. They were not blessed with child. To them Krische was a gift from God. Even though they understood her abnormality now, they still believed that. Most importantly, after Krische joined them, Gorka and Grace's life had become a lot more enjoyable. Different as she might be, please let her learn to understand others and be able to live with them. With that thought, Gorka watched his beloved daughter and renewed his resolve. Just like the rock salt they mined, the fruits of hunting was the shared property of the village. The meat was entrusted to the women that worked at the butchers. There it matured before being preserved by drying or curing the meat and then redistributed, but if everything was to be shared, the hunters would not be motivated. So hunters are granted the privilege to keep and bring home a portion of the meat they procured, usually a fatty part that was difficult to preserve. Boar was more flavorful after being left to hang and mature for a few days. So they had to wait 3 days later to enjoy the privilege, but small game like rabbits and birds were the exception to this rule. Large game like deer and boar were game that only hunters could hunt, but rabbits and birds were safe and even children could catch them. These are allowed to be directly brought home. There was an unspoken rule among hunters that forbid entering the forest to hunt small game, so these were treated as lucky spoils. For this reason, hunters who only hunted small game were looked down on, and many hunters who caught small game delivered them to the butchers anyways as shared property, so this rule never became problem. Thus, as game that was caught by Krische, a child that was not a hunter, the rabbit naturally belonged to their family. Krische went home contentedly with the rabbit. That night half the rabbit was tossed into the soup and the other half was cooked over the fire. This was a luxurious meal compared to usual. The plump rabbit had plenty of fats. When stewed, the juices mixed into the soup, and when roasted, oil trickled off it. Galen had been invited and the four of them surrounded the dinner table. The conversation was naturally centered around Krische. "It's food you caught yourself. Delicious, right?" "Yes, Oji-sama. The last time Krische ate rabbit was the previous festival. It has been long time. Rabbit really tastes great." As Krische bit into the rabbit thigh, the oily juices spread through her mouth. The combination of salt, herbs, and meat simply roasted over a flame danced on her tongue, creating the finest flavor. Her thoughts were full of bliss. A sip of soup. This was also exquisite. The flavor of the meat had melted into soup, making it nice and thick. Combined with the bread, it was wonderful. "Right. Have mine too." "Okay." Krische accepted the meat from Galen with some hesitation and a small smile. Galen smiled at that and turned to Gorka. "Gorka," she said, "it's been a while. Bring in some rabbit every once in a while for her. Krishe's a growing girl." "Ah," Krische did not mean that. "Kids don't have to be shy. When I was a kid, I always asked for more food until my stomach was bloated." Krische narrowed her eyes in pleasure as Galen roughly rubbed her head. Grace laughed cheerfully and Gorka seemed to think a little before nodding. "I guess you're right. Grace and I are small eaters, so we didn't notice, but this might have been too little for Krische." "Yeah. Krishe's a little glutton despite appearances. When the peddlers come, she stares at the fish and cheese with glittering eyes too." Krische was in the middle of stuffing her mouth with bread and meat as fast as she could without being indecent, but she froze with widened eyes upon hearing those words. Then, her eyes swimming, she denied it. "Tha, that's not true. Krische is not a little glutton." The three of them burst out laughing. "Krische, did you think we wouldn't know? Fufu, you're so cute. Everyone in the village knows that Krische is actually a big eater despite appearances." Krishe's white cheeks immediately flushed and she curled up in embarrassment. That's a lie, Tha. That can't be true." Krische had always prepared an excuse whenever she was satisfying her desire. She had constructed perfect reasons and excuses, at least from Krishe's point of view, but the flaw that should have been hidden well was known throughout the village. Krische was in shock. "The other women secretly call you the little glutton, Krische-chan." This public image was the direct opposite of Krishe's ideal. Her eyes teared up in embarrassment and her white skin turned as red as an apple. The way she moaned in embarrassment was befitting of her age. The three laughed again. "Normally you're such a proper little Oju-san, but this gap. All the more because of how she normally acts." Listening to Gorka's exchange with Grace, Galen spoke with a faint smile. "Don't be shy with your parents, Krische. What's wrong with a little appetite? Krische works hard every day, no one will complain. That's not the problem. The greatest reason for Krishe's large appetite is her daily use of mana. The bodies of those with more than a certain amount of mana are changed by it. The food ingested is quickly broken down and converted to mana. In these couple years, her mana expenditure had increased with her growth and it has gotten to the point where there is nothing left to excrete. Since that was the reason for the vigorous appetite unbefitting of her appearance, there's nothing she could do about it. This constitution of hers was mainly due to inheritance through blood, but such a bloodline did not exist in this village. Thus nobody in the village noticed the reason for her appetite, and that was Krishe's little tragedy. As a kid, Grace never helped with work and was so selfish. "You're a hard worker but too shy. Be honest and ask for what you want. You can ask for food if you're hungry." "Oh, stop it, Otu-san." No, Krische really is not a glutton." Not wanting to accept it, Krische kept shaking her head and looked to Grace for help. Seeing Krische like that, Grace chuckled. "Fufu, stubborn girl. Here, we won't tease you anymore, so eat more." Having finished her meal, Grace patted Krische on the back with a smile. Krische remained quiet, her face filled with shame, reluctantly sipping at the soup. "Come on, because you two teased her," Krische sulking. "You were the one that started it." "Was I?" Laughing cheerfully, Grace continued speaking. "Well, that aside, seriously, you clean the house and cook every day, forage in the forest and even brought back a rabbit today. There's nothing left for me to do. You should go and play more." With her face still bright red, Krische answered with tearful eyes. Krische enjoys cleaning and cooking too. Krische wanted to emphasize that she cooked because she enjoyed it, not because she was a glutton. But looking at their warm gazes, she did not feel like that excuse would work anymore. Krische sulked, puffing out her cheeks, but Grace poked at them. "Come on, don't sulk. Foo-foo. You. Pooh-hoo." The air escaped and Krische moaned in embarrassment. Laughter resounded within the house. With dinner over, they were now in the forest with the dishes. Krische and Grace headed to a river a little ways in. Twice a day, they went to bathe while washing the dishes. The river bubbled, surrounded by trees. The light of the crescent moon glittered in the flowing water, where a naked girl's beautiful skin was washed by her mother's hand. The girl's silver hair was infused with the moonlight and her skin was like fresh snow. Likewise naked, Grace sighed as she washed Krische's body. "You're really beautiful, just like a fairy." "I am beautiful." Without a shred of shame, Krische spread her arms and splashed the water. She had gone into a sulk during dinner, but now that she was bathing, she was in a good mood. A quiet girl who seldom shows much emotion, that is how others often describe Krische, but with Grace, her expressions were rich and varied. Watching Krische playing like a child, Grace smiled and nodded. "Yes, very. Krische is the most beautiful in the world. Like a Heimsama." "Ahihi." Krische clung onto Grace and snuggled into her bosom. Grace stroked Krische's head as she spread a cloth on the grass and sat, dangling her legs in the river. She then sat Krische on her lap and wiped the water from her silver hair before Krische grew cold. Glancing at the sky, Grace smiled. "Look, today's moon is the same as Krische's name, a very beautiful Krische." Krische also looked up at the sky and tilted her head in confusion. Grace spoke to her cheerfully. "The incomplete curved moon in the old tongue, it's called Krische. The moon was like this when Gorka proposed to me. Because it was so beautiful, I decided to name my daughter after it." "I see. You don't sound interested." Grace pouted a little, then held Krische's face between her hands. "It is a charm. So that one day, you will get to experience my greatest happiness." "A charm?" "Yes. Just like how I found Gorka, may you find someone like that. It might be too early for you though, foo-foo." Krische tilted her head in confusion, looking at the sky. The moon in the sky was just a moon, a waning moon, so there was little light. That was all Krische could understand. She could not understand what was beautiful about it. The moon wasn't dirty, there was only the difference between cloudy and clear. So she could not understand what Grace meant about a charm and tilted her head in confusion. It is a little difficult for Krische. No need to think too hard. One day, Krische will understand. Is that how it is?" Krische grew even more confused. Grace just laughed and lifted Krische to her feet. After drying off the remaining moisture on Krische's body, Grace nodded in satisfaction. "Will you be going for practice tomorrow?" "Yes. Pell asked me to train him." "You're already such an Wani-san." "I won't stop you, but both of you be careful not to get injured. You have such a beautiful body, it would be a shame to leave any marks on it." "Kasama, there is no need to say that every time, Krische. I worry. Come on, raise your arms." Once Krische obediently raised her arms, Grace passed the dress over her head and handed her underwear, then kissed her on the forehead. "Parents are like this. Just put up with it." "Mew, okay." Krische pouted as she waited for Grace to be dressed, then linked arms with Grace. They then entwined their hands and without saying anything in particular, smiled at each other. Their unchanging daily life was peaceful despite occasional mild complaints. Their life was simple but blissful. Krische never questioned the days that passed, loved by her parents. She only had the vague thought that such days would continue forever. "Come, let's go back. I'll feel bad for leaving Gorka alone for too long." "Okay." But that was the last day she spent with her family in this village. Chapter 3, Bandits. In the meadow outside the village, logs have been hammered into the ground and wrapped with cloth for training. Around them were a couple of youths and men. This training grounds is used for teaching the sword and spear with actual combat in mind. Although they paid taxes to the country, when it comes down to it, they have to protect themselves. The country tries to prevent and hunt down bandits, but it cannot completely stop them from causing harm. It's common to hear about villages being assaulted, and thus it is necessary to prepare in case bandits showed up. So former soldiers took the lead and formed the village guards. They are not part-time volunteers. This is an official job in the village. Those that returned from the army often became a guard, and instead of hunting or mining, they spent their time teaching the village's adults and children how to use a sword. Sword training was compulsory for all men and open to any women interested. Naturally, Krische also participated. When it comes down to it, only you can protect yourself. This was obvious thinking for Krische. Although Grace opposed at first, Galen and Gorka hesitantly permitted it, deciding that with Krische's appearance, it would be better for her to be able to protect herself, but now, nobody said anything about her participation in the training. That was because they now understood that she had an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. The people were gathered in a ring around an old man and a silver-haired girl, Krische. Though the sound of something cutting through the air was constantly heard, the violent sound of wood on wood was absent. The wooden swords they wielded never touched each other, not even touching the other's sword, leaving only the sound of wooden swords cutting through the air. The old man facing Krische Zale had spent a long time in the army, serving as an instructor until he felt his strength wane. Having taught light infantry, where the strength of the individual was important, there is no doubt in his ability. Though he could not match the hero Galen, who had climbed the ranks from foot soldier to centurion, he was the next highest in rank and ability in the village. Such a man was now frightened by the abnormality of the girl facing him. Zale had learnt battlefield swordsmanship, a style where the sword was occasionally used as a shield, then pushing back with brute force and causing the opponent to lose their balance before finishing them off. A violent art meant purely for combat. His technique had been refined through the process of taking many lives and had their weight behind it. It had a consistency that could not be matched with only some training. Although his strength had waned, his techniques have not, but Krische easily avoided Zale's attacks. Krische's body was small and light even for her age, so there was no need for Zale to land a direct hit. He just needed to strike her sword. With Krische's light weight, her body would be knocked back together with her sword, causing her to lose her balance. That was more reliable than aiming for Krische's body, which was protected by the shield formed by the reach of her blade. The swordsmanship that Zale had learnt was focused on using this very method to throw the opponent off balance and then taking them down. The old soldier used all his skills against the girl facing him. But no matter what he tried, he could not even touch her sword. This was like when he practicing against the instructor when he was a mere trainee hitting nothing but air. It was not frustrating, it was terrifying. Zale had practiced with this girl many times and knew that she was not a normal girl. But when an experienced soldier like himself feels like a girl around 12 or 13 of age was toying with him, fear won over admiration. To the others, it probably looked like he was holding back. Krische was a child, their range, the reach of their blades were different. So naturally, there is a certain distance where Krische could not completely avoid Zale's attacks, creating moments at which Krische would have to block with her sword. But at those instants, Krische would keep him in check with a perfect strike. At the precise timing when he is about to begin the movement, she would attack in a way that forced Zale to dodge. Instead of blocking his strike, she negated it by attacking. All of Zale's attacks that could not be avoided were negated by Krische, leaving him helpless. To the onlookers, Krische kept swinging her sword while Zale continued dodging. The very picture of a trainee and instructor. But reality was the opposite, and Zale was certain of his loss. If Krische wished to, she could put an end to the bout immediately. Krische was swapping her sword between her hands and also changed her stance. Her acrobatic movements was like a beautiful dance. An irregular yet fluent, infinitely changing sword, but those infinite changes always led to the shortest strike to take down Zale. Efficient and indifferent, as if she were playing with her opponent's life on the point of her sword. Her movements were chaotic at first glance, but this is her style of swordsmanship, one that pursued efficiency and nothing else. Zale knew how it began and how it has evolved. Her sword was clumsy only at the very start. Once past that, even adults did not want to be her opponent. They feared losing to a girl who was not even 10 at the time. Rather than talented, she was abnormal. She was beyond what Zale could comprehend. And most of all, Zale feared those inhuman purple eyes staring at him. It was as if they saw through Zale's slightest movements, the slightest tension in his body, his very thoughts. Like a frog glared at by a snake, it made him feel powerless, like he was facing an opponent he could never beat. This is it. Zale took a large step back and lowered his sword. That's it. My stamina won't hold any longer, Zale declared between rough breaths. Krische lowered her head expressionlessly and bowed, her cheeks only slightly flushed. Krische's beautiful figure as she bowed was somehow alluring, attracting the surrounding gazers even more than the sword dance before did. Thank you very much. Just tell me whenever you want to spar. Got it, Krische? Okay. Krische nodded. To Krische, this old man is a good sparring opponent. During the previous spar, 17 times. Before that, 12 times. And today, 23 times. This was training for how many times Krische could kill Zale in a set amount of time. As Zale had imagined, it was easy for her to defeat him, but she had learnt that if she embarrasses her opponent by defeating them one-sidedly, they will refuse to spar her next time. So Krische chose Zale to spar with, the second best at the sword in the village, and let the match drag on so that she could train herself. Galen was the best at the sword, but usually, he was busy working as a hunter and more importantly, he did not like wielding a sword. So Zale was Krische's only training partner. Sword training could not be done without a partner. The speed gained from practice swings is nothing but physical speed. If the point of using the sword was speed, you just need to hold it above your head and swing it down. But she understood that in all kinds of melee combat, it was more important to be early. So instead of looking for the fastest method, she looked for the shortest. No matter if the sword was swung fast or slow, the one that has their blade at the opponent's neck first is the victor. All that was needed is the intelligence to see the shortest path according to the opponent's movements and enough strength to thrust the sword through that path, through the opponent's guard. How to find this shortest path in different scenarios, that was the question, and to answer it, an opponent is indispensable. Zale had noticed Krische's intentions and fears her, but still sparred with her without complaint, making him a very important person to her. I have to cherish him. With that thought, Krische offered Zale the leather canteen she had prepared. Please have a drink. Zale hesitated for a moment before nodding, thanking her as he drank. In Krische's mind, people are distinctly sorted into two categories, whether they profited her or not. Her parents and grandfather are key examples of people that profited her. As long as the losses do not outweigh the gains, Krische would protect them. If she was granted something, she would return it fully. Showing kindness like that was something natural for Krische. She had learnt through her life here that this is how society works. It is thanks to her mother, Grace's efforts, that Krische, with her abnormal morals, could fit into the village without much problem. Grace had simply continued to shower Krische, who was abnormal, with love. In exchange for her genius, Krische could not understand normal things the normal way. Never giving up on her, Grace taught Krische carefully, over and over again, until Krische understood human relationships and how society worked. Thanks to Grace, although imperfect, Krische could appear to lead a normal life. Krische Ne-chan, spar with me next. All right. Nodding to Pell, she raised her sword. Compared to Zale, his movements were slow and full of openings. To teach him the correct movements, Krische did the opposite of before she went on the defensive. She intentionally moved slowly and created openings, got him to strike at them and dodged. Compared to the previous time, he has improved, but his movements were still crude. His skill was not enough to be considered among the village's fighting strength. Watching his swordplay, Krische was reminded of the two she had killed before. Back then, she celebrated having rooted out the source of her displeasure, but she now considered it a failure. It was 2 years ago. They were youths about the same age as Krische. At that time, Krische had been receiving slight harassment from them, so she completely and utterly crushed them in practice. Having been publicly shamed by a younger girl, instead of stopping their harassment or becoming motivated, their hatred of Krische grew. They spread rumors about Krische, calling her weird, a monster, ruining her reputation. At first, Krische did not care, but soon she grew concerned about how others viewed her. As the harassment grew worse, she decided to kill them. She murdered them both by setting a boar on them at a cliff. It was a perfect crime with no evidence, but now she realized that it was rash. At that time, Krische saw the world more narrowly, only considering things from her point of view, but now she has learnt a little more about society. She has learnt how the village is run and what it needs. From that perspective, all that learnt the sword served as future defendants of the village, and that included those two. Compared to this youth, the two of them were relatively talented. Rather than killing them, it would have been better to work a little harder to appease their hatred of her. It was a minor regret that was easily brushed off, but at least it made her unwilling to repeat the same actions. That is the reason why Krische patiently teaches the village's children how to wield a sword. Krische had learnt, reflected, and taken action, so she felt that things were going well. But she did not realize that many felt differently. Zale, the other adults and the youths that were familiar with the situation at the time were slightly suspicious and fearful of Krische. Without any evidence, there was no reason at all to suspect Krische for killing them. At most, the only reason was that the two had hated her. That's all. But despite that, this suspicion that Krische disposed of them once felt could not be erased. Krische was too perfect to be a normal child. Because of how Krische saw being superior as a good thing, she did not notice the suspicions that arose from it. Come to think of it, Gallo's not coming again today? Ah, did he drink and sleep in again? The man that Krische had killed yesterday, Gallo, would never wake again. Krische was confident that he would never be discovered and had no interest in that conversation. But the adults and youths that suspected her naturally looked towards her, then at each other. They all knew that Gallo had been sexually harassing Krische, but none of them said anything in particular, and the gazes quickly disappeared. Despite their suspicion, there was no proof, and in the first place, Gallo was a lazy man. The chances were high that he was just sleeping. And most of all, despite their suspicions of Krische, the thought that this beautiful girl could not possibly have done such things won out. They had seen how she acted with Grace and Gorka. Her parents and the womenfolk often bragged about how she was serious and hardworking. Hearing those stories, they all decided they were thinking too much. Krische's current situation was maintained by this delicate balance. Oh, the peddler's here. That voice came from the village square, and Krische was the first to respond. She immediately thrust the point of the wooden sword under the chin of the youth and forcing him to freeze. That is all for today, Pell. You have improved a lot. That is all. She repeated herself with a quick pet on the head of the dissatisfied youth. Then she looked towards Zale. Zale-san. Krische is done for today. Krische will be going to the square. Thank you for the training. Right after a deep, polite bow to everyone else, Krische dashed off to the village square. Krische was gone in an instant, leaving the men looking at each other in confusion. Then they remembered how Krische would look at the ingredients the peddler brought with shining eyes and denied their previous thoughts, once again burying their suspicions in the depths of their minds. In the middle of the village square, there was a large communal well. Many families drew water from forest streams, but those that lived in the middle of the village, away from the forest, drew their daily water here. Thus it was established that the area around should be kept clear, and this created a relative open area in the unorganized village. The exceptions to this rule was visitors from outside or when there was an important announcement. Visits by peddlers, minstrels, and performers fell under the former, and the peddler that came by today had settled in a corner of the square and was spreading his wares. In a village with little entertainment, this was their only contact with the outside world. Visitors like this was their main source of entertainment. A crowd had already gathered around, and Krische, with her small build on top of her young age, could not peek in no matter how much she tiptoed. Pouting, she sat on a nearby barrel and sharpened her ears. Although there were slight differences due to weather, peddlers visited at a set interval. For this village in particular, there were 2 peddlers that would visit once a week. They had come by 2 days ago, so this should be a different trader than the usual one, and she was right. The intonation of the peddler's words were slightly different. The reaction of the villagers were also different. Since the usual peddler mainly brought the same goods, Krische looked forward to this kind of unexpected visitor. There was usually something novel in the things they brought. Krische swung her feet, kicking at the barrel, waiting for the crowd to disappear. Her mind was full of expectations for new ingredients, and as is often the case, she lost her objectivity when food is involved, failing to notice her poor manner. Foo-foo, come on. Don't swing your feet like that, Krische. Just as Krische turned in response to the familiar voice, Grace poked Krishe's slightly puffed cheeks with a laugh. Pooh! The air escaped with a sound and the women behind Grace joined in the laughter. It was then that Krische finally noticed her actions and blushed. Come on, no need to sulk just because you can't get in. It ruins your cute face. Kasama. Hello aunties. Hopping off the barrel, Krische lowered her head towards Grace and the other women, still embarrassed. Their laughter redoubled as they came closer to Krische and took turns patting her head. Ahaha, Krish so cute. You always look so impatient whenever the peddler comes. Yeah. Come on little glutton, tell us your secret for staying so thin. The women laughed, knowing what Krische was here for, making Krische blush even harder. The women here are Grace's friends and know how hardworking Krische was. In their opinion, Krische is a kind, obedient and caring girl. Even though she is at the age where she should want to play, Krische voluntarily helped them with their work. She was beautiful, caring, hardworking, a charming girl that was everything they could ask for. To them, her desire for food was not a flaw, it was the childish part of an otherwise perfect child, yet another charm point. And she even grew to enjoy cooking because of that. Many of them wanted her to marry into their families. From Krish's point of view, she voluntarily helped the womenfolk because of the valuable sweets they would give her as reward. Krish's popularity among the women was high, but they failed to realize that the reality was similar to an owner rewarding a dog with treats. Among the womenfolk, the rumors of Krish's abnormality was laughed off, treated as nonsense by stupid men who were attracted by Krish's beauty. For better or worse, the womenfolk's misunderstanding was the reason Krish's abnormality is not openly discussed, and although Krische was not aware, the women have done a lot to protect her. Okay then, I'll bring you along. Wah! The sturdiest among them, Gala lifted Krische onto her shoulders and pushed through the crowd towards the peddler. Look here, the most beautiful woman and girl in the village passing through. Make way, make way. Her powerful voice split the crowd and Gala easily made it to the peddler with Krische on her shoulder. The laid-out wares and the men came into sight and Krische felt something was off for an instant. Oh my, not bad. The owner and assistant looked friendly. The four tough-looking men were probably guards. They were unfamiliar faces, but there was a familiar smell. The smell of blood. Without showing any sign of it in her expression, Krische absent-mindedly thought about what it meant. Animal or human? There is no characteristic animal smell. Probably human. From yesterday. Why is there the smell? Because they killed people. Were they attacked by bandits? But nobody is injured. In fact, these men were the killers. Krische stared at the assortment of wares. The carriage is completely different and most of the wares are unfamiliar, but the trunk and pumpkins covered with a cloth are definitely the ones from the day before. The positions of the scars are exactly the same. These men killed the peddlers from the day before. That was the natural conclusion. The main form of trade in the village is bartering. Since peddlers usually sold wholesale, only the village head, artisans, and shopkeepers had the money for that. Other villagers only had small change. They left yesterday? That was unlucky. Krische had heard those words when she had been listening from on top of the barrel just now. The wares laid out were only small accessories, clean fruits and vegetables, things the villagers could buy with their small change. There were also some made of precious metals, but not many were affordable. The mountain of foodstuff on the carriage is probably just a show for the villagers. As Krische was being lowered to the ground, she observed the men. They were all smiling, but Krische noticed a glint in their eyes as they looked at her. Little fairy lady, anything catch your eye? Oh my, how about me? Am I Naiad? Laughter spread and the men smiled dryly. Krische did not care about their gazes. She was used to being looked at that way. While wondering what their objective was, she decided to prioritize what she wanted and spoke. "Can I take a look at the pumpkins?" "Pumpkins? Ah." The assistant removed the cloth, revealing the small mound of pumpkins. Although she got by with rabbit soup for dinner yesterday, Krische was in the mood for pumpkin. Picking out a solid pumpkin packed with seeds, she smiled in satisfaction and asked for the price. The price the peddler presented was quite cheap. "Really? Yeah. You must be quite a good girl to ask for a pumpkin. Have this too, it's service." Saying that, the man opened a cloth bag and showed Krische the contents. Inside were small light brown spheres. "Try one." Krische hesitated a little, then decided they were probably not poisoned. With that thought, she picked one out and threw it into her mouth. "Sweet. It's candy. Is it the first time you've had one?" It was a sweet candy with a slightly sour taste. Krische nodded as she rolled the candy around on her tongue, then lowered her head to thank the man. The sweetness in her mouth was new to Krische, and she no longer cared if they had killed the peddlers. To Krische, the peddlers were just a system. She saw them every time they came, so she remembered them. But she was not interested in their death. "Oh my, sorry about that. Thank you." At some point, Grace had caught up and also lowered her head in thanks, resting a hand on Krische's head. As her title as most beautiful in the village suggests, Grace was attractive. Krische could feel the men's gazes gather on Grace as she enjoyed the blissful feeling on her head. "Ah, another beauty. Is there anything you would like? I'll give you a discount." "Oh my, that's nice of you." "Krische, is there anything else you want?" Thinking a little, Krische shook her head at the question. Krische always got the bare minimum, never spending excessively. They had a stock of vegetables and there was nothing else in particular that she wanted. At most, she wanted another pumpkin, but she refrained from that excess. Krische just wanted to have pumpkin soup today. "Foo-foo, I see. Let's see, nothing comes to mind right now. Do you mind if I come back tomorrow morning?" "Of course, no problem. I can never refuse the request of a beautiful woman. You flatter me. Come, Krische, let's go." Hugging the pumpkin, Krische nodded as she sucked on the candy. Seeing her like this, Grace let out a small laugh and took the pumpkin, tucking it under her arm before joining hands with Krische. Grace's hand was warm. Krische smiled a little and followed Grace out of the square. "If you can't refuse the request of beautiful women, then you'll listen to mine too, right?" The sturdily built woman confidently declared that, and the other women started to chime in too. As she listened to their voices, Krische thoughts focused on how to cook the pumpkin. Although there was plenty of rock salt, sugar is a valuable commodity in the village. There are fruits and cookies with nuts, but there still aren't many sweet foods. The sweetness of pumpkins was unique in this area, and being able to make something different from the usual salt-based soups made pumpkins an extremely attractive ingredient for Krische. Krische gently and carefully stewed the cut pumpkin so that it did not lose its shape while she kneaded flour with butter, to which she added pumpkin paste, making batter for a pie. She then borrowed a neighbor's oven to bake the pie, and as she stared at it while waiting, Krische subconsciously started humming. "Foo-foo, you're in an extra good mood today. That's quite a treat you're making." "Yes." Krische missed the chance to buy pumpkin 2 days ago and really wanted to eat pumpkin. "Hey, thank you for the oven." "Ahaha, you can come borrow it any time. It's nothing in exchange for getting to eat Krische's cooking." Gala laughed cheerfully. Left a widow and losing her child in an accident, Krische was her only comfort. Not knowing that Krische had taken the life of her beloved child, Gala showered the love meant for her son on Krische. Krische, despite taking away Gala's happiness in life, accepted Gala's love with a smile. Krische felt no guilt. This extremely twisted relationship did not disturb Krische at all. "I wish I could have let him taste this, even just a bite. I'm so sorry, Krische. That stupid son of mine went off without apologizing." For an instant, Krische wondered who Gala was talking about, then remembered the 2 boys. Which one was the son? Krische wondered. Krische generally did not forget things, but she did not care to remember things she had no interest in, so she took a while to recall them. Interpreting Krish's silence wrongly, Gala smiled wryly and apologized. I get more sentimental the older I get. Forgive me. Not Gala's fault. Krische does not mind. Are you okay? Yeah. Krish's here for me after all. Krische really did not mind, she did not care. There was slight regret, but the feeling of relief was greater. Krische had wanted to use an oven for cooking, and the only neighbor who had one was Gala, whom Krische had known since young. Gala was known for her sturdy build and strong will, but her grief when Krische had killed her child was so great that there was talk that she might commit suicide. Of course, Krische was not particularly concerned about that. To Krische, she simply killed an unpleasant child. It was justified and she felt no guilt. But during that period time, she had been absorbed in cooking using an oven, so she spent days comforting Gala as she used the oven to the bystander. It looked like a diligent girl checking up on Gala every day. The story of Krische and Gala was a moving tale in the village. Gala believed most in that story, having experienced it herself. So she doted on Krische, the one who had killed her beloved son. There was no one to point out how twisted the situation was. Krische, the heroine of the story, did not care, she just innocently visited Gala. Would Obasan like to eat at Krish's house too? I would love to, but won't that cause trouble for Grace? Kasama said to invited Obasan. Krische is also happier if everyone eats it while warm. Krische wanted to hear Gala's impressions and the night was cold. In the time between cutting the pie and hearing Gala's opinion, the pie would grow cold, so it was more convenient for Krische for everyone to eat together. Krish's invitation was entirely selfish, but since her words were roundabout, Gala interpreted them positively. Krische, you're really such a good girl. In that case I guess I'll join you for dinner. Okay, this is also thanks for carrying me. Haha, I'll have to give you a ride every time the peddler comes then. Krische smiled as she waited for the pie to bake. Gala watched over Krische warmly. The village was filled with twisted pretenses centered around Krische. Gala removed the pie from the oven and transferred it to a plate, treating it like a treasure. She then covered it with a cloth to keep it from going cold as she brought it over. Krish's parents and grandfather were already assembled in the house and warmly welcomed the two of them. The sun had already set and the veil of night had descended outside, but the flames warming the bubbling pot brightly lit the earthen walls around them. Kasama, the fire is too strong. Esoa, sorry. I'm not good at controlling it. Krische was proud of her pumpkin soup. It just needed to be warmed a little before eating, but Grace was clumsy. The soup bubbled as it continued boiling while Grace attempted to adjust the flames. Krische watched Grace uneasily while cutting the pie before finally putting down the knife and held a hand out for the fire tongs. Kasama, Krische will do that, so can you cut the pie? Okay. The other three laughed at Grace's weak voice. Bandits. Bandits are coming. The scream echoed into the night. The first to react was Gallen. Knocking the pot over, he extinguished the brilliant flames that had been illuminating the room. Next Gorka picked up the short sword and bow leaning against the wall. Their expressions were serious. Krish soup. Bashun, Jew. Seeing her long-awaited pumpkin soup used to extinguish the fire, Krische froze. Krische stared at what was once her pumpkin soup, stunned. The bliss that had awaited her was ruined. Grace, Gala. You'll hide, got it. Gallen's low voice did not allow any rebuttal. Leave Grace and Krishchan to me, Gallen. Otu-san. Gala replied to Gallen as she hugged the frozen Krische closer. Grace responded a moment later and called out to her father in a trembling voice as she also embraced Krische. I'll take a look around as I get my weapon. Gorka, take care of them. Ah, got it, be careful. I don't want to have to see Grace and Krische cry. I know. I may be old, but I've survived the battlefield. I'm not that weak. Gallen approached the sliding door without a sound and slowly opened it. After checking the surroundings, he silently slid out into the night. Gorka quickly approached the door and looked outside through the gap. Pumpkin. Krish soup. Went. Bashun. It's okay Krishchan. There's still half a pumpkin. Obasan will buy you more pumpkins the next time the peddler comes. The oven is also effectively Krishchan's. Speaking quickly, Gala tried maintain a calming tone for Krische. Having looked forward to it so much, Krische's shock was proportionally large and she had yet to recover from it. Seeing Krische still staring at what was once her soup, Gala concluded that Krische was still confused by the situation and continued stroking her head to comfort her. Yes, that's right. Again. Just make it again. Make it again. Still stunned, Krische tried to turn away from the shock by focusing on the comfortable feeling on her head. Grace, is the store full? It's not that full, Krische. Pumpkin. Krische's pumpkin. The image of the soup being knocked over looped again and again in Krische's mind. Krische tried desperately to turn her eyes away from that image and focused on Gala's question. Yes. But not empty enough for everyone to hide in. In place of her mother, who was too confused to understand the meaning behind Gala's words, Krische gave an accurate answer. Gorka, if it comes to it, I am your wife. Grace and Krische are too pretty. You'd never know what'll happen to them if they're captured. Gala, what are you? Listen. I owe a debt that I can never repay to both you and Krische. And unlike you, I have nothing to lose. Do you understand? Silence descended for a moment, then Gorka nodded. Thanks, Gala. Sorry. It's fine, Gorka. Grace, go below with Krische. Okay. Gala urged Grace and Krische downstairs. Not a bad plan if they act well. With that absent-minded thought, Krische grabbed 2 kitchen knives. She preferred not to be empty-handed. Krische, that's a good mindset, but don't think of doing anything stupid. No matter what happens to us, do not open the door until we say so. That is a last resort, okay? Yes. Obasan too, please be careful. Krische still wants to use the oven. Fufu, you're still brave enough to joke in this situation. Obasan's relieved by that. Krische meant it literally, but Gala laughed, taking it as a joke. Gala pushed the 2 of them into the food store constructed below the house, shut the door and hid it with a rug. Krische, everything will be fine, everything will be okay. While listening to Grace's trembling voice, Krische sharpened her ears. Underground, she could clearly hear the sound of hooves. The horses were far. Based on the direction, they should be from the village square. They don't seem to be coming close to the forest, close to this house. After a while, Galen returned. There was a quick discussion and it was decided that if the bandits came, it was better for Galen to hide in the forest and flank them rather than wait in the house, so Galen quickly left again. Since Grace's trembling was becoming an annoyance, Krische tried to comfort her, telling her that the horses were far. Krische waited for time to pass. An hour, 2 hours, time passed. Krische endured her hunger. The pumpkin that should be in Krische's stomach is gone. Bashun, Jew, used to extinguish the fire. What did Krische's pumpkin ever do? At a certain point, sleepiness overcame hunger. Stifling her yawns, Krische snuggled into Grace's chest, biting on her lips. Perhaps because of the narrow space and Grace's tight embrace, it was a very warm and comfortable environment. The conditions were perfect for sleeping, but the situation did not allow for that. Logic fought against pumpkins and sleepiness for hours. All clear. It was a long while later that they heard that voice. A villager finally came and told them the bandits had retreated. Gala removed the things that she had stacked on top the door and opened it, pulling Krische and Grace into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Krische finally gave up on fighting sleepiness, escaping from her hunger by diving deep into sleep. Chapter 4. Collapse. Breakfast was cold pumpkin pie. The pie had been perfect, but it hardened as it cooled and was tough to chew. Grace and Gala comforted Krische as she ate in low spirits. Gorka and Galen were absent, as was the usual bustle of the village. The bandits had been driven away, but only driven away. They were not exterminated, nor was their leader killed. Which means a second night attack could be expected and the village was on high alert. Krische had to tearfully give up on her daily bath at the river and settle for wiping herself down with a bucket of water. She then headed to the village square with the bucket to draw more water for drinking. She would usually draw water from the river on her way to bathe, but with the river out of bounds, the closest well was in the square. The men were gathered in the village square. It seems like they are discussing the village's defense. The peddler and his 4 guards were present, but the assistant was nowhere to be seen. Catching sight of Krische, the peddler stepped away from the serious conversation and approached her with a smile. "It's good to see you safe. Good morning. Are you leaving today? Haha, you've got to be joking. There's no way we can leave with bandits around. You live closer to the forest." Krische did not answer. Krische was insensitive to malice, but even she knew that this man was with the bandits. Krische would love to torture and kill him for ruining her pumpkin soup, but there are other people around. Even if she could lure him away, he had allies in the forest. She had felt gazes from the woods many times, so there was a high chance she would be interrupted and it would be troublesome if they made a racket. Even if killing them was easy, it would take some time to kill multiple people, and if she openly committed murder, her reputation would be affected. Krische reluctantly gave up on that and opened her mouth to reply. Even though Krische made pumpkin soup and pie with the pumpkin, Krische did not get to eat them thanks to that. "Even though bandits came, that's your concern? You're quite a brave Oju-san." The peddler laughed cheerfully as he handed Krische a small pouch. "That must have been a shame. Have this instead." Inside was the candy from yesterday. Krische had said that with the faint hope that he would give her something in return, and her plan had succeeded. Having covered some of her losses, Krische was celebrating internally. Really? Grace had taught her to refrain once when receiving something from others. When Krische showed refrain while still intending to receive it, the peddler laughed and nodded. "Yeah, of course." Krische weighed the gain of the candy against the lost pumpkin, but the loss of the pumpkin was slightly greater. The soup and pie were her masterpieces. Ruining them was a heavy crime, but this candy is also not bad. "I'll kill you painlessly then." Changing her mind, Krische looked around. Gorka and Galen were at the center of the discussion along with Zale, so it did not look like Krische could go talk to them. But still, there are so little men. "I've heard that it'll take some time for the salt miners to come back. I guess we'll have to get by tonight ourselves. Peddler-san will be fighting too? I can only defend myself, but my 4 guards over there are more reliable. You can rest assured, they're quite competent." The 4 guards were also a major party in the discussion. Aside from the former sodders, the men in the village were simple hunters and artisans. It seemed like those mercenaries were relied upon for their battle experience. So that's how it all ties up. "Your assistant does not seem to be present, did he? He ran off in the confusion last night. I just hope he somehow survived. That assistant is the messenger. He probably went to explain to the others the structure and layout of the village. The guards take part in the planning and influence the village's defense. From what Krische could see, they acted well. The villagers completely believed them. The villagers seemed to trust the 4 experienced men that had conveniently showed up. They'll want to steal everything and be gone before the miners are back. So tonight will be the real attack, Krische thought absent-mindedly. So even if she made pumpkin soup again tonight, there is a chance it will be wasted again. Even though Krische really wants to eat pumpkin, dissatisfaction and unhappiness broiled in her heart. Sorry. You were on an errand? Lend that to me, I'll help you draw water." Watching the man take the bucket and turn the pulley on the well, Krische thought about what to do. There was also the chance of a day raid, so Krische could not use her precious remaining pumpkin. Krische reluctantly decided to keep the pumpkin for later and make the usual salted meat and potato soup. She carefully placed the pumpkin on a shelf. Galen and Gorka had come back for lunch. She ate bread with the soup and listened to them talk. 17 people had been killed. 2 girls have been abducted. In contrast, they had only killed 3 bandits. In this village of roughly 300, half the men that could fight were off mining. That left 60 at most that could fight, including the women and children that were brave enough. At least 20 bandits had been sighted in the raid last night. Based on eyewitnesses, they didn't take much and ran away in a panic when their comrades were killed. Zale considered it to be a probing raid and had said that there should be around 40 bandits. The peddler's guards had said that it would be bad to split up and be taken down separately, to which Zale had nodded and the others had agreed. As a result, they decided to gather the women and children in a warehouse at the center of the village, and the men would form a defensive perimeter around that. The hunters honed their archery daily and are skilled. If hunters joined the army, they would be immediately welcomed as archers. It was common to hear of hunters becoming an archery instructor less than a month after joining the army. So with the proper mental preparation, the hunters with their bows should be enough to deal with the bandits. It made sense to fight a defensive battle where their skills could be utilized. But that is probably the bandits' plan, thought Krische. They gathered the women, who could be sold off, in the warehouse. This way the bandits could collect them all at once and ensured none slipped away. The 4 men and the peddler would join the bandits at the best timing to create confusion among the villagers. The bandits would definitely have the advantage against a confused group of amateurs. Satisfied with her meal, Krische took a sip of warm water and sighed. Once they were done talking, Krische looked Gorka in the eye and spoke. "Tusama. What's wrong, Krische?" Krische thinks the peddler-san and his guards cannot be trusted. Everyone froze. Galen and Gorka seemed to be thinking while Gala and Grace stared at Krische in surprise. "Krische-chan, did they do something to you?" "No. Just that." Krische told them about the pumpkins. She had not cared about it before, but now it was even more suspicious. Krische told them about how they might have killed the usual peddlers and pretended to be peddlers to infiltrate the village. Even if Krische, a child, shared this at the meeting, her opinion would not be taken into consideration. Krische did not believe the men liked her enough to just believe her, and there was also the chance of the discussion becoming chaotic. Having considered that, Krische decided to only tell the 2 who were more likely to listen to her. When Krische was done speaking, Gorka's eyes were serious. "Krische, are you sure you saw the same things?" "Yes. Unless by some coincidence they had the exact same pumpkins. But it is weird for bad people to also coincidentally show up at the same time." "I see." Galen and Gorka looked at each other. Things were working out too well. Galen had felt suspicious and told a few that he trusted, including Gorka, of his suspicions. The weight behind Krishe's story strengthened their suspicions. We had also felt that things were going too well. "Thank you, Krische. It is nothing. What do we do?" "Tell those that can be trusted and monitor the peddler. Either way, it's a good idea to gather you all in one place. It'll be fine. We'll protect you no matter what. Trust us." "Okay, Oja-sama." Krische nodded, then looked at the pumpkin on the shelf. As she imagined its taste, it was as if she could see the pumpkin shining. She wished things would end quickly so that she could eat the pie and soup she had missed out on yesterday. That was the only thought in Krishe's mind. Yesterday, Krische did not get to drink the pumpkin soup. The pie also grew cold. "When everything is over, can I make them again?" "Ah, of course." "I guess we can't die then, Gorka." "Yeah." "Gala, can I leave Krische and Grace to you?" "Of course, I'll take care of them." Saying that, she patted Krische. "Will you invite Obasan too?" "Yes." Krische also wants to hear Obasan's impressions. "Can Krische borrow the oven again?" "Of course. Why are you crying, Grace?" I'm sorry, it's just." Grace wiped at her eyes, then embraced Krische. She was warm and soft. Hugging Grace always felt nice. "When it's over, let's all eat together." "Yes, Kasama." Gorka joined in, embracing Krische and Grace together. Mugyu squashed between them. Krische moaned, making Gorka laugh. "Relax. We'll definitely protect you." He declared that with confidence. Being gathered in the warehouse was not as boring as expected. There were only women and children. And Krishe's popularity among them meant she was far from bored. In fact, she was very busy. "Here, please share among yourselves." Krische was cutting the fruits in the warehouse and distributing it to the children. There was a lot of food in the warehouse. Meat was stored in a different place, but crops and long-lasting fruits were stored here. Once inside, Krische was immediately thinking about how she could eat the fruits. They would probably let her eat if she asked. But Krishe's sense of aesthetics got in the way and did not allow her to do so. As she was thinking about how to eat them, the children started complaining about being shut in. That gave Krische the inspiration for a justification to eat the fruit. Krische presented her suggestion and gained the agreement of the women. Thus it was decided to give the children the fruits, which were relatively easy to restock. So many fruits for her to choose from. Although Krische quickly grew hungry, her stomach was not that large. Concerned that she would be too full to eat them all, Krische thought some more. And the result of another flash of inspiration was to take the initiative to slice and distribute the fruits. Stop, no snatching. Line up. No fruits for bad children that break the rules. Yes, this is the natural flow of events, thought Krische as she quickly began peeling, slicing, and distributing fruit. The plan was to sneakily eat part of the fruits she cut, but there was something she did not account for. The flock of hungry children. Her peeling could not keep up with their rate of consumption. Nei-chan, I've only gotten one. Gida, you already ate two. Krische, Wani-chan, next is my turn. Please wait a moment. The children held no prejudice against Krische. She was just a beautiful Wani-san they looked up to. So naturally, they preferred to receive the fruits from her. Krische peeled as fast as she could, but her plan had failed. No fruits entered her mouth. Krish's stomach had been expecting fruit and protested its hunger. Fufu, you're so popular. Here, Krish-chan, hey. The surrounding women smiled wryly and fed Krische the fruit that they had sliced. Because of Gala and Grace, it was well known that Krische was surprisingly gluttonous. Krish's perfect excuses were useless on them. They laughed softly among themselves as they fed Krische. Unaware of that and her own desires provided for, Krische was in a good mood. She happily worked as a peeling machine. Seeing Krische act as normal, the dark expressions on the women's faces became smiles and they started to gossip. Though Krische did not realize it, she was their pillar of support and the topics centered around her. Krish-chan, is there anyone you like? Anyone at all? They occasionally asked her things like this and Krische patiently answered. Krische had much to gain from maintaining their goodwill. It was also because their expectation was palpable and she had no choice but to answer. Like. Tilting her head, Krische thought about it. What does like mean? This was quite a difficult problem for Krische. Krish's thinking is built upon an almost businesslike feeling, focused on gains and losses. People who create gains are more likable than those who cause losses. People like those who are willing to work for others' gains. Conversely, people dislike those who only receive those gains without working. That is Krish's perception of like and dislike. With Krish's view on things, this type of question was too vague for her to understand. I like you all. That's not what I meant. Guys, I'm talking about guys. Guys, Krische likes Chusama and Ojasama a lot. The woman that asked gave up, putting a hand to her head as the surroundings exploded in laughter. Grace embraced Krische, looking slightly embarrassed. Stop it, please don't tease her. Krische is still too young for that kind of thing. Weren't you stuck Gorka like glue at Krish's age? No teasing me either. Was that answer satisfactory? Krische tilted her head, watching the women laugh, then returned to peeling fruit. Inserting a slice of fruit into Krish's mouth, Gala laughed cheerfully. What type of person will Krish's husband be? I just might beat him up if it's some asshole that tries to monopolize Krish-chan. Laughter arose again. Krische ignored it, chewing on the apple fed to her. The sweet and sour taste spread through her mouth, creating a moment of bliss for Krische. Krische passed the time like this, waiting for the bandits to come, and the attack finally came a while after sunset. A sliver of moon hung in the night sky. Bonfires had been set up all over the village. The bandits could use those to set fire to the houses, but they needed to be able to see to use their bows. Even among expert archers, not many can take down targets moving around in the dark. Zale took command of the center. Gorka and Galen were leaders of their respective archer squads, camped out on roofs. As the warning bell rang, Gorka glanced towards the warehouse where Krische and Grace hid and shut his eyes for a moment, clenching his fist. Then he looked to his side. Zalba, ready? Of course. On the roof was Gorka's most trusted friend, Zalba, and another covering their rear. Gado. How about you? Who do you think you're talking to, Gorka? Do you really think I'd mess up? Nope. I'm well aware of your skill. Take care of our backs. Gado got in position. He was a thug with bad drinking habits, but he was skilled. If things go well, I'll treat you to a beer next time. Ha! That's a rare offer from you. How about letting me fondle Grace's breasts instead, depending on how things go? Don't be ridiculous. It doesn't sound like a joke coming from you. Gorka continued with a dry smile. I don't think there's that many of them, but if they come around to your side, give us a call. Ah. Worry about yourself. The bell's already ringing. I know. Gorka answered as he focused ahead. They had less archers than Galen's squad, but they had the skill to make up for it. There were more men on the ground armed with swords on this side. Their fighting strength was evenly distributed. No problem, Gorka thought as he raised his bow. As expected, there were more than 40 bandits, but Gorka continued giving instructions to those on other roofs. Including his own contributions, they had already taken down around 10 bandits. Everyone stationed here were expert hunters. They usually dealt with fleeing animals, so once they got past their reluctance to aim at humans, the reluctance to kill, shooting humans was not that difficult. Fortunately, they did not have to experience the sensation of piercing through flesh. They were also doing this to protect the village and their families. By focusing on those feelings, they could suppress their qualms. Thinking of those that had to face the bandits with a sword, they could not hesitate because of fear. Their acquaintances and friends were risking their lives on the ground. It was because of this village community that a group of amateurs could act in concert. As Gorka continued shouting, tension caused his mouth to dry and his words to catch in his throat. Under the stress of shooting at humans instead of animals, Gorka maintained good overall command. That was when Zalba called to him. Gorka, it's weird. The mercenaries and peddler had split into groups of 2 and 3. The group of 3 with the peddler was in charge of a section in this area southeast of the warehouse. Although there are many casualties from other sections, they were the only group that did not experience much combat. Although they exchanged blows, the bandits would run away. They're definitely guilty. Let's go. The situation was favorable, but the tables would turn if those men turned traitor. While he agreed with Zalba, Gorka was still hesitant. They could shoot at bandits. But if they were not? Gorka's hesitation lasted an instant. Recalled what Krische had said, he resolved himself. Got it. Zalba, you take the mercenary on the left. What about you? I'll aim for the fake peddler. If they're with the bandits, he's probably the leader. Roger. Don't miss. Ah, this is easier than shooting DUGU. Gorka turned towards Zalba's strangled voice. There was a sword sticking out of Zalba's chest. What hap? Before Gorka could finish the thought, something cold entered his chest. Gah, do a WH, why? Oh, you can still talk. Hee. Gaddo had slammed into Gorka, piercing him with a short sword. They offered me a deal. Well, I've been growing sick of life in this miserable village, so it was great timing. Gah, do. Relax, I don't need the beer, but I'll take good care of your grace. There isn't such a tempting woman even in the town. Even the creepy brat is a rare beauty in appearance alone. She'll sell for a lot. Ah. With a strangled sound, Gorka swung his fist in hatred. But Gaddo twisted the blade as if butchering an animal, ending Gorka's life. Then Gaddo used a stone to signal the peddler the leader of the bandits. That's weird. After a while, Galen caught sight of the chaos at the southeast side that Gorka guarded. Did Gorka mess up? But that was hard to believe. Galen had a good understanding of Gorka's abilities. Otherwise he would not have let Gorka wed his precious daughter. Gorka is the man that Galen had entrusted his daughter to. Even with that Gorka there, something unusual had occurred. Or perhaps something had happened that even Gorka could not deal with. Galen's instincts from the battlefield reacted. Galen suddenly twisted around towards the presence behind him. Galen's fist slammed into the gut of the traitor in a practiced motion before the man could do anything with his sword. Galen had narrowly avoided death many times, climbing to the rank of centurion. His body may be old, but he has not forgotten the tension of the battlefield. The man collapsed with a croak. So that's it, Galen bit his lip. Which means they're definitely guilty. Galen had not been able to decide if the mercenaries were ally or foe, but he coldly made a decision in that instant. There was no time for talk. Galen stabbed the short sword into the back of the man. He was a resident of the village and Galen had drunk with him many times. But Galen has spent a long time in the hell of the battlefield. With the ruthlessness he learnt back then, he twisted the short sword, turning the man into a corpse, then adjusted his grip on his bow. Narking an arrow, he drew the string back. Then released with no hesitation. As the arrow sunk into the mercenary's back, he leapt down from the roof, drawing the sword at his waist. His old body grated with the impact, but he ignored it. The mercenary collapsed in pain, the other still staring at his ally in confusion. Targeting the standing man, Galen narrowed his eyes and closed the distance before the man could recover from his confusion. Galen's violent sword of the battlefield swung into the man's shoulder. He easily cut through the bandit's shoulder, through bone, turning him into a corpse. Then he stabbed the other collapsed man in the heart, finishing him off. Galen's expression was a mix of burning rage and cold ruthlessness. The men on the surrounding roofs looked at Galen in surprise. The peddlers are with the bandits. There are traitors among the villagers. Gorka's side's in a mess. You all stay here. I'm going over. Aaron, Dick, follow me. The two men he called jumped down and followed him. There shouldn't be many traitors. But rather than fighting with uncertain elements, it was better to go with only those he trusted. There lacked numbers, but this is the best method. Nodding to the two of them who understood the situation, Galen sprinted off. But a group that pushed through the collapsed southeast defense arrived at the warehouse before Galen. The villagers only had some training in the sword. Aside from those with combat experience, most were simple villagers with some training. Once they lost command, they collapsed into unruly mob. Gorka's gone. Yeah, Gorka is dead. Zale received a shock at the news of Gorka's death. He had command of the center and now had to figure out how to rebuild the defense. He racked his mind, the only part of his old body that had not weakened with age. The only choice is to shorten the defensive line. In order to maintain the morale of villagers who were not used to combat or killing, they needed to group up. He drew in a deep breath to call for the men to gather. So old man, you should give up and go to sleep too. But only air leaked out of his mouth. One of the men that had escaped from the southeast, the peddler, revealed his true colors, a malicious smile on his face. The men around could not understand what had happened for an instant. A man they had thought was an ally had stabbed their leader in the side with a knife. Zale collapsed to his knees. The men around were quickly cut down or stabbed to death by the mercenaries and traitors. The men that had finally escaped from the confusion in the southeast saw the scene and screamed, knowing they had nowhere to run. With no leader, the men were killed one by one, staining the area with blood. All right, that's it. Their right side is still alive, so be alert. Hehe, boss, is it time for some fun? The earliest the miners will come back is tomorrow at sundown. Once things settle down, we can have fun tonight. Oi, open it. The peddler, the bandits' boss, gave the order to the men with hammers. Even if the inside was barricaded, it was just a matter of time. It was just a normal warehouse. The door may be built sturdy, but it was just a warehouse door. Each time the hammer was swung, a new hole was made in the door, accompanied by screams of the women and children. With one final swing, the door finally crumbled and a few women burst out. They panicked and tried to flee, but were all caught and killed to set an example. Some were stabbed with a sword while others had their skull crushed with a hammer. Screams rang through the night. Obey us. We won't kill you if you listen to us, okay? But if you defy us. Hi, Gya. The leader sliced off a finger of a captured woman with his sword. The others left in the warehouse covered their ears, clenching their eyes shut. You'll be punished and killed for your defiance. The man's lips curled into an animalistic smile. Come out slowly. No strange movements. A few children could not endure the terror and tried to run, only to be killed. They were ruthless. Women or children, anyone that disobeyed orders, were killed mercilessly. They had no choice. The people left in the warehouse moved out into the square, gathering around the well, their arms around each other. Finding a particular girl among them, the leader called out to her with a grin. Oh, there she is. Yu-chan, come here. Despite the tragedy around her, the silver-haired girl was expressionless. Her eyes simply observed her surroundings as she slowly turned towards the man. Chapter 5. Her Miscalculation. Karsama, Krische said as she felt the warmth around her as she woke. Krische always slept hugging Grace. That was why she mistook the warmth for Grace and took a while to realize it was Gala. There were traces of tears around Gala's eyes. She looked exhausted and was deep asleep. Looking around, Krische realized this was not her house. Finding herself in Gala's house, Krische looked around for her mother. Oh yeah. And finally remembered what had happened yesterday. Screams and crazed laughter echoed through the village. The women and children were gathered next to the large well in the middle of the village square. They were surrounded by armed men with hideous smiles. The bandits were probably former soldiers. The gauntlets and breastplates many of them wore were from the army. Corpses were scattered around the square. Some had their guts spilling out, some had their skulls shattered, some had their arms dismembered. The husbands, fathers, sons of the trembling people in the middle. Someone called a name towards one of those on the ground, then vomited at the smell of the spilled guts. A woman was unable to accept the truth, laughing madly even as her body was fondled through her clothes. Surrounded by violence, they no longer had the strength to resist. Those that tried to escape, even children, were killed mercilessly. The village's men watched from the rooftops and resignedly climbed down, throwing down their bows and swords, kneeling to beg for mercy. The people they fought to protect were taken hostage. They could no longer do anything. A common tragedy assaulted by bandits and getting everything stolen from them. Karka village was located deep in the forest, far from the main road, far from any aid. The rape and plundering that was about to begin would steal away their regular lives, their dignity, everything. If they were lucky, maybe the village itself would be left intact. But to many of them, this is the end of any happiness. Oh, there she is. Yu-chan, come here. In the middle of that, the man that looked to be the bandit leader called out to a girl. The girl was dressed in a shabby dress. She looked around 12 or 13. Her long silver hair glittered in the moonlight as her large purple eyes looked around impassively. She was surrounded by despair, but there was no fear or panic in her expression. She detachedly counted the number of corpses, the number of bandits, then looked towards the man that had called to her. Quite a lot have been killed. While considering what to do, the girl Krische did as she was told, taking a step towards the man. She had not expected things to get this bad. I let them take the initiative too much. That short reflection was the only regret she felt. Even as she looked at the bandits and familiar corpses, the girl showed no expression. The small girl started walking as she was told, and was stopped by a sturdily built woman. Gala. You can't go. I'll think of something. Gala kept shaking her head as she embraced the girl, trembling. Krische looked at her, troubled. But, if I do not go then you will be killed. Krische spoke, perfectly calm. She had no sword. In this situation, there was no choice but to obey for now. Krische pushed Gala aside, smiling to comfort her. If Gala struggled and died, Krische would not be able to use the oven anymore. Krische's words came from that purely selfish thought, but Gala clenched her fists and bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Quite a brave Oju-san. As the man laughed, another woman stepped forward to shield Krische. I'll do anything, so please, let this child go. She was about 30 and her long black hair was bundled up at the back. While she was freckled, she still looked beautiful. It was Grace. Catcalls came from the men around. Hearing them, her face grew pale and her voice shook, but she still stepped forward. The girl looked at her mother in surprise. She saw that her mother was scared and thought about the meaning behind her mother's words. Karsama. Krische is fine. Her mother simply shook her head, still shielding the girl Krische. Grace was not strong-willed, nor was she physically strong. In fact, she was clumsy and timid, a scatterbrain. But she still said, I beg you, please, just let this child go. The man smiled unpleasantly as his gaze crawled over her feminine body. That's nice, very arousing. It's always the best to stick it in front of the daughter. All the more so with beautiful women. Her mother trembled, but still told the man to do as he liked. Please. I beg you, she repeated it like a broken record, clinging to the mercy of the evil man. The girl stared at her mother. It was impossible to believe that the man would keep a promise. Grace likely understood that, but she still said that, praying that he would be even a little merciful to Krische. Krische pressed down on her chest, tilting her head. There was a light floating, but also trembling sensation, a weird kind of feeling. She stared at her mother give up everything to protect her. It was completely incomprehensible thinking in terms of gains and losses. Her mother's actions could not balance the gains and losses, it looked meaningless. But Grace was willing to give up her life for Krische. She was willing to give up what Krische thought was most important, for Krische. In this case, what should I give in return? Krische thought, savoring the warm sensation in her heart. Anyway, the fun is for later. It's okay, I won't do anything to the Yu-chan, both of you come over here. Okay. Slightly unhappy that her thoughts were interrupted, Krische approached him. Slowly, with her usual strides at this distance, he was slightly too far. Grace quickly moved forward to shield Krische and took her hand. Krische narrowed her eyes slightly, enjoying the sensation with a small smile. Watching her, the man grinned in anticipation. But still, the longer I look, the more beautiful she seems. I can't imagine how high a price she'll fetch. PL, please. Ah, I know. It'll be fine. The man reached towards Grace's chest with no restraint. But Grace just shut her eyes and did not resist. It's not like I'll sell her somewhere bad, it'll probably be some merchant or noble that buys her. She'll get to live a much better life and eat nicer food than she ever could living in this remote village. The man grinned as he enjoyed the feeling of Grace's breasts. Grace's mouth tightened in discomfort and humiliation, but she did not resist, letting him do as he liked. You'll be the one satisfying me anyway. There are some bastards that enjoy kids like this, but relax. I won't let any of them touch your daughter. Thank you. Grace could only nod at his patronizing words. Seeing tears streak down Grace's face as she looked down in shame, Krische frowned slightly. That was the trigger. At this point, there's no need to care about the village rules. There is a chance this could cause problems in the future, but the situation has gotten quite bad and it's too late since there's no other method. I've got no choice. Krische's hand felt warm in her mother's. At worst, her mother would ensure Krische could go about her normal life. No matter what, her mother would stay by Krische's side. That was reassuring, and that was enough. Krische only wished for the same daily life as before. Krische let go of Grace's hand and approached the bandit leader. She then smoothly drew the curved sword at his waist. The sword was curved like a naginata, the weight at the tip of the blade. Easy to handle, the girl thought absent-mindedly. She swung her arm like a whip, and sliced through his undefended neck with the tip of the blade. In the darkness of the night, lit only by flames burning the village, a fountain of fresh blood spurted from the bandit leader's neck, staining the girl. Krische ignored that, spinning the curved sword around in her hand. The sword fit well in her hand. Showing no interest in the collapsed man, Krische swung the sword 2-3 times, checking its weight, then nodded with a smile. Silence. Everyone was frozen, staring at the girl bathing in a rain of blood. They could all see what had happened. But the rebellion of the beautiful girl was too sudden. Her movements were so natural their minds could not catch up. In this unexpected situation, nobody could say a word. Krische looked around at her quiet surroundings with her usual lack of expression. 22 bandits. This was not a problematic number for her. She looked at their faces, calculating the best order to kill them in. It was like time had stopped, and only she could move. Now then, next. Her young voice was light, sounding somewhat naive. As she spoke, Krische stepped in front of a nearby bandit. Closing the distance in one bound, she twisted her whole body, swinging the curved sword. Without even feeling the cut in his neck, the man collapsed to the ground. Next was the man beside. That's 3. She enveloped her slender arms and legs with imaginary muscles created by mana and manipulated them at will. No strain, no fear, her body is simply a tool to achieve her objective. Mana granted her supernatural strength. Sharp, fast, efficient. The sword sliced through yet another man's neck. Without even looking at the falling corpse, she moved on to her next prey with the agility of a wild animal. Krische did not hesitate. Her movements were natural, as if she was reaping wheat. She took down another before the bandits could move. "What are you guys doing? Stop the kid." The next instant, the bandits' screams and shouts rang through the night. They started moving, no longer paralyzed in time. But arrows suddenly pierced into 3 of them. "There are more of us. Go." Galen's hoarse but powerful voice erased the bandits' voices. Prepared to endure sacrifices among the villagers, he had been waiting in the shadows for a chance. With that shout, the strong-willed among the women acted, with Gala at their lead. They grabbed the bandits by the arm, pulling them off balance and fell onto them, pinning them down. The men that had been tied up also acted in concert, tackling the bandits. Despair turned to chaos. The tables turned on the bandits and they were bound, or killed, before they could recover from their confusion. Even in that situation, the silver hair dancing in the wind stood out. She approached bandits and reaped their necks. The flesh tore with a small popping sound, a good sound. A nice feeling. She was not fighting, she was just doing routine work. Her steps were light, dancing through fountains of blood. Sometimes close to the ground like a snake, sneaking up like a cat at other times. She always closed the distance without them noticing her. Her body was flexible like a whip. The flashes of her sword avoided bone, accurately reaping soft flesh. Flesh fell, sliced off. She twisted at the hip, spinning, performing a sword dance. The large amount of blood she bathed in soaked into her clothes and stained her hair, scattering scarlet droplets as she danced. The situation that had been at the depths of despair had already turned, becoming a simple hunt. Outnumbered. The mental advantage the bandits had made was gone, creating a sudden chaos. The bandits were now the ones at the depths of despair. This allowed the girl reaping the bandits' heads to relax. While lopping off the 10th head and smashing the 11th's collarbones with the heel of her sandals, her thoughts were about her reward after this, about the pumpkin she has yet to eat. "I must have the pie. But then what should I do for soup?" While feeling the sensation of severing flesh, pumpkins danced in her thoughts. She did not have a shred of interest in the lives being lost. She felt no pleasure, it was just work. She was businesslike. She mass-produced corpses indefinitely as long as was needed. She was no longer a human, she was the Reaper. Don't move, or I'll kill her." That man's shout stopped the girl. He had his blade at a woman's throat. If it was anyone else, the girl would not have cared. But the woman was the girl's mother. Kasama. Seeing Grace, her fluid movements halted. The girl coldly narrowed her eyes. Even with Grace hostage, Gado's expression was twisted in fear at the unknown. He saw a girl, her long silver hair stained red with blood. A beautiful fairy, but a monster that unhesitatingly and easily reaped their necks. A creepy brat. Gado had noticed a long time ago that Krische was abnormal. He had sparred with her in the past. She looked human, but the girl was something more terrifying than any beast. She was clearly not normal. Looking at her now, there was no doubt she was abnormal. She was undoubtedly a monster. He understood that he could never beat her with a sword. At this rate, he would join the corpses around him. That was clear to Gado, and in his terror, he grabbed a nearby woman, Grace, putting his sword to her neck and shifted away from Krische. Don't move, don't move. The person whose death would trouble Krische. The person that she would live with just like before after all this. Krish's fluid movements stopped as she considered her next move. Let go. It was a lot of bad luck. Krische had gotten too far to cut down Gado. Grace did not want to get in the way of her beloved daughter. Gado was in a state of a complete panic. The result was Krische. Hi, this bitch. He wanted to escape from this terror. Gado forgot that it was his hostage that kept him alive. When Grace struggled and got in his way, he sliced her throat. Blood danced, screams arose. Grace's eyes opened wide, a reflection of Krische in them. Krische blanked out for an instant. The next instant, Krische registered it, leapt forward and swung her sword. Gado's life ended immediately. It happened so quickly that later, some said they saw Krische kill her mother along with Gado. She kicked Gaddo's body away and caught her mother's body. Krische looked around, confirming that there was no immediate threat. Then she quickly laid Grace down and examined the wound on her neck. Large amounts of blood poured out. Krische applied pressure with her hands. Of course, the blood would not stop. Even though she knew it was meaningless, Krische pressed on the wound with both hands. Having grown up in a village without a doctor, Krische had no medical knowledge. She only knew that blood flowed easily from the neck and living things died after losing too much blood. The blood won't stop. It's okay. Grace struggled to lift her hand, cupping Krische's cheek. Krische just kept pressing, desperately trying to stop the overflowing blood. Kasama, it is not okay. The blood, we need to stop the blood. It looked like Grace tried to shake her head. But after a twitch, Grace gave up and smiled. Shay, I love you. Kasama. Grace's body went limp. Seeing Grace's life lost right before her eyes, Krische was stunned. I failed. I should have pushed Grace to the other women at the start. I should have realized an instant earlier that I could just throw the sword. Krische's thoughts were full of regrets. An unpleasant feeling arose from her stomach. Those that saw what happened were speechless, or frozen among them. Only Gala ran over. No, how it can't be, why? Tears welled up in Gala's eyes and spilled over as she fell to her knees, slamming her fist into the ground hard enough to break skin. Krische could only stare at Grace's corpse in a daze. Krische stayed under the blankets, vaguely recalling the events of yesterday. She felt nothing, she simply thought, and stared at the result in a daze. Gorka was gone, dead. Grace too, gone. Krische couldn't save her. The people that had been with her, gone. It was an unavoidable failure. Regret swirled in her mind, but she could not have done anything about it. A great disappointment. But that's all. There was nothing she could have done. Even if Krische went home, she could not see their faces. She could no longer hug Grace and sleep. She could understand it, she could imagine it. Disappointing. But she could not do anything about what had already happened. I could not repay them. Krische whispered. Feeling uneasy, she closed her eyes. She hugged Gala and went back to sleep, avoiding further thought. When she woke again, Krische was back to normal. The next evening, a mass funeral was conducted at the outskirts of the village. A large hole was dug, where the bodies were cremated, then buried at various locations. Death was treated as a return to nature. It was tradition to hold a small banquet and send them off with a smile. But after such a tragedy, some drank but nobody smiled. Everyone stared the flames mournfully. Some cried and screamed madly. Some despaired at losing their loved ones, becoming empty husks. But Krische acted normal, not spilling a single tear, expressionlessly and indifferently going through the motions. If she had shown her tears, cried like a child, it might have turned out differently. But Krische's behavior was creepy to everyone that saw her. She had lost her father and watched her mother die, but she was too calm. Most of all, the sight of her impassionately decapitating the bandits left a strong impression in their minds. They had watched her decapitate the bandits with no hesitation. Although that had saved them, the fear they had felt mixed with the memory of Krische's expressionless face. On top of that was the occasional rumors of her being a monster. Some even said Krische had killed her mother along with Gaddo. Even among the women, some believed that Krische was ostracized more than ever. The women that were particularly close to Grace and Krische defended her, saying she was just in shock, it had not sunk in yet, but rumors spread. Part of it was their frustrations. They needed someone to vent their anger and sadness on, and Krische became their outlet. The delicate balance around her crumbled and rumors about her got out of hand. Things might have been different if Grace had lived. Grace grieving over her husband would have drawn eyes away from Krische. Their intimate interactions would have reminded the villagers of past days. There might have been a future where Krische was hailed as the village's small hero. But with Grace gone, the situation around Krische only grew worse and worse. Because of that, things could not stay the same and Krische was shunned. 2 weeks passed since the bandit raid. A peddler arrived. People were sparse in the square and avoided Krische, whispering among themselves. Krische ignored them, approaching the peddler. The elderly peddler looked at her pitifully. He knew that there had been many losses in the raid. That was why he had delayed the visit last week until today as a precaution and was selling his wares at slightly lower prices as an apology. But although Krische was usually the first to show up, she had not. Expecting the worst, he had asked the villagers about her and as a result, understood Krische's current situation. Peddlers visited many villages. The man was familiar with this scene. A village is a closed society where rumors spread fast and quickly became the truth. Once established, there was no undoing it. "Are you okay?" This beautiful, hard-working girl that had not been envied, but loved by the other women. He was a kind man, and knowing how she was being treated, he worried for her and could not help asking. Yes. Krische tilted her head slightly, then nodded. Even if she cared about her reputation, she did not care about the looks others gave her. No matter what was said about her, it was only uncomfortable and slightly troublesome. She no longer cared and was not be hurt by them. So she did not understand what the peddler was concerned about. The reason she was late was just that she had gone to Gallen to receive pocket money. Unlike Grace, who was always in the village, Gallen, who was often out hunting, and Krische had to wait for a while. But the peddler assumed the reason she was late was because Krische could not act as she did before. "Peddler-san, can I have a pumpkin?" The peddler looked sad, but Krische said that with a smile. On the night of the raid, the pumpkin had been knocked off the shelf by a bandit going through the house, smashing onto the ground. Krische had planned to eat it after the funeral. That was a major miscalculation. On top of that, the peddler did not come the previous week, making her have to wait longer, raising Krische's pumpkin fever even higher, and today she could finally obtain her long-awaited pumpkin. So Krische was in an extremely good mood today, but to the sympathetic man, it looked like she was forcing herself to smile normally. Wait a moment. After some thought, the peddler filled a basket with some potatoes, vegetables, and fruits along with the pumpkin and handed it to Krische. "I only asked for a pumpkin. It's fine. You've had a tough time. It's service for Krische for always buying something. No need to pay." But it's fine." Forcing the basket into her hands, he placed a hand on her head. "It might be tough now, but a girl like you can definitely find happiness. I shouldn't speak so lightly, but do you best. Okay. Tonight is the pumpkin soup and pie she had yearned for." Krische had already found happiness and was confused by his words, but nodded for now. The peddler smiled in response and lightly patted Krische's head a few times. "I'll come again. Krische's a good customer. I'm looking forward to your continued patronage." "Thank you very much." Krische deeply lowered her head before turning away. She didn't really understand, but she received a lot of things. Krische was pragmatic and trotted home in high spirits. Watching her leave, the peddler closed his eyes and prayed for her future. Chapter 6, Unfair. Krische hummed as she made soup and kneaded dough for a pie. Being a self-centered person, she always thought of things in a manner convenient for her. Grace and Gorka are gone, which means there are 2 extra portions and she can thoroughly enjoy the pumpkin. She had been denied twice and forced to wait 2 weeks. Tonight's dinner will finally be the pumpkin she had yearned for. Krische had skipped lunch for this, fully intending to eat 3 portions herself. She carefully folded the dough and spread the pumpkin paste, imagining how it would turn out. Krische hummed as she finished up the pie. Satisfied at her work, she smiled a little. After taste testing the soup for a while, she lowered the flames. Just a little more, then taste tested 2-3 more times. After satisfying herself with the soup, she headed to Gala's home with a spring in her steps. The perfect pumpkin pie she had made with great care was held in her hands. The one she had made before was nowhere close to this one. She smiled as she imagined how it would turn out and heard 2 people arguing in Gala's house. "Just because of that you're going to throw that girl out on her own? No. I'll leave her in the care of a trustworthy friend. Do you want to make her live out her life in this village as an outcast? Is that any better for Krische?" It seems like they are talking about Krische. She tilted her head to the side, but still knocked on the door. "Who's there?" Gala asked, suppressing the anger in her voice. Krische replied as normal, "It's Krische." The door opened immediately. Inside were Gallen and Gala. The atmosphere between them was tense. Krische froze upon seeing them. Krische, what's wrong? Krische came to bake the pumpkin pie. She might miss out on her pumpkin pie again. Her ever-growing pumpkin fever was already at its limits. This would be the third time. If you are busy, then. The timing was just too bad. Tears that had not flowed during her mother's death welled up now. Gala urged Krische in hastily, glaring at Gallen. Gallen sighed, letting out his remaining anger, then nodded. Sorry to surprise you. We were just discussing things a little. We weren't arguing. Right, Gallen? Yeah. Sorry. We must have surprised you. Krische is fine. Come this way. Gala patted Krische's head and led her to the oven. Sighing in relief that she could use the oven, Krische set the pie in the middle and borrowed some charcoal, arranging them inside the oven. It's quite big. Because we missed out on the previous one. Hearing Krische's response, Gala pressed on the corner of her eye. Yeah. We promised to eat Krishan's pie together once everything was over. Yes. It has gotten quite late, Krische said with a smile, but recalled something and lowered her eyes. Krische wanted to make it immediately after though. The pumpkin had been smashed. When Krische had returned home, the pumpkin was completely smashed. What grudge did that bandit have against her pumpkin? While she had probably gotten revenge for the pumpkin, Krische was not satisfied. Remembering it was unpleasant, it made her feel like smashing his limbs like that pumpkin if he was still alive. Not knowing Krische's inner thoughts, Gala was holding back tears, watching Krische with her pie large enough for 5. She had stained her young hands with blood to save everyone. Her mother was killed before her eyes and she had also lost her father. Gala saw herself in Krische, similar to when she had lost her son in an unfortunate accident. Krische did not cry, acting as she always did, going through her days indifferently, but that made her feel precarious. Reality might not have set in yet. Either way, it would be a wound too deep for this young girl. Krische had reproduced the same pie as that day. She looked as if she was broken somewhere inside. The more Gala thought about it, the greater her hatred for those that carelessly spread those worthless rumors. Krische was smart. There was no way she did not know of the rumors about her. Gala had seen Krische hugging and snuggling with Grace many times, behaving like any other girl her age. But now there were even rumors that Krische had killed Grace with her own hands. Gala could not forgive them. Krische should have been hailed as the village's hero, but look at this unfair treatment. Gala's heart was torn by the anger and sadness that filled it. Will you invite Obasan too? Yes. If Obasan does not have some too, Krische cannot finish this much. Haha, yeah. It's such a big pie. Obasan will have to eat a lot to make up for those 2. Krische was stunned for a moment. The extra 2 portions were for Krische. She had skipped lunch for this. Realizing her slip, Krishe's gaze wandered as she looked for the words to deal with this sudden unfairness. Obasan, this ear is Krishe's share. Seeing Krishe's reaction, Gala covered her mouth, thinking she had made Krische remember the 2 she had lost. Krische had not mentioned Grace and Gorka recently. It was unnatural. She must have been trying to avoid thinking about them. Regretting her own foolishness, Gala embraced Krishe's small body. I'm sorry, Krishan. But it's okay. It is not okay. Krische wanted to retort. But before she could do so, Gala tightened her embrace, squashing Krishe's face into her breasts and covering her mouth. Do you think it's unfair? Krische hesitated, then gave a small nod. This was really unfair, but you have to accept it. One day, you have to accept that life is unfair, and it's okay to cry out loud if you have to. Mugu. When I lost my son and could not deal with it, Krishan came over many times and cheered me up. I was really happy about that. That's why I swore to do the same for Krishan if something sad happened to you too. Krische could not understand Gala's thought process. She stole Krishe's pumpkin pie, making Krische sad, then tries to cheer Krische up. Krische stayed silent a while longer, but Galen only nodded gravely, not saying a word. Seeing her grandfather agree, Krische grew even more confused. Krische could not understand the logic behind it, but this is apparently normal. Then Krische remembered that she had killed Gala's son, then comforted Gala as she borrowed the oven. Basically Gala just really wants to eat the pie. Krische came to that simple conclusion with her strange understanding. Compared to Krische, who had properly hidden the fact that she had killed Gala's son, Gala's method was forceful and crude, but the act itself made sense to Krische. And she also owed a lot to Gala. Krische decided that she no choice and gave up, relaxing into Gala's embrace. Gala teared up as she gently stroked Krische's head. There's no need to endure the sadness. At the very least, when with Obasan, you can show your emotions. Obasan will always be with Krische until the sadness is gone. Krische could only swallow her complaints. Instead she focused on how she could cut the freshly baked pie such that she would get to eat the most pumpkin. That was all she thought about. With the pie baked, they were back in Krische's house. But Krische's hardships have not ended. After much thought and hesitation, Krische chose to cut the pie into 5 equal slices, reluctantly serving 2 of them to Gala. Of course 2 slices were for her. Then 1 for Galen. Krische could feel how crisp it was as she cut the pie. This is the best pie she had ever made. The pumpkin had melted into the batter, releasing a sweet fragrance. The crispiness and sweet smell of the pumpkin was already bliss for Krische before she had even taken a bite. It was as if the pie called to her tongue. The pumpkin soup had also turned out well. The pumpkin had stewed over the weak flame for a long time, becoming nice and soft. To this, she added some of the pumpkin she had set aside. It became a sumptuous soup where you could taste the sweetness of the pumpkin in the soup as well as the pumpkin itself. This is the best pumpkin dish Krische had ever made. If she focused on the pumpkin, then the soup would be lacking, and vice versa. Krische had spent a week thinking only about pumpkins and had decided to use plenty of pumpkin to perfect this amazing pumpkin lovers set meal. After setting the table, Krische stared at the pumpkin soup and pie, feeling slightly emotional. She then looked towards Galen. They did not pray before their meals, but Galen or Gorka usually declared the start of the meal. Krische could barely suppress her excitement at finally getting to eat pumpkin but kept still, waiting. Galen stared absent-mindedly at the pumpkin lover's set meal, pinching the bridge of his nose. Then lowering his eyes, he spoke quietly. Krische, we need to talk. Talk. Krische felt like a dog with a treat held just out of reach. Her morals were abnormal and she was extremely self-centered, but otherwise, Krische was polite and obedient. She would not break community rules when there are people around, and when she has to break a rule, she would do it where there was no one to observe it. Respect elders, greetings and thanks, proper manners. These are life skills Grace had taught Krische. And because Krische was such a girl, she had to wait if Galen said wait. If she had dog ears, they would be folded down. Krische fidgeted, looking from Galen to the pie and back again. Galen. You understand, don't you, Gala? But Krische was perplexed. Things were not looking good. Time passed relentlessly as she thought of the worst-case scenarios. But Krische was still calm, because Krische's tongue was extremely sensitive. Either way, she couldn't eat until the food had cooled a little, so waiting a little was fine. Krische came to that conclusion. Krische really enjoyed blowing on hot food to cool it and then eating, but that was not a must. As long as Krische can eat it at a nice temperature, it's fine, Krische convinced herself. You heard us talking at Gala's house, right? Yes. I heard, a little. We were talking about your future. Galen spoke gravely. Feeling the hunger from skipping lunch, Krische was bewildered. She could not understand why they would want to talk about that at this particular timing. Hunger greatly reduced Krische's intelligence. Is it tough? Speak honestly. How do you feel right now? After Gala, now Galen? Was there some new unknown rule about preventing Krische from enjoying her pumpkin pie? Finding it all unfair, Krische nodded. It is tough. The ultimate bait is laid out right before her hungry stomach. Of course it was tough. I see. Galen looked toward Gala and she nodded with a resigned look. I have a friend from the army living in town. I got a letter from him recently, checking up on me. He offered to do anything he could to help. I mulled over it and wrote about you. About Krische? Yeah, Krische, Do you want to try living in the town? How did talk about Krische's pumpkin pie suddenly jump to that? Krische was slightly surprised by the sudden topic change. I got his reply today. If Krische is agreeable, he'd like to meet you. Krische grew even more confused. Krische simply wants to eat. Krische could not keep up with the sudden to Krische important conversation. If Ojisama says to go, then Krische will go. That's not what I mean. Don't think recklessly. It's definitely not because I don't like Krische. It is because I love Krische that I want to give you this choice. That acquaintance of mine is a trustworthy man. We were comrades that ate and slept together, saved each other's lives. Krische, I want you to meet him with me, and decide what you want to do. Of course, if you still want to stay in this village, Gala and I will take care of you. Having declared what he had to say, Gal then fell silent. He was waiting for Krische's response. Krische, on the other hand, was looking down sadly, fidgeting and staring at the pie. She stayed that way with a hand clutched at her chest for a while. Then Krische spoke timidly. The pie is getting cold, so. For Krische, begging for permission to eat was a tough and painful decision. Asking to begin the meal, exposing her own desires in the middle of Galen's serious conversation, was an absolutely shameful act in Krische's peculiar opinion. But she wanted to eat. She had waited 2 weeks. But she could not just start eating. Krische's rational and intelligent mind had grappled with the problem of how to fulfill her desires without being shameful according to her sense of aesthetics. But watching the pie cool minute by minute, she reached her limit and Krische spoke out, her voice barely above a whisper. Krische has always endeavored to be well-mannered and on perfect behavior, so this was unprecedented, the first and hopefully last time. Krische's face burnt with shame and her eyes teared up. Seeing her like this, Gal then groaned softly and Gala clapped her hands together. She's right. Krische has made a delicious meal for us. Let's eat before it grows cold. Right, Gal then? Yeah. Sorry. You're right. Let's eat first. Gala changed the topic, praising Krische's soup and pie. Gal then did not speak much but praised her too. Krische was going through another bout of depression and could not fully enjoy the delicious food. But thanks to Gala's efforts, she eventually recovered enough to enjoy the meal. With her small mouth full of pie, she enjoyed its texture and sweetness, fulfilling the desires that had just betrayed her. By the time the meal was over, she was in a very good mood. Gal then made eye contact with Gala and then declared that he would be going home for the night. He did not bring up the conversation from before the meal and just left after saying good night. Krische and Gala washed the dishes together with some light chatter, then laid out futons and prepared for bed. Krische was clearly happy that Gala was staying over. In this area, nights were cold through the year and Krische was sensitive to it. She wanted a warm body pillow. After extinguishing the fire and they lay in the futon, Gala talked about Krische's past. Krische had been about 3 years old. Gorka had found a small girl collapsed in the forest near the main road and brought her back to the village, creating a small commotion. Krische was bedridden for 3 days with Grace and Gorka nursing her, but Krische's appearance was already eye-catching then. Not only was her beautiful silver hair rare around here, her features were refined and the silk clothing she wore was of fine make. It was natural to think she was the daughter of some noble. Even in this remote village, stories of internal strife among nobles reached them through minstrels and such occurrences were common knowledge. Krische was thought to have been abandoned in the forest as the result of such a strife. Sheltering her might lead to trouble, but it was not like the villagers could just kill her. They decided to take care of her temporarily and hand her over if someone came looking. Gorka and Grace had not been blessed with children and decided to take her in. Krische spoke little and politely. They could tell that she was smart for her age, but she hardly left the house and seemed tense in this unfamiliar environment. Krische was passive, hardly behaving like a child would, simply staring at the people around her. Grace brought her outside, leading her by the hand, letting her get used to the village. Krische toddling behind Grace around the village became a famous sight for a while. Gala laughed as she spoke, a nostalgic tone in her voice. Over time, Grace changed from temporary caretaker to foster parent, then to mother. Grace taught Krische many things, doting on Krische as if Krische was her own daughter. Krische was intelligent and grew to meet all her expectations. Having wished so much for children, meeting Krische felt like destiny to Grace and Gorka. She was unexpectedly gluttonous and always clung to and snuggled with Grace in the futon at night. Grace had spread these stories of Krische through the village. Gala recalled those nostalgic stories and went through each of them with Krische. Krische blushed as she listened. So when she got sweets as rewards for helping, they had already known Krische was a glutton. Which meant they had given her sweets knowing that was her motive for helping them. Naturally that made Krische feel embarrassed. Not minding Krish's reactions, Gala continued. After talking about Krische, she moved on to Grace and Gorka. Grace had always been a nice, cheerful girl. Gala had a crush on Gorka when they were younger, and when the younger Grace stole him away, was one-sidedly hostile towards her for a time. But Grace's kindness was sincere and eventually Gala gave them her blessings. Then there was a man that fell in love with Gala and she wed that man. Gala spoke of how she had lost her husband early, then her child soon after. How when her heart was broken, Krische and Grace had helped her. Gala had not agreed to taking in Krische at first, but now she believed from the bottom of her heart that was the right choice. If Krische wants to stay in this village, Obasan will protect Krishan in place of Grace. I'll take you in as my daughter. That's what Obasan wants, and honestly, I'm against you going to the town. Gala's voice was full of love. Gala did not know that Krische had killed her child, and she never would. Gala's love for Krische was unshakable. Even if Krische honestly confessed her crime now, Gala would interpret it conveniently, probably treating it as more misfortune, just an accident. Krish's little revenge led to an accident and she regrets killing him. Gala trusted and loved Krische that much. It is completely absurd, yet at the same time, in a way you could say she was happy. Cozily bundled up in Gala's warmth, Krische listened to her stories absent-mindedly. Although they had slept together the night of the funeral, Krische has slept alone since. Satisfied that she would have a nice night of sleep for the first time in a while, Krische smiled a little. But this love from Gala created a tiny doubt in Krish's mind. It was a doubt that would greatly affect Krish's human nature in the future. But at this time, it was trivial. But I also don't believe staying would be the best for Krische. Krishan is smart. If you have the chance to learn, that'll open up various futures for you. Various futures. Yes. All happy futures. Krishan, do you know why Grace named you Krische? Yes. She told me recently. Gala nodded in satisfaction, smiling wryly. The moon on the night she was proposed to, her happiest moment. It might sound like a stupid reason, but Krishan's name has all of Grace's happiness in it. Such that the same happiness will come to Krishan. Will it? Grace always laughed or cried, making a big fuss over small things. She was the opposite of rational. But recalling how happy Grace was, Krische could not imagine herself like that. Krische tilted her head in confusion. Of course it will. Krishan can definitely find happiness, I'll say that for sure. Gala looked Krische in the eye and declared it firmly. Rather than living in this village, seeing and experiencing many things will be better for Krische. Out there, you'll be much happier than you can be here. The town is dazzling. There are many things Krishan has never seen before. Never seen before? Yes, fancy clothes, houses, even food. Food. If there were dog ears on Krish's head, they would have perked up. Krische still did not have a good understanding of what a town was. She thought of it as a large village. But the problem was. But Krische will not be able to borrow Obasan's oven. It's nearby and convenient right now. Gala looked stunned, then her expression crumpled as she embraced Krische tightly. Oh, Obasan. It's okay. It sounds like it'll be a large house, so there should be a much better oven than Obasan's. I see, Krische thought as she told Gala, who was still squeezing Krische. Can't breathe. Sorry. Gala apologized in a trembling voice, relaxing her hug and patted Krish's head. Don't worry. Krishan will be fine anywhere. You're Grace and Gorka's, and my pride, our daughter. Just act as usual and Krische will fit in. I believe in you. Gala's voice was tearful and shaky, but her tone was firm. Gala did not say any more. Krische also fell silent, pressing herself closer to Gala. Krische had felt that the conversation had come to an end and prepared to sleep. Soon Krische was asleep, breathing softly. Gala just continued to embrace Krische. Chapter 7, Journey and the Estate. The town is far. Instead of walking, Krische and Gallen will be hitching a ride with the cart going to town. The village's specialties are rock salt and animal pelt. They sold some to peddlers, but most of it was sold directly to other villages and the town's merchants. A cart traveled between the town and village regularly for this trade, and 2 of them will be hitching a ride on this cart. The journey is quite long and the road is not entirely safe. 4 skilled villagers usually went along as guards, but there had been many deaths and there is a lack of manpower. On the surface, the traders appeared happy that the 2 of them were coming along as guards. Memories of Krische from that day still sent chills down their backs. But conversely, there is no better guard than Krische in the village, and Gallen's sword skill as a former centurion is well known. Their presence is reassuring. Women and children that were particularly close to Krische had come to see her off. Although some children are scared of her, most of their young minds saw her as the hero that punished the bad bandits adults could not defeat. With how Krische had cared for them, they were still attached to her. Some cried while others endured their tears with clenched fists as they sent her off. The women had expressions of guilt for not being able to protect Krische. If they could have protected Krische, there would be no need for her to leave. No matter the things said about her, Krische was just a pitiful girl that had lost her parents and then thrown out of the village. Their regret was proportional to the strength of their love for her. They said their farewells to Krische one by one, handing her various parting gifts. Most of them were either sweets or pelts and cloth such that she would not be cold. There was so much that Krische could not carry them by herself, and Gallen received them instead, loading them onto the cart with their luggage. Krische received the gifts with a smile and exchanged farewells. The women clenched their teeth, determined not to show her their tears. Krische, if it gets tough, you can come back anytime. Don't hesitate to come back. Yes, Obasan. Gala wrapped a muffler around Krische's neck and embraced her one last time. Watching them, some of the women could not stop their tears from spilling over. They were the ones who knew their relationship, and it was painful to watch. Gallen-san, it's time. Ah. Krische. Okay. The coachman called to them and Krische nodded to Gallen. Then she turned back to the women and children, deeply bowing her head. Thank you very much for taking such good care of Krische. Goodbye. Krische said with a smile, then hopped onto the cart. Soon, the cart set off, and as it drew into the distance, although Krische had been sitting straight at first, they could see her head gradually hanging lower. Seeing that, the women finally stopped hiding their tears and the children bawled. Very painful. Krische's vague desire to try riding on a horse carriage vanished in less than half an hour as she battled with the pain of the shaking cart slamming into her butt. Although she tried to maintain her composure, it hurts. Krische subconsciously shifted her weight, gradually leaning forward. Of course, there was a cushion placed under her butt, but Krische did not have much meat on her body to soften the impact. Seeing how Gallen sat composedly next to her, it was normal to be able to endure this pain. With that assumption and the promise to herself to be better than others, Krische desperately endured, pulling her hood down to hide her face. Gallen patted the head of his beloved granddaughter and gently hugged her closer. Krische is smart, talented, and brave, definitely not a normal girl. But Gallen believed that Krische had the same feelings as anyone else. Gorka and Grace had told him that they had never seen her cry. But she must be at her limit, thought Gallen. The coachman sitting in front and the guards on horses around the cart looked at her sympathetically. They did not have a good impression of Krische. Her abnormality was well known among the men. They had seen Krische knock down and beat up her opponent expressionlessly. Among them, some also had the baseless suspicion that she had killed 2 children. They also realized that Gallo had disappeared at some point after displaying sexual interest in her, touching her butt and chest under the pretense of coaching. There were some that whispered maybe Krische had killed him. 2 of the guards in particular had seen the scene that day and agreed with the many rumors of her being a monster, actively playing a part in spreading the same rumors. But seeing her pull her hood low, her head hanging as Galen hugged her to his side, feelings of guilt rose. They grew aware that they were the ones that had driven her into this situation. Just by seeing how the women and children sent her off, they could understand how much she was loved. Would so many have come to see them off if they stood in her shoes? Considering that, the doubts they felt about their own actions grew stronger. Krische's beautiful appearance already drew attention. Naturally she would become infamous even for trivial things. No matter who, there will be something if you dig deep enough. She is definitely not normal. But this time, all she had done was pick up a sword and save the village. The fact is that she is the village's savior, their savior. She had done nothing to be condemned for, nothing at all. She has lost her parents and has no one but her grandfather to rely on, but they treated her horribly. Averting their eyes from their own powerlessness, they spread tales of how she was abnormal. They vented their anger and helplessness on her. And now she is on this cart, chased out of the village. The men that had not known her well had hurt her so much with their venting, rumors and prejudice. This young girl that is only slightly above 10. They reflected on their actions with this new perspective. When they took a break, Krische took the initiative to care for the horses and prepare food. Her real motive was to keep moving because her butt hurt, but personally seeing her work so seriously and diligently strengthened their guilt. Traveling is tiring, but she did not complain and showed no signs of fatigue, diligently working, just like the good rumors they heard from Grace, Gorka and the womenfolk. The men felt ashamed of themselves, telling her to rest. But Krische refused, trying to distract herself from her hurting butt, making her look even more like a hard worker. By the time they arrived at the town a few days later, the men's attitude towards her had completely softened. Just as Galasan said, if it really gets tough, tell me. I will be here once a month. I can bring you back then. Okay, thank you very much. Do your best. You'll be fine anywhere you go. The men could not apologize, they could only give her their best wishes. It was too late no matter what they said. They vowed to correct the rumors about her once they returned and said their respective farewells to Krische. If they had known how Krische really is, those rumors wouldn't have spread. Galen said as he watched the men leave. Rumors, both good and bad, spread fast. As it passes from mouth to mouth, it usually grows more exaggerated. As people pass on what they heard, 1 becomes 2 then 5, this incident is the result of such misfortune. They've realized that the rumors they believed in were nothing but rumors after getting to know you. Ha! Krische, you must not be misled by rumors. When you talk to people, be careful and be aware that such things can happen. It'll end up not just hurting reputations, but people too. Okay. He must be telling Krische about what to reflect on for this incident. Krische came to that understanding and stored Galen's words away in her important memories box. Be careful of how to use rumors. They must be used only after careful thought about its capabilities and effects. Krische memorized that as she followed Galen. Unlike the village which only had houses made of wood or clay, the town had white stone buildings made by mixing ash into bricks. The streets were stone-paved, crowded on both sides by houses and stores. As they proceeded deeper into the town, they came to an area where all the houses had gardens attached. Galen's destination was among them, a particularly extravagant estate. It was larger than any building in the village. The sturdy stone building and walls enclosing it made it look like a small castle. The garden had fruit trees and flowers with a neat stone path leading through it to the gate. They arrived at the large gate in the center of the symmetrical estate. When they knocked, a girl dressed in a black and white uniform answered. She was a young girl with shoulder-length red hair in her late teens or early 20s. The pretty girl with red hair inferred the reason behind their visit once she saw Galen. Galen had visited a few times and they were acquainted. As they exchanged casual greetings, Krische removed her hood, causing the red-haired girl open her eyes wide in surprise. Oh my! This is the girl I want to entrust to you. She's a very beautiful girl. Hello, my name is Bery. Hello, I am Krische. Krische replied and shook the girl's Bery's hand. Bery smiled happily and politely bowed towards them. I hope we get along. This way, please. I will guide you to the parlor. Once they entered the house, they were greeted by a large spiral staircase. Passing through a door next to those stairs, they entered a room with large sofas and a table. Resplendent decorations were displayed on shelves along the wall along with some paintings. A portrait hung above the fireplace. "It's quite bright." Krische tilted her head, looking at the glass window. Then she looked up at the ceiling, where the light was coming from. There were a few glowing orbs set into the ceiling. Noticing Krische's actions, Bery explained with a soft laugh. "Those are eternal magic lamps. Instead of fire, mana is used to light up the room." Eternal magic lamps. Quite a lot of houses in town use these, but I guess they are not used in villages. These kind of estates have many rooms which cannot take in enough sunlight, so these are used instead. See how the houses are packed close together. Many normal households use these instead of candles too. I see. This is the first time I have seen them. Foo-foo, then today we'll have many firsts in store for you. Bery used a magic kettle to brew a pot of tea for them. Krische could feel waves of mana from all over the place, drawing her attention. But she did not ask about those, simply staring at the cup of tea placed in front of her. The fragrance was to Krische's liking, and she could infer that it is a drink since honey had been added to it. But Krische hesitated. It was still steaming. Krische's tongue is extremely sensitive. "This is black tea. Please, have a sip." Black tea. Krische picked up the cup, cautiously bringing it to her lips and blowing on it. Seeing that, Bery laughed cheerfully, making Krische blush. "It seems it is too hot for you." "Ah. Excuse me for a moment." Bery exited the room, quickly returning. In that time, Krische still could not take a sip. Drinking it straight is nice, but you can also add milk. This way it will also help cool the tea a little. This might be better for Krische-sama. Bery added some milk to the tea and mixed it. Krische sipped from the cup offered to her, her cheeks still red. It was sweet with a hint of sour, the fragrance of the tea leaves and the honey balanced out by the mellowness of the milk. Krische smiled as she enjoyed the warm tea. "It is very delicious. I am glad you like it." Bery replied with a soft laugh. "Foo-foo, Krische-sama is even cuter when you smile. I was looking forward to what kind of person would be coming, and meeting someone like Krische-sama makes me twice as happy. I would love to get to know you better." "Thank you," Krische said as she stared at the tea with glittering eyes. Bery offered her some baked sweets too. Krische took them with an expectant look and upon taking a bite, received a culture shock. Although there had been sweets using sweet berries and honey in the village, these sweets completely overturned Krische's concept of delicious. It was crispy and had a slight salty taste mixed with the sweetness of honey. Seeing Krische's excitement, Bery smiled happily. "That is something I made in my spare time, but it was worth making it to see you enjoy it so much." "Foo-foo, how is it?" "Delicious." "Delicious? How did you make it?" "Ah." The instant she said that, Krische realized her lack of manners and suddenly felt embarrassed. Krische blushed as she looked between Galen and Bery, then looked down. "Please do not worry about it. That makes me very happy. Are you interested in making sweets?" Yes, I made some, at home. This child has always liked cooking. In that sense, you two will probably get along." "Yes, indeed. Oju-sama is not interested in such things, so this makes me very happy. If there is anything you are curious about, please ask me at any time." "Okay." Bery was clearly her superior in cooking. Krische was excited to meet such a person. Krische is always looking to improve herself and was glad to meet Bery, who could show her new discoveries in cooking. Krische listened intently as Bery explained the knack behind baking cookies. Galen smiled in relief as he watched his granddaughter. "Seems like she'll be fine here." After they had chatted for a while, the door leading into the reception room opened and a well-built man in his prime entered. His blonde hair with some white was combed back and a beard covered the area around his mouth. He was dressed in a black vest over a white shirt and trousers. His clothes were simple with only a golden crest of a falcon and lightning adorning his chest, but his muscular build spoke more than any accessory could. This coupled with the countless scars and deep lines carved into his face made him quite imposing. His sharp eyes softened as he looked from Galen to Krische. His fierce looks would have frightened a normal girl, but Krische was unaffected. Galen stood, so Krische followed and then deeply bowed her head. Nice to meet you. I am Krische. Ah, nice to meet you. I am Bogan Christ and I used to be under your Ojisan's care. Come, relax, and have a seat. Okay. Krische glanced at Galen for confirmation, only sitting after her grandfather nodded. The sofa was really comfortable after sitting on the cart. She's quite a well-mannered girl. I had thought she would be a little scared of me, but she's just as brave as you said. Thank you for accepting my request, Galen said, bowing his head. Bogan approached, laying a hand on Galen's shoulder and shaking his head. Please raise your head. Having Captain Bo to me puts me on the spot. I just wanted to repay a little of the debt I owe you. Debt? I only did what was natural. But it is a great honor. Bogan nodded and sat down opposite from them. Galen also returned to his seat. But I did not expect such a beautiful girl. And she seems quite smart. She was the pride of her parents, the perfect child. Which makes it all the more regrettable. My condolences. I cannot say I understand your feelings, but it was similar for me with my wife. Unforeseen deaths are hard to deal with, Bogan said as he sipped his tea. Bery had not said a single word since Bogan had entered, simply standing there with her hands clasped in front of her, her posture straight and proper. She was the picture of a graceful lady, but when Krische looked towards her, Bery revealed a small impish smile. So your name's Krische. You've had it tough. Not really, Krische answered calmly. By now she did not really care, there was only some regret. The pumpkin being smashed was tough, thought Krische. You're a tough girl. But, did this girl really, the bandits? Yes. I knew she was skilled with the sword but not to that extent. I guess that's what you call natural talent. She fought bandits who were former soldiers. She probably used what you know as physical enhancement. Magic. Bogan looked at Krische, narrowing his eyes. There was a thin layer of blue clinging to her body, precisely controlled mana. The surprise was visible in Bogan's eyes as he frowned. I see, no, but... Bogan sank into thought for a while, then asked, Krische, where did you learn magic? Magic? Subconsciously, that's what we call the technique of manipulating mana, the mana you have wrapped around you. Aren't you doing it right now? Ah, yes. This floofy thing. Krische finally understood. This is the technique of controlling her body using the floofy thing inside her body instead of muscles. Krische had been reliant on it ever since she learned how to do it, and it has become so natural for her that she was not even aware she was doing it. That was why her response was delayed. It had been tiring when she was not used to it, but once she got used to it she did not have to use her muscles and it was actually more relaxing. She had no problems with work that normal people found tough. One of the reasons Krische could be such a hard worker was because she knew how to control her body using mana. It's such magnificent physical enhancement that you can't tell at first glance. How long have you been using it? Since about 9 years ago, Krische said, digging through faint memories, increasing Bogan's surprise. That is a natural reaction considering she is 12 years old. I see. I understand now. It is no wonder she appears strange to those who don't know. I had my suspicions, but there was nothing off in her usual life. I was only sure after the fight with the bandits. I couldn't be sure until then since I can't see mana. But is it that amazing? Yes. Even I could not use such efficient physical enhancement, nor have I seen the like. It must be due to her using it daily since a very young age. I was surprised when I got the letter asking for me to take care of your granddaughter, but I can understand now. Galen nodded and replied. Her possibilities would have been limited in that remote village. I had thought there would be infinitely more futures available to her under your care. Seeing her, what do you think? Just as you say, since she is proficient at using mana at that age, there is indeed infinite possibilities for her. And I would very much like to watch over her. But are you okay with that, Krische? Krische looked back at Bogan as he spoke to her. I will take you in if you wish to live here. But it will be different from the village where you grew up. You might feel restrained by the rules and find life strict. You also won't be able to meet people from the village easily. Are you sure? Yes, Krische wants to live here. Krische answered with no hesitation. Bogan was taken aback by the immediate answer, but interpreted it positively, taking it as Krische had already made her decision before coming. A pitiful girl, but she has already recovered from her parents' death and is thinking about the future. Okay. Nice to meet you then, Krische. You can just call me Bogan. Okay. Then you will be taken care. Yes, Master. Bery will take charge of her with utter devotion. Bery cut in, causing Bogan to smile wryly. She will take care of anything you need. If there's anything you're not sure about, just ask her. Okay. Now then, Bery, show Krische around. Understood. Come this way, Krishsama. Krische glances at her unfinished tea and cookie, but held herself back, nodding and getting to her feet. Watching her, Bery let out a small laugh and whispered to her, "Let's have tea again in your room." Krische blushed at having been seen through, but still nodded a little. After the two of them had left, Bogan took down a bottle from the shelf. He also grabbed 2 glass cups and offered one to Galen with a smile. "I've been abstaining lately. It should be fine once in a while. Did you forget? Captain, you are the one who taught me how to drink." "Cuckoo, I'm not that senile yet." "Great, and it is not so bad to relax with a drink occasionally." Bogan poured a dark brown liquid into the cups. Smelling the alcohol, Galen tilted his head. "That's new. It is a drink from the south, they call it liquor. Try some." Galen took a gulp and had to suppress a cough. He had never experienced this sensation burning his throat. The unique, rich smell stung his nose and it felt warm in his stomach. "It's not bad, but quite strong. Apparently it is meant to be drunk after distilling with some water, but I like drinking it as it is. I had thought Captain would like it better this way." "Ah, you're right. Tastes expensive." "Yeah, well, but it really is not that expensive." Bogan also took a gulp, then let out a large sigh. "Drinking has become a habit. This is all Captain's fault. Even if I didn't introduce you to drinking, you would have ended up like this sooner or later." Galen laughed and Bogan smiled back. "This reminds me of when I fought under you. Those times were good. The standards of living was very different, and rather than that kind of muddy place, your current position fits you more. General, I had aspired to become one back then, but now I'm just crushed under the weight of the responsibility. If possible, I just wanted to keep fighting as your subordinate." Letting out a deep sigh, Bogan leaned back into the sofa. "Perhaps I should retire like you, go to some remote place. It's not a bad life. It really was, quite good. But peace can collapse in the blink of an eye. I had forgotten that. Captain, what will you do now?" "Me?" Galen sank into thought, absent-mindedly swirling the liquor in his glass around. Bogan spoke up. "Would you like to rejoin me as my adjutant? I have that power." "Of course, that is only if you wish it, Captain. You're telling me to go back to the battlefield? I will not let that incident happen again. I am the general now." That was back when Galen was a soldier. He had been ordered to burn down a village as an example for what happens to those who shelter the enemy. Naturally, Galen refused. He insisted that only those involved should be punished. His subordinates, including Bogan, had agreed, which might have made things worse. Their superior at that time threatened to not only punish Galen and his aide, Bogan, for disobeying orders, but also their soldiers. Most of the soldiers were from poor villages. They joined the army to feed their families. Disobeying orders is a heavy crime. The punishment was not just detention or expulsion from the army. Depending on the situation, they could be executed. The soldiers or the village. Weighing them against each other, in the end Galen obeyed, then left the army shortly after. That's an unpleasant, a really unpleasant memory. I can still hear the screams and crying. He had let many escape, but there were still casualties. How did they live after that, with their houses and food stores burnt down? Just imagining it made his heart hurt. "I was weak, Bogan. Captain, you are strong. Even when you left the army, that was to take responsibility and to protect us. It's natural for me to take responsibility, but that's not all. I just could not stand it anymore." Galen sighed and continued. "This incident, might have been inevitable, karma from that time. Captain. Bogan shook his head and stood up. He patted Galen on the shoulder and spoke. She will be lonely by herself. Returning to the army is just a suggestion. Even without doing that, you can stay here as long as you like. Thanks. Let me think on it a little. Of course, as long as you need. Are you going back to the village tomorrow? Yeah. Then relax for today. Please use the usual room. Thank you. Galen smiled faintly, the wrinkles in his face deepening. Chapter 8. Cooking. Wah. Krische looked around with sparkling eyes. The shelves are filled with pots, frying pans, knives and ladles. These are common items, but they are rich in variety and their high quality is visible at a glance. The kitchen took up a whole room by itself and everything you needed for cooking is available. Krische excitedly asked Bery about this and that, and Bery patiently answered. The facilities are all designed to use mana, no fire is used. Blue crystals known as magic crystals are used for heating and cooling. A pump is used to draw water from a well and send water through a pipe to this kitchen. A refrigerator is used to delay the expiry of foodstuffs. A kitchen designed around mana. This was enough to destroy Krische's very concept of cooking. In the past, all she had done was place a cutting board on the ground. Krische was shocked by the extravagance of using a whole room just for cooking. Krische-sama must really like cooking. I did not expect you to want to see the kitchen first. Yes, I like cooking. Krische finally realized how excited she had been acting and answered embarrassedly, fidgeting. Her beautiful silver hair swayed with her movements as her white cheeks blushed red. The sight of her large eyes wavering, surrounded by those long eyelashes, was indescribably adorable, and Bery could no longer hold herself back. Wah. Bery hugged Krische tightly, stroking her head. You fufu, why are you so cute? If there is anything you want to know, please ask me. Would you like to cook together? Yes. Krische seemed to be okay with it, so Bery enjoyed hugging her for a while before pulling away and putting a hand to her chin, falling into thought. Let's see. I was planning to prepare dinner after showing you to your room. But would Krische-sama like to join me? Can I? Yes. It might be rude to make a guest help with the cooking, but if Krische-sama wishes to help, I am in no position to refuse. Then, Krische also wants to cook. Great. Then, I have master's permission today, so let's make a grand dinner. Okay. Krische nodded with a wide smile. They cooked together, Bery teaching Krische how to use each piece of equipment along the way, but since Krische manipulated mana on a daily basis, she was quick to learn how to operate magic crystals for simple heating, impressing Bery. They briskly prepared the ingredients as Bery guided Krische. Bery had a good environment and the chance to learn from books. Her skill in cooking awed Krische. Krische is self-taught and can make the most out of limited ingredients, but she lacks knowledge and everything is based on experience. Bery taught Krische how to handle the ingredients and why, while Krische readily absorbed the knowledge like water in desert sand. Each shelf and table had been placed with careful consideration for efficient cooking, and Bery made full use of them. Not only that, Bery had abundant knowledge and talent, an excellent palate, and spared no efforts in her cooking. To Krische, Bery is an extremely good teacher. Her explanations are clear and understandable, while her handling of ingredients and knife work were like art. Bery's cooking is far beyond Krische's. Krische quickly admitted that and grew attached to Bery. To Bery, Krische is also a good student, and her heart was stolen by the sight of Krische clutching a kitchen knife with glittering eyes. By the time they had completed a few dishes, they had developed an extremely strong bond of trust between them, and Bery loved Krische from the bottom of her heart. Is it delicious? Yes, delicious. Taste testing the meat in the soup, Krische smiled. Bery nodded back with a smile. This is the result of preparing your ingredients properly. By giving the meat a quick sear before adding it to the soup, the delicious juices are locked into the meat. You will have to do it differently if you want to use it for stock though. I see. By cutting a small slit in hard vegetables like this, the soup will seep into it and they will become soft. Isn't this completely different? Yes, amazing. A stew with soft blocks of mutton, roast beef with a sour fruit sauce and bacon pizza with cheese and tomato baked in the oven. The faint fragrance of the herbs used for seasoning tickled Krische's nose, raising her expectations. She had never encountered such alluring food. Goo! Krische's stomach growled and she blushed. Bery smiled and said, "It usually takes a little more time to prepare dinner, but thanks to Krische we are done early. Let's eat before it goes cold." "Okay." Bery carried the pot of stew and a basket of bread. Krische brought the roast beef and pizza. The kitchen is the furthest room on the left and the dining hall is 2 rooms away. The dining room was furnished with a long table and 8 chairs. The room was not very large, but it was still larger than the house Krische had lived in. Setting the dishes, Krische laid out the cutlery with Bery. "I will go inform them that dinner is ready. Please sit here and wait." "Okay." Krische sat down as Bery left the room, her posture straight and proper as she waited. The room was warm, so the food would not go cold so quickly. Krische could feel the saliva build up in her mouth but waited patiently, like a dog that had been told to wait. Soon, the door opened. A beautiful blonde girl entered. She had sharp eyebrows and her eyes were cat-like with a kind of strength behind them. She had an elegantly straight nose and nicely shaped plump lips. She was dressed in a gorgeous light blue one-piece dress and was fidgeting with her long hair with an unhappy expression. She scowled upon seeing Krische, then looked away. Hello, I am Krische." "Ah, yeah." With just that, she sat down. In the seat opposite Krische. "Is this the Oju-sama Bery mentioned?" thought Krische. Apparently that Oju-sama is strong-willed and did not like homely things like cooking, preferring to wield a sword and study combat tactics. Her goal is to succeed her father in the future. Her age should be close to Krische's, turning 13 this year. That girl is now looking at Krische sullenly with her arms crossed. Unsure why she is unhappy, Krische checked her own outfit. Maybe it is not appropriate to wear this apron thing during a meal. Krische stood up and took off the apron, folding it neatly and placing it on her lap. Watching her, the girl narrowed her eyes. Already earning points. Such a good girl. Earning points. Don't get full of yourself just because you helped cook. As expected of someone from the countryside, so tenacious. What is she angry about? Krische cocked her head, thinking. It seems Bery has taken quite a liking to you, but I'm against someone like you living here. You better understand that. Declaring that, the girl fell silent. Krische thought about those words and considered her own position. Krische is about to be treated to a meal and will definitely be living a much more enjoyable life than before. But Bogan is the one providing for Krische. That means that until now, this girl had been brought up by him and received all the benefits herself. But now her share of the pie had been reduced. No wonder she was not happy. It's like a pumpkin pie for 3 that she was going to eat alone and having one share stolen away. Just because you helped cook must be criticizing Krische's small contribution. She praised Krische as a good girl for helping to cook, so that in itself is not a bad thing. She must mean that Krische just has not contributed enough. She is asking Krische for compensation equivalent to the share of the pie that had been taken from her. With that understanding, Krische nodded. Okay. Then Krische will do her best to be accepted by Oju-sama. Ha! In response to her blunt rejection, Krische had smiled. Confused, the girl Selene frowned at Krische with a dubious look. Even though she had so rudely rejected this younger girl, she didn't look upset at all, just showing a small smile. That response was so unexpected Selene was dumbfounded. As she was looking for and failing to find the words to respond with, the door opened and Bogan, Gallen, and Bery entered. "Oh, you're early today, Selene. Were you talking with Krische?" "Why, yes, Otu-sama. A little." Bogan tilted his head at Selene's slightly sullen response. But seeing how Krische is smiling, Bogan assumed that they had only just exchanged greetings. Bogan had heard from Gallen that although she is not the type to show much emotion, Krische is a quiet, kind, and hard-working girl. They should be able to get along, thought Bogan happily. "I see. Krische, she's a headstrong girl, but please get along with her." "Yes, master." "Haha, no need to be so formal." Bogan laughed cheerfully as he sat at the head of the table and Galen sat diagonal to him on Krische's right. Bery poured wine and water for all of them and distributed the food before sitting on Krische's left. Seeing that, Selene's mood grew worse. Oblivious, Bogan raised his glass and declared, "Let's begin the meal. To my respected mentor and his granddaughter." Seeing everyone else raise their glasses, Krische quickly followed and took a sip. The unique sour and bitter taste of wine made Krische frown a little. She had been taught not to be picky, so she did not openly show it, but Krische did not like the wine. Krische's young tongue was not able to endure the bitterness to appreciate the complexity of wine. Bery smiled as she watched Krische and poured a glass of juice for Krische. Krische timidly accepted it and sipped the grape juice. Bery watched her with an affectionate expression as they began their meal. Normally servants would eat separately, but this family did not care about such rules. Krische reached for the pizza first, filling her small mouth. She could feel the texture of the crispy base and melted cheese. They had used plenty of cheese in making this sumptuous pizza, and Krische was very satisfied with the taste of cheese filling her mouth. Next is the soup. Then the roast beef. Krische savored them one by one, feeling the happiness of having both her tongue and stomach satisfied. This is indisputably the most delicious food Krische has ever eaten. Bery taught Krische a little about table manners, smiling as she watched Krische enjoying herself. "Is it delicious?" "Yes, very. Fufu, it is thanks to Krische helping. The soup is mostly made by Krische too." "Ho!" Bogan interjected curiously. "Yes, she knows how to season, stew, and is good at handling a kitchen knife. I only taught her the recipe. She also mastered how to use magic crystals instantly." Krische hardly. Bery taught Krische a lot. Krische did not. She was self-taught, but Krische had a good understanding of the basics of cooking and how to handle a kitchen knife. Assured by that, Bery had only taught her the recipe and helped a little. Bery meant what she said, but Krische did not agree. Krische had always cooked through trial and error. The cooking this time was a complete unknown for her. How many years would it take for her to produce such dishes herself? To Krische, Bery is the grand existence that guided her to create such dishes. Krische desperately denied it, not wanting to steal credit. But Bery smiled back at her. "It is just a difference in knowledge. I was simply in a more fortunate environment. If Krische and my positions were reversed, it would be different. It is because of Krische-sama's experience that such delicious dishes were created." But... Ha ha ha, it must be true if Bery says that. Bery doesn't compromise when it comes to cooking. Just accept the compliment. "Okay." Krische still did not agree but nodded for now, losing interest in that topic as she continued eating. Every bite was bliss. The flavors filling her mind numbed her thoughts. But the magic crystals too? She should have good senses, but... All of them? Yes. There were some that are normally difficult to use, but it was simple for her. "I see. She might have a talent for that too." Krische continued eating, letting Bogan and Bery's conversation go in one ear and out the other. But then... "Thanks for the meal." Selene suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Slightly surprised by the sudden sound, Krische looked up at her. Selene glared back at Krische. Then without a word, she ripped the door open and stalked out. That girl. Sorry about her, she's been like that lately. Bogan muttered. "It's my fault for being too busy with work and not spending time with her. She's been feeling lonely. I hope that having someone of similar age like you around will be good for her. If possible, could I ask you to be her conversation partner?" "Yes, if you are okay with Krische." "Thanks." Galen smiled at his granddaughter's response and continued eating silently. "Now then, let's continue our meal. Bery, I'll check in on her later." "Yes, master." "Then I shall bring some tea." Thanks." The next day, Galen returned with the trading cart to the village. Krische was left behind alone and began her life in the Christend house. Even from Krische's point of view, Bery is a really skilled person. As the person who has taken care of cleaning and maintaining the wide estate and prepared the meals by herself, Bery is skilled in many fields. Apparently she was also a former noble and is quite knowledgeable. She is able to provide answers to most of Krische's questions. Bery is Selene's aunt. She is the much younger stepsister of Bogan's late wife, Lazura. When Bogan wed Lazura, he had also hired Bery as a servant. Bery looked to be in her late teens, but apparently she is in her 20s. According to Bery, people with mana and have learnt to manipulate it tend to age slower. We will stop here for today. Really? Yes. It is better to clean moderately. If you do it every day, it can damage the building and is too much work. Krische voluntarily helped Bery with her work, delighting Bery. Krische also likes keeping things neat and clean. She enjoys chores like laundry and also considered helping Bery a natural thing to do, compensation for learning cooking from her. The difference in their cooking knowledge grew smaller day by day. Bery held nothing back, demonstrating her skills and granting Krische her knowledge. Krische had thought she could catch up to Bery's skill in the near future, but Bery is a perfectionist like Krische, attempting to create new flavors every day. Krische rates Bery highly for this desire for self-improvement and not being satisfied with her current state. A person's tastes changes based on their condition and mood. Though there might be a perfect dish for a certain day, there is nothing that you can eat every day without getting sick of it. Being much more skilled than others in many ways, it is this side of cooking that fascinates Krische. And Bery is also fascinated by the same thing. In Krische's mind, Bery is already her comrade and also her forerunner. Krische's opinion of Bery keeps rising with no sign of stopping. By now Krische's life is completely centered around Bery. She spends her days following Bery around. Naturally, Bery's heart was stolen by this girl that is so attached to her. Since their relationship is centered around food, which Krische easily gets embarrassed about, Bery's impression of Krische is of a shy girl. As the only person that can see Krische's cute side on a daily basis, Bery found Krische to be a little unusual but a really adorable girl. Bery had noticed early on that Krische has above-average intelligence and thinks slightly differently, but that did not change her opinion of Krische. Part of it is because Bery had heard of Krische's situation in the village and knew of her pitiable circumstances, so she pampered Krische such that Krische could have peace of mind. And Krische did not grow spoilt from this pampering, making Bery's opinion of Krische rise endlessly. As a perfectionist, Krische spared no effort to compensate goodwill towards herself. The more she was pampered, the harder she worked to compensate Bery. Like a newborn chick, she stuck to Bery, doing her best to help. Cute is the only word to describe it. Now then, it is too early to start preparing dinner. Shall we have some tea? Tea. Fufu, actually. I baked some cookies in the oven earlier. I would like Krische-sama to judge them for me. Cookies. Krische blushed. Krische loves sweets. But Krische found it improper and embarrassing to indulge in them. This is because while eating them, there is an obvious drop in Krische's intelligence. But for Bery, Krische getting absorbed in sweets is just adorable. Wanting to see that side of Krische, Bery took every opportunity to feed her sweets. Krische was terrified of becoming addicted to sweets and has made the very painful decision of refusing a few times, but her enemy is formidable. Bery started feeding Krische under the guise of taste testing. If the purpose is taste testing, as someone who strives to perfect cooking, Krische could not refuse. Knowing this, Bery used it to feed Krische sweets. Could you help me taste test, Krische-sama? I tried adding plenty of honey today. Plenty, you. Come on, I've prepared it in your room. In the end, Krische loses to desire every time. Krische is serious and diligent, but she works too hard. It's important to take breaks, thought Bery initially, but lately she just wants to see Krische shyly nibbling on cookies. In less than a week, their relationship had become sugary sweet. Krische and Bery's relationship is great and there are no problems between them, but there is still a problem. Oh, Oju-sama. Krische-sama and I are about to have some tea. Would you like to join us? Selene. Selene glared at Krische as she rejected the offer. Unlike that girl, I'm busy. And you, don't come today. You're a nuisance. Krische has been visiting Selene's room every day. Bluntly honest, Krische has been visiting Selene every night, saying Krische has been told to talk to Oju-sama, but naturally, with poor results. Krische is always turned away by an exasperated Selene. So far it is Krische complete defeat. But, I'm saying I have nothing to talk about with you. Ca, calm down. Bery pacified her and changed the topic. Since Belno-sama has left, I thought this would be a good time. Otu-sama is going to give me sword training. I have no time for tea. Home tutors visit this estate every day to teach Selene. Today was the history teacher, yesterday was math and law the day before. When her father is around and available, sword training. It is not a lie when she says she is busy. Selene is an overly serious hard worker, and that grew even more pronounced ever since her mother passed away. She is currently aiming to succeed her father in the army, leading to many arguments with Bery, straining their relationship. I see. Please, be careful not to get hurt. Injury is part of training. Saying that, Selene turned away and descended the stairs. Am I saying too much? But she is not a man. Seeing Oju-sama wield a sword makes me worry. Bery let out a small sigh. The Christand family is a military family. I know it is thanks to that we can live in this splendid estate. But I do not believe Oju-sama needs to follow that tradition. It sounded as if she was confessing her inner thoughts. Krische was suddenly reminded of her mother. Krische-sama also said the same things as Bery-san. She was worried that Krische was going for sword practice. Really? Yes. They entered Krische's room and prepared tea. The cookies were still warm and the sweet scent of freshly baked cookies wafted in the air. Krische clenched her mouth shut, trying not to let it relax into a smile. But Krische believes that in the end, that is all you can rely on. At the very least, it was very useful for Krische. Krische-sama. Remembering what happened to Krische's village, Bery lowered her eyes. I guess my opinion is that of someone in a safe place. I am sorry if I offended you. Krische shook her head in response. Training for battle is important and necessary, but society is built upon more than that. People who like the sword tend to be more emotional than other people. They are more assertive, short-tempered, and violent. They are important, but their nature is the direct opposite of the workers that form the foundation of village life. When there is no conflict, they are more of a minus that disturbs the peace. Krische believes that in that sense, people who think like Bery are perfect as a break and are indispensable. Generally, Krische likes stability. Thanks to her parents, Krische has a good understanding of the importance of rules and regulations and dislikes those that disturb the peace. She learnt the sword mainly to protect this stability. So Krische does not like conflict, which reduces productivity, and rather than fighters, Krische values people like Bery more. Krische thinks the sword is necessary to protect your home, but that is because there are people like Bery-san and Ka-sama. Krische thinks both Oju-sama and Bery are not wrong. Bery widened her eyes, then smiled gently. Thank you very much. Krische-sama is young, but you have thought things through. Krische is still far from perfect. Saying that, Krische looked at the cookies. Feeling the saliva build up in her mouth, she blushed as her own immodesty. Bery giggled, then offered one to Krische. There is a lot, so I will need you to taste test a lot. A lot. Taking one, Krische filled her small mouth. Bery had baked the cookies small enough for Krische to eat them in one mouthful. Feeling the sweetness of the honey spread through her mouth as she bit into the crispy cookie, Krische smiled in bliss. Fufu, I still cannot really tell if Krische-sama is already mature, or still a small child. Saying that, Bery laughed softly. Chapter 9, Selene and Bery. Krische and Bery enjoyed their cookies and tea as they watched the training in the sunny lawn below through the window. Bogan loosely held his sword at his side in his right hand while Selene braced her sword in front of herself with both hands. Selene's stance is solid and sturdy, far better compared to others of similar age that Krische has seen. She is comparable to the village's sword instructors, the former soldiers, but not quite at Zale's level. Around there, Krische analyzed. They faced off for a while, then Selene tensed slightly and stepped forward in one smooth motion. Her blade swung down diagonally in a sharp motion, but it was a feint. Making use of her small build, she sank low and thrust forward. She stretched her flexible body, making the tip of the blade reach further than you would expect. But Bogan dodged it by pulling back half a step and countered. Selene twisted her body and blocked with her sword. Their swords were real, just with dulled blades. They were much heavier than wooden swords. Frowning at the impact, Selene pushed back. Bogan only held his sword with one hand and Selene managed to knock it away and step closer, but that was Bogan's ploy. He let her knock away his own sword and used that momentum to turn and dodge Selene's thrust. He then stepped behind her and thrust the tip of his sword to the back of her neck. I lost. The first movement was good. But you were too anxious to end the bout. That's why your attacks were simple and you fell for my ploy. Bogan is a large man, but his swordsmanship is surprisingly refined. He does not rely on strength to deflect his opponent's blade. Of course, it is also partly because his opponent is Selene, but his movements are refined with no sign of roughness. It was quite different from what Zale called the sword of the battlefield. Krische. How about it? Would you like to try too? Bogan invited Krische, who had been looking at them through the window, making Selene grimace. I've heard about you from your Oji-san. I would like to see it for myself. And it will be good stimulus for Selene. Otu-sama. Krische saw Selene glaring at her, but decided that she could not refuse Bogan's request. Especially since she has not been able to fulfill Bogan's request to talk to Selene, she could not let Bogan's opinion of Krische drop any further. Yes, master. Krische-sama. Bery looked at Krische worriedly. Krische looked back, tilting her head in question. Then she realized why Bery was worried and nodded. Krische will not get hurt or hurt him, so it is okay. Okay? Krische's words were so confident that Bery was bewildered. Having enjoyed their cookies and tea, Krische went downstairs with Bery to the garden. Selene's mood seemed to have grown even worse and she glared at Krische, but did not say anything. Urged by Bogan, she handed her practice sword to Krische, then went to lean against a wall with her arms crossed. Krische checked how the long sword felt in her hand. It was slightly heavy and the blade is long, making the center of gravity quite far out. Since Krische controlled her body using mana, strength is not a problem, but balance is a large problem. When she swings a sword, her small body can be dragged in that direction and she can lose her balance. The wooden sword she usually used was not this heavy, and the sword she had borrowed from the bandits was a small curved sword. This long sword only had its blade dulled and is still slightly difficult for Krische to wield. It's the same kind that soldiers use, so it might be a little heavy, but it's what we use for training. Can you handle it? Can I do a few practice swings? Yeah, of course. Krische casually swung the sword. She lost her balance and frowned. She adjusted her footwork, stepping in the direction the sword is pulling her, but the sword is still quite heavy. Seeing how sharp Krishe's swings were, Bogan's eyes widened, as did Selene's. But with every swing, Krische lost her balance, ruining it. Bogan considered changing to a lighter sword for her while Selene looked somewhat relieved. But Krishe's clumsiness was temporary. If her body is going to be dragged along, then just follow the sword. Krische gave up trying to maintain her stance and entrusted her body to the weight of the blade. This is. Bogan muttered to himself. Krische held herself low and swung the sword horizontally, using her forward leg as an axis to spin her body around. Her blade drew circles as Krische danced. Occasionally, she made sharp thrusts, slashed upwards and swung down. She switched from her right hand to her left hand to holding it backhanded. Krishe's acrobatic swordsmanship pursued only efficiency and was being refined at an astonishing speed. When Krishe's dance finally stopped, Bogan was frowning with a serious expression and Selene was stunned into a daze. Only Bery smiled in relief and applauded her. Amazing, Krische-sama. It was like a martial artist's sword dance. Krische could understand the characteristics of a weapon, derive the logic behind its movements and refine it into technique. She eliminated inefficiencies and simply looked for the most efficient movements. She has already perfected the concept of battle. The type of weapon is a trivial matter. To her, it was natural this was simply warm up. Thank you very much. Not sure why she was praised, Krische cocked her head and thanked Bery. Krische has a tendency of taking things that are natural for her lightly and does not see much value in them. This thinking is the root of her distorted virtue of always returning more than what was received. Krische put it out of her mind and checked the condition of her body. Because she has not moved like this in a while, her joints hurt. Although Krische does not experience muscle pain, moving her body strains it. Her cheeks were slightly flushed and her breathing was a little rough. Wow, so this is a genius. I understand what Captain meant now. Krische, could I ask for a bout? Yes, sorry to have kept you waiting. Krische spun the sword around in her hand, getting used to it and settled into a relaxed stance. She is outside of his reach. Krische always takes the most effective stance for the situation. She looked defenseless, just standing there, but Bogan could see that there were no weak spots at all. He raised his empty left hand before him and turned side-on towards Krische. A battlefield sword style known as the Rolka style uses a shield in the left hand to deflect the opponent's sword and make him lose his balance while striking with the sword in the right hand. This style does not lose its strength even when the left hand is empty. In this case, the left hand is used to grab the opponent's hand or body if there is the chance, serving as bait for the opponent's sword and making sure the opponent does not get too close. Krische observed that unfamiliar stance with cold, inhuman eyes. She considered the strengths and weaknesses of that stance and thought about how to defeat it. If she targeted the outstretched left hand, Bogan would pull his hand back and knock away Krische's sword with his. But if she closed the distance and aimed for his torso, his left hand would be free to catch Krische. Krische could see the floofy thing Bogan called mana around his body, so there will not be that much of a difference in the speed of their blades. As long as Bogan did not move, his stance could not be broken with a single attack. Coming to that conclusion, Krische continued her planning while waiting for Bogan to move. Bogan also sensed that it was dangerous for him to approach her carelessly. Krische's eyes were clear like the surface of a calm lake. Her eyes would not miss his slightest movement and her composure felt like that of an old veteran's. Bogan has an overwhelming advantage in reach. For Krische to land a deciding blow on Bogan, she would naturally need to step in closer than Bogan. Since that is her greatest weakness, Bogan could not make the first move. If Bogan stepped forward, that would make it easier for Krische to get in range. Moo. Krische started walking defenselessly. She moved clockwise around Bogan, drawing an arc. Is she trying to disturb my stance? Bogan pondered her intentions while maintaining his stance, keeping Krische in front of him. Krische finally made her move when she was close to the estate's wall. She stepped in and swung the sword in her left hand horizontally. She was aiming for Bogan's left arm. She displayed flexibility and agility that was unimaginable from her. Her body was supple like a whip and all her strength was channeled into her sword, generating terrifying speed. But Bogan calmly kept track her sword. He had seen how fast she could move and swing her sword. This is within his expectations. Did she get impatient? Bogan pulled his left arm back and regained the initiative. He knocked Krische's sword aside with his own and in that instant, he realized he was mistaken. There was no resistance from her sword as he knocked it away. She followed the sword's momentum, turning away from Bogan. Krische landed on the wall and kicked off, doing a backflip over Bogan's head and landing like a cat. But Bogan is an experienced fighter. He instantly understood he was disadvantaged and intentionally fell backwards. Ah, this is a training bout. She couldn't cut him. Krische slowed her sword so that she could stop it in time, leading to it merely pass before Bogan's eyes. And the tip of Bogan's blade was already at Krische's throat. You. I lost. Krische had aimed to win and blushed at her own defeat, but had no choice but to admit it. Hearing Krische's relaxed voice, the two watching let out the breaths they had been holding. Bogan sighed as he lowered his sword. Borrowing Krische's hand, Bogan stood up. I had thought I could win with that method, but it did not work. No, it did. If she had a sword that matched her better, or if this was not a simple bout and was a real fight, I would probably have been killed by this girl. Bogan felt a chill run down his spine. As a weak noble, Bogan had built his career on his sword and rose through the ranks to become a general. He had confidence in his own strength. He had not intended to hold back and even used physical enhancement in the bout against Krische. But she had calculated that she could win and acted. Krische's abnormality could not be described by natural genius. Seeing it for himself, Bogan understood why she had been expelled from the village. On the other hand, Krische did not consider such excuses. They used the same sword and were under the same conditions to stop before hurting the opponent. It was a fair match. She believed that she had been defeated simply because she was still inexperienced and blushed. Krische frowned slightly as she handed Bogan the sword, messaging her wrists and elbows. "Do they hurt?" "Not really, just a little because I have not moved this much in a while. It is not an injury." "Bery, take a look at her. The sword must have been too heavy." "Why, yes. Krische-sama, let us go to your room." Krische followed Bery back into the estate. Selene watched her leave with her fists clenched tight, trembling. "I thought it would be good stimulus for her, but this might have been too much," thought Bogan as he scratched his head awkwardly. Krische was too abnormal to simply be stimulus for her. There are exceptional cases like her in this world. Don't let it weigh on your mind. Selene relaxed the tension in her shoulders and calmed her breathing, then snatched the sword that Krische had been using from Bogan. "Otu-sama, one more round please." Selene's sword was even wilder this time, as if channeling the raging emotions within. "Are you ready?" "Yes, Krische can begin any time." Krische and Selene faced each other under the moonlight. After returning to her room, Bery had bandaged Krische and then they prepared dinner. Bery had told Krische to rest but gave in when Krische insisted on cooking, so they prepared dinner together like usual. Selene did not come down for dinner, so the remaining three had dinner after Bery brought Selene's dinner to her room. During the meal, Bogan asked Krische about how she learned her swordsmanship, interrogating her about each and every detail of her time in the village, only to be lectured by Bery for his rapid-fire questions, and they ended their meal peacefully. After dinner, they bathed. Most homes would not have a bath, but public baths exists and upper-class homes like the Christend estate have a bath. Although it did not quite take up an entire room, it was large enough for 2-3 people to enter at the same time, awing Krische with the sheer extravagance of it when she first saw it. Krische is so much of a clean freak that she bathes in the river every day, even in winter. Krische has taken a liking to this bath where she can clean herself with warm water and then relax and soak in it. Except for when he is out for work, Bogan goes first, then Selene. After that is Krische's turn, but Krische bathes with Bery. At first it was so that Bery could explain to Krische how to use the bath, but Krische really enjoyed being washed by Bery and it naturally led to them bathing together. After their bath, they enjoyed some tea in Krische's room, then Krische headed to Selene's room. Bogan had requested for her to talk to Selene, so it is Krische's duty to fulfill it. Krische believes it is natural to fulfill the requests of her guardian, Bogan, who is providing this environment for her and felt no doubts about doing this. Since she has strong expectations for herself to be superior, she believes it is natural to be able to fulfill his request and felt pathetic that she still cannot do it. Both Bogan and Bery are impressed by Krische for not giving up despite being chased away with cold words every time, but Krische's standard is always herself. They told her there is no need to force herself, but she still stubbornly visited Selene's room today. Selene seemed to be expecting Krische and today, instead of her usual sleepwear, she was dressed in her training clothes. Sitting on a chair with her arms crossed, the first thing she said when she saw Krische was, "Could you join me for a bout?" Since Krische was looking for an opportunity to talk, she had no reason to refuse, and that leads to the current situation. Bery anxiously watched over them and Selene was gripping her sword too hard. Selene had learnt the same physical enhancement that Bogan uses, but from what Krische observed, there is a lot of inefficiencies in the movements of her mana. Selene is much weaker than Bogan, but she asked for a bout, so she must be asking for training. Krische came to that conclusion and honestly said what she was thinking. "Oju-sama, you are gathering too much mana around your right hand and left leg." By looking at the concentration of mana, Selene clearly intends to leap forward with her left leg and slash diagonally. Krische could easily predict her movements. "Ha!" Selene grimaced, blushing. Was it hard to understand? Krische chose to use the simpler words she usually used. There is not enough of the floofy thing to escape backwards. In that case you can only use it to step forward, like this." Krische stepped forward in a smooth motion and swung her sword towards Selene's neck. Bery screamed, but the sword stopped right before Selene's neck, and a moment later, Selene leapt backwards. Selene uses a standard stance with the sword held in front and right leg forward. The left leg behind can be used to move forward but is hard to use for dodging backwards. That will lead to losing in one move. But, feeling the floof move to Selene's right leg, Krische stepped in again. This time Selene dodged backwards before Krische's sword could reach her. By moving the floof to your forward leg, you can dodge the first attack. Why, who do you think you are? Selene stepped forward this time. Krische saw through her motions and did not move, letting Selene's sword cut air, then thrust her sword to Selene's throat and smiled. This time is the opposite. There is not enough floof around the leg you used to step forward. Also, you are tensing up and negating the strength of the floof. Selene made a large leap backwards. From that short exchange, there was already beads of sweat on Selene's forehead. The floof is like very strong muscles, so you have relaxed your body. Trying to use your own muscles just gets in the way of the floof's movements, so Krische is always fully relaxed. What are you? Constructing imaginary muscles. Physical enhancement using mana can be summed up with those words. By wrapping semi-physical mana around your body, you can control it and replace the stretching and contractions of muscles with mana. This way, there is no need to tense up, and using real muscles often gets in the way of the movements of the imaginary muscles. But momentary tensing and stiffening of muscles happens subconsciously. It is impossible to completely avoid, and all masters that have come infinitely close to achieving this have spent their whole life training. Selene knows that is how to theoretically achieve the perfected form of physical enhancement, but this girl that is not so different in age had easily demonstrated it. A user of physical enhancement that has perfectly removed all inefficiencies can move exactly as they imagine. Like a puppet controlled by their thoughts through mana. Krische is completely relaxed with no stiffening or tension in her body. Krische is Krische. That's not what I'm asking. Selene stepped forward. This girl is something unknown. She easily dodged Selene's best attack and politely explained what was wrong with it. Krische saw through Selene's mistakes, explaining them like she was pointing out problems in a formula. It was like she was observing Selene from an overwhelming height. Selene's parents had wished for a son. Bogan wished for an heir, and so did her mother. It is normal for nobles to wish for a son, and even more so for a military family. Of course, she was still loved, and Selene was in no way dissatisfied with their love for her. As first, Selene picked up the sword so that her parents could entrust the family name to her with peace of mind. She worked quite hard and was said to be talented in her generation, but it was also said, if only she is a man. Her parents told her there is no need to force herself, but Selene was infuriated. Her parents still wished for a son, a second child, and consulted a doctor about their infertility. Her mother finally became pregnant with a second child, but her body was already weak in the first place. It ended in a stillbirth, and after developing puerperal fever, her mother passed away. Selene believed that if she had been born a man, this would not have happened. Selene had heard of Krische from Galen a few times. Although Galen could not use physical enhancement, he was her father's former superior and his swordsmanship was wonderful. He was also good at teaching. Selene had begged a reluctant Galen to teach her, and during their breaks, Galen had mentioned his granddaughter a few times. A girl of similar age to Selene is already unbeatable not only by those of her age but also the adult men, and is feared by the men. Even Galen was not sure if he could beat her. Galen had been talking about being worried for Krische's future, but Selene remembers Bogan voicing his interest to meet the girl that his captain calls a genius. Selene worked even harder. She did not want to admit that there was a girl better than her and wanted to believe that she also had the strength to defeat adults. That's why she felt very anxious when she heard that Bogan was adopting that girl, because she had killed more than 10 bandits and could no longer stay in the village. Admitting Krische is superior would be like admitting her efforts until now was pointless. Selene would be admitting that in the end, she is just a normal girl. She could not admit that a girl of similar age was better, she could not accept it. But the girl right here has clearly demonstrated it. Selene swung her sword. Krische dodged. Krische pointed out Selene's mistakes. Krische made enough space or counter-attacked to stop Selene from attacking a second time. It was all Selene could do to dodge. She could only stare at those inhuman purple eyes as Krische used the timing when their swords could not reach each other to quickly point out Selene's mistakes. Those words were from a much higher position. She precisely explained the problems that Selene had felt subconsciously, but could not identify the reasons behind. Selene did not want to listen, but still heard them and almost subconsciously made corrections, surprising and vexing herself at the same time. Selene just kept moving. No matter how many times her attack failed, Selene kept moving. Dodge, receive, attack. But that did not last for long. She finally reached the limits of her stamina and could no longer hold back her tears of frustration. Ah. Are you okay? Hick, sure, shut up. Krische was dumbfounded when Selene suddenly crouched down and started crying. Was I too strict? Krische considered that, but Krische had been teaching extremely kindly by Krische standards. Although Selene might be grateful, there is no reason for her to cry. For now, Krische put down her sword and with no hesitation, hugged Selene. The best way to deal with crying children is to give them a hug. Krische applied what she had learnt. Naturally, Selene struggled, but Krische did not let go. Instead, Krische gently stroked Selene's head as she cried. Bery hovered around them, but chose to stay on the sidelines. She could see that Krische was trying to comfort Selene. Stu, stop it, why, do you? Krische learnt from Kasama to do this for crying children. Krische does not really understand why Ojusama is crying though. Krische declared that as she continued stroking Selene's head, ignoring her struggles. Eventually Selene gave up struggling and relaxed into Krische's arms. Krische has not been able to talk to Ojusama at all, so if possible Krische would like Ojusama to stop crying so we can talk. We cannot talk while you are crying and it would be such a waste to not be able to talk today. Talk? Yes, Krische wanted to talk to Ojusama. It has been a week, yet we have not talked at all. Selene sniffed. That's stupid. Talk? What do you even want to talk about? Ah. Krische blushed. I didn't think of that. Selene looked at Krische in surprise, tears still streaming down her face, and asked. You, after coming to me so much this week and then be treated that way, don't you hate me? Krische does not remember being treated badly. Just how carefree are you? Carefree? Krische cocked her head in confusion. Selene sniffled, then sighed. Now I feel ridiculous. I feel so stupid for being so stubborn. Krische thinks Ojusama studies a lot and is very smart though. That's not what I mean. Never mind. It is cold outside. Krische is starting to want to go back inside and looked towards Bery. Bery looked confused for a moment, then smiled and picked up the swords, calling to them to go back inside. Krische nodded and picked up Selene in her arms. What are you doing? Let me go, I can walk by myself. Fufu, Krishe-sama, please carry Ojusama to her room. I will clean up and then come up. It is a bit late, but I will bring some tea. Okay. Krische nodded with a smile and headed back to Selene's room with Selene struggling in her arms. Bery's request is more important to Krische than Selene. Perhaps because she was seen crying or because she was carried back, Selene was sulking after they got back to her room, burying her bright red face under the blankets. Bery dragged her out by force, distributed the leftover cookies from lunch and brewed tea, setting up a small night tea party. While they drank the sweetened tea, Krische reviewed the training they had just done, unable to think of anything else to talk about. Selene was unwilling but still listened. No matter how Selene felt, Krische's explanation is clear and simple. Selene is passionate about the sword and could not stay indifferent. Soon she started asking questions and eventually those questions turned to how Krische learned those skills and how her life was like. Krische answered matter-of-factly, not showing any emotion, but her story made Selene imagine what Krische must have felt. Feeling guilty, Selene explained about herself and why she treated Krische badly, then apologized sincerely. Krische felt there was nothing for Selene to apologize for, but Selene insisted and they continued back and forth for a while. Smiling wryly, Bery threw both of them into the same bed, telling them to continue in bed. Obtaining a nice, warm body pillow to hug, Krische quickly fell asleep. Selene watched her with an exasperated expression, but was tired and quickly fell asleep. This girl. When Selene woke up the next morning, Krische was still blissfully asleep. Watching her, Selene once again felt that she had been ridiculous and smiled wryly as she stroked Krische's head. Krische's eyes opened slightly, she rubbed them sleepily, then greeted Selene sleepily. "Good morning, Oju-sama. Just call me Selene." "Selene." "Yes. It's still early, you can sleep a little longer." "Okay." When Selene petted Krische's head again, Krische hugged Selene and quickly returned to her blissful slumber. As Selene listened to Krische's breathing, she fell asleep, oversleeping for the first time in a while. They slept until Bery woke them up with a wry smile. Selene and Bery. This is how Krische met these two people, whom she will have a long relationship with. Chapter 10, 10,000 Pumpkin Shopping. The technical difference between villages and towns is the presence of a town office administered by nobles. The town office collects taxes, conducts public works, and manages the population. Indiscriminately letting people live in town would quickly lead to the deterioration of security. Since nobles live in towns, that must be avoided. Excessive increase in population would also lead to a lack of land and other resources. So the town office controls the flow of people, and resultingly, the majority of people living in town are merchants or artisans. This is because living in town requires a strict review by the town office, and the usual method of getting through it is to rely on the merchant or artisan guild. People from the countryside that wish to live in town would usually become the apprentice of a merchant or an artisan. Even though Krische has been adopted by the great Christand family, the Margrave and general in charge of the north, she still has to go through the formalities. So Krische has come to the town office with Bery and Selene to do the paperwork. Bogan could have written a short note and gotten someone to deliver it, but it is better for Krische to meet the officials since she will be living in town. That is the main reason she is visiting the town office. Krische is still learning how to write, but she has learnt how to sign. She signed a few documents after Bery explained them to her, and that was it. The paperwork at the town office did not take long. Their main objective today lies elsewhere. Now then, next is the blacksmith's. We could just go at a later date. It takes a while to make, and she'll be troubled if she needs it while it's not ready. You saw it too. Her swordsmanship is not normal. She should have a proper sword of her own. This trip was for the paperwork and to buy ingredients for dinner. Selene had taken time off to accompany them so she could bring Krische to the blacksmith's. Selene could not accept that Krische had such skill but not own a sword. She is skilled enough that the general, Bogan Christ, and said he only won through luck. So naturally, Selene wants to give her a sword that suits her, and Bery could not strongly oppose her. It is even harder to object considering Selene made time in her busy schedule to spend with Krische. Bery had long wished for Selene to take more breaks. She was working too hard. Taking that into account, Bery gave in. Krische is a domestic girl that enjoys housework, especially cooking. Her swordsmanship is wonderful, but Bery is not comfortable with letting such a girl wield a sword. But Krische herself did not seem to mind either way and was not particularly against it. As a result, Bery reluctantly agreed and let Selene do as she wished. Dressed in a red one-piece dress, Selene led the way. On the other hand, Krische was dressed in a white one-piece that was handed down from Selene, following while holding Bery's hand. They walked for a while, going through a few alleys before arriving at the blacksmith's district, which mainly consisted of brick buildings. There is no precisely established district, but blacksmiths are noisy and naturally gather at the outskirts of the town. Even without that, artisans usually have many connections with each other and tend to live close together. This is because even the task of making a sword is divided into the work of crafting the blade, making the sheath, making leather for the sheath, and the fine details, all done by different experts. We're going in there. This blacksmith is skilled and is Otusama's long-time acquaintance. This is also where my sword was made. They arrived at a 2-story brick building. Blacksmiths deal with fire, and their homes are usually fire-resistant brick buildings. The first floor is usually the store and workshop, while the second floor is their living quarters. This building is not an exception to that. As Selene pulled open the simple door, Krische could see countless swords displayed carelessly. Some were hung up on the walls while the others were just leaning against the wall or in barrels, too crude to really call it a display. Bery likes things neat and looked slightly astonished by the sight. There was a young man at the counter, yawning, but he quickly straightened up upon seeing them. Well, welcome. What do you need today, Selene Ojusama? Is the master in? I want him to make a sword for this girl. That Ojusama? The slender, but muscular young man asked with his eyes locked on Krische. There were rumors in town that the Christans had adopted a daughter and he had heard that she was as beautiful as Selene. But he had not expected her beautiful silver hair and clear, white skin. She was emotionless, like a doll, and her fey-like beauty did not feel real. He was unable to hide his surprise at her beauty that exceeded the rumors. But it was just as clear that he was confused by the combination of this girl and swords. Yes, she's Krische. She will be a regular customer. Ha! I will call for him. The young man left through a door to the back of the store. They could hear him shout, Dad, it's the Christ and Ojusama, but they could also hear the sound of metal striking metal. This will take a while, Selene thought as she turned to Krische. The sound of metal means he is working. Since he is working with heated metal, he can't stop immediately, and it will also take some time for him to tidy himself up. Krische, take this time to think about what kind of sword you want. You have preferences, right? Preferences? It looked difficult for you to wield the training sword, so order something that suits you and is easier to use. I also had my sword designed to be lighter and specialized for thrusting. Krische did not have any particular preferences as long as it works. If you could kill with it, anything is fine. The shape was not important as long as it was made of steel. In that sense, she had no preferences for weapons. But after seeing the collection of amazing cooking implements in the kitchen the other day, her thinking had changed. Most dishes can be made with just a kitchen knife and a pot. But if you wanted to make high-class dishes like Bery does, that would not suffice. The proper cookware is required to make those wonderful dishes, and it is because of such specialized tools that those artistic dishes could be created. Krische had experienced a shock when she first saw Bery's cooking and could now understand the meaning behind Selene's words. If that is the case for cooking, it is the same for swords. She would need something good to be better at killing. Something versatile, sturdy, and easy to use. The sharper it is, the better. It would also be nice to have something light so that there is less strain on her body and she is not tired out too easily. Krische randomly picked up a nearby sword. It was a thick, long sword. It seems sturdy but is heavy and is more suited to chopping than cutting. It is not bad for hacking through armor, but it is inefficient. By aiming for weak spots, even light cuts with a knife can easily kill a human, so this is too excessive. Recalling her own experience and Grace's death, Krische put down the sword. There are a lot of long swords. Well, most of the swords sold here are those commonly used. The length of the weapon can increase range and cover for a difference in skill. Most mercenaries would use a long weapon rather than a short sword. Conversely, short swords are mostly used in battlefields though. Short swords. It's because they are better for fighting in crowded situations like in line formation. Long swords are useful only when there is space. Soldiers that have to fight without much space prefer more easily handled short swords. Of course, their main weapon is still the spear though. The length of the weapon increases the range, but the longer it is, the harder it is to handle or carry around. Something easy to use and carry around but more useful than a knife. Krische recalled the curved sword that the bandit, the one that pretended to be a merchant, had used. That sword was light and fit her hand well. The blade was thick at the tip and curved, making it cut well. Krische looked around for a curved sword and found a cavalry sword. Cavalry swords are curved swords meant to be swung with one hand from horseback. They are curved and sharp, but long and narrow. They did not look very durable. After some hesitation, Krische put it down and moved on. There were long weapons like spears and glaives, but those are out of the question. They are too difficult to carry around. Stabbing weapons are fine for killing one person, but you are exposed right after stabbing. A simple long sword has problems with weight and cutting ability. Krische considered her preferences and looked around, but each had their pros and cons. There was nothing that felt right. Selene showed her various options, but they did not fit Krische's tastes. Bery seemed to be very interested in the knives. She is probably looking for something she can use for cooking. Krische was more interested in that, and honestly, she would prefer to choose knives with Bery than look for a sword. But she knows that Selene wants to give her a sword and could not just ignore Selene. As Krische mulled over it, the young man from before returned together with an old man. "Hello, sorry for interrupting." "Ah, no problem, welcome. So, you wanted me to make a sword for this girl, Krische. I want you to make one like you're making it for Otu-sama. She may not look like it, but she has the skill for it." The bald, bearded old man looked at Krische with sharp eyes. He is large, muscular, and his right shoulder is slightly raised. There were multiple burn scars on his cheeks and arms, and he was dragging his left leg a little. Injured? No, crippled. Krische naturally observed all that and judged from his posture that he could still fight quite well. Probably a soldier that retired because of an injury. She's Gallen-sama's granddaughter. Koz-san, do you know Gallen-sama? That's a surprise. Of course, I am greatly indebted to him. His eyes relaxed and he smiled warmly at Krische. Is Captain Gallen doing well? Yes. He is in the village now though. I see. If he comes by again, could you ask him to stop by my place? Okay. The old man Koz fell into thought for a while, staring at Krische, then nodded. I've heard a lot about you from Captain Gallen. You certainly are a splendid and beautiful Oju-san. So, what kind of sword are you looking for? Let's hear your preferences first. A small curved sword would be nice. Krische showed him the cavalry sword she had examined earlier. Something like this but shorter and one-sided, thicker and more curved at the tip and thicker overall. I used something like that a while ago. It belonged to a bandit, but it was quite good. Quite good. Yes. It cut well even when Krische swung lightly because of its weight and curve. The cutting ability did not drop much even after cutting 10 people. Even when Krische was a little sloppy and hit bone, there was only a slight nick on the blade, so Krische would like to use a sturdy sword like that. The old man frowned and glanced towards Selene. Bery looked a little sad, her eyes on Krische. She came to us because of particular circumstances. Her skill is incomparable to any common martial artist, but because of that, it was a little hard for her to stay in the village. I see. Her situation seems complicated. Krische tilted her head in confusion, but the old man changed the topic. If a bandit used it, it should be some kind of barbarian sword. Those are not well liked, so I do not display them here, but... Kuais, bring that. Ah, okay. The young man went into the back and quickly returned with a curved sword. Krische examined the shape and nodded. Something like that. This sword is from barbarians that live in the mountains. The weight is in the tip like a naginata and has good cutting ability. I think it is a good sword, but most do not like it. The curved sword the young man had handed Krische felt right in her hand. It was quite small overall. It bent forward sharply near the base, curving back and growing heavier at the tip, like an axe or a naginata. There was a slight forward curve in the handle so that her hand would not slip. It was comfortable to grip. There was a ring at the bottom of the handle that a cord could be threaded through. It might also play a part in balancing the sword. Krische drew it from its sheath and lightly spun it around, checking how it felt. The sharp sound of the sword slicing air followed by the smooth sound of her sheathing it. The young man let out a gasp of astonishment and the old man widened his eyes. This should be just right to hang at the hip. With that thought, Krische turned to Selene. Selene, this is good. That sword. Yes. This fits Krische's preference. Selene looked at the sword in Krische's hand with exasperation. The sheath and grip were old and quite worn. It was definitely second-hand. Selene took it from Krische and returned it to the old man. Is this for sale? No, I bought it for reference a long time ago. It is a good sword, but I can remake the same sword. I will deliver something even better than this sword. Please do then. I'll pay well. Bery. Yes. Bery took out 3 small gold coins from a leather purse and passed them to him. With slightly surprised expressions, they lowered their heads in gratitude. Is this enough? Yes, More than enough. I promise to deliver something worth the price. I will do my best for Captain Gallon's granddaughter. Fufu, okay. Please do so then. Krische, do you have any other requests for the sword? Krische was frozen, still shocked by the amount that Bery had paid so casually. Krische had grown up in the countryside, but she still had a rough understanding of the value of gold coins. One could buy a few thousand pumpkins. No, with 3 that would be more than 10,000 pumpkins. Krische was surprised by the number of pumpkins the sword was worth and turned to Selene. Selene? Krische does not. My sword is the same price, your skill is better than mine, so your sword can't be cheaper. Just accept it. You are a daughter of the Christian family now, so, any requests? Krische would like a little more curve and weight at the tip. Krische could only nod and answer. 10,000 pumpkins for one sword. Even after they left the store, Krische was still in shock. Krische only had experience using small change to buy ingredients. This was a culture shock for her. She had seen silver coins but rarely gold. The only times she saw those was when the village was bulk purchasing to stockpile reserves. She knew how much a gold coin is worth and the huge amount of food and supplies just one coin can buy, so it shocked her to use 3 of them for just one sword. That much is normal. You should spend money where it's necessary. And you probably haven't realized, but those kitchen knives in the kitchen are worth even more combined. Bery spends most of her salary on cooking. Really? Krische looked at Bery in surprise. Bery smiled wryly, scratching her cheek awkwardly. I gathered good ones little by little over many years, so the total price would be around there. You could probably buy a few dozen thousands of pumpkins. That much. You might feel it is wasteful, but by spending money like this, the artisans have more leeway to go through trial and error to make better things. Money is not just for hoarding. Looking around at the stores, Bery explained. For example, the delicious dishes made using various ingredients are created because there is leeway. In poor times, gathering enough food to fill your stomach is hard enough. But as nobles, we can grant people that leeway, and with it, they can buy better tools for themselves. That comes around and goes around. That is basically how the economy works. Bery laughed. Nobles buy a lot to distribute the wealth they have. Spending 3 small gold coins on a sword is certainly a lot. But with that money, the blacksmith's-son can make something even better and concentrate on perfecting his craft. Of course, wasting money should be avoided, but if you use it in the right place, it is okay. I see. The reason the fruits and ingredients in this town are so delicious is because there is a good flow of money and everyone does their best to make better things. This is the result of them having the leeway to go through trial and error. If you think about it like this, it does not feel like a waste, right? Krische nodded, blushing as Bery petted her head. That view is much wider and profound than Krische's. From individuals to village, from village to towns, from towns to society. Even things that feel wasteful are not wasteful in the long term. Like why children in the village are taught swordsmanship, Krische recalled, impressed by Bery. I feel like you could spend on other things too though. You are pretty, but it's such a waste that you're always wearing an apron dress. Fufu, this is my favorite. Bery replied as she led Krische by the hand towards a store. Come, let's buy the ingredients for dinner. Is there anything you want to eat? Krische wants to know how to make the gratin we ate recently. Krische stammered, slightly embarrassed. Rather than wanting to know how to make it, she wanted to eat it again. Okay, Bery nodded happily. Fufu, I am glad you liked it. That one was simple, so let's try making it with chicken this time. Oju-sama, how about you? I want meat pie. The oven will be very busy then. So that leaves the soup. Krische can make pumpkin soup. You must really like pumpkins, Krische. Bery smiled wryly as they entered a store. Bery is quite popular in town and is welcomed with smiles anywhere she goes. The ingredients offered to her are always of the best quality. Argan-sama, how about this? It's a good round and plump bird. I thought you would be coming by today and set it aside for you. Oh my, I cannot very well refuse my favorite store. I was also thinking of using chicken today. I will take it. The male storekeeper looked very happy as he received the money from Bery. Part of it is her looks, but they also like her for the atmosphere around her, Krische thought absent-mindedly. Bery is somewhat similar to Grace, always smiling and gentle-mannered. After leaving the butcher's, they were walking by a fruit stand when the man there greeted them. He quickly did some cutting and handed them a plate. Krische Ojusama, please accept this. You seemed to like it, so I chose a good one for you. Okay. The plate had small slices of rakura. Rakura is a sweet red fruit that with a slight sour taste. It is crunchy like an apple and tasty, but it is very juicy and the juice tends to overflow. Last time, he had told Krische the skin could also be eaten, so she had bitten into it and the juice spurted onto her dress, leading to many apologies. That is why he sliced it for her today. She popped a slice into her mouth and smiled as the sweetness spread over her tongue. Very tasty. Haha, that's good. I'm sorry for not warning you last time. No. Krische was just foolish. Krische blushed as she replied shyly, making the man laugh cheerfully. Would you like some, Argan-sama? I can make them cheaper as an apology. Baiting Krishe-sama with food is not fair. Please wrap some for us. Haha, thank you very much. And as an extra, here is something nice. When Krische goes shopping with Bery, people look at Krische with soft expressions. Krische does not remember doing so well in the village, and it is strange for Krische to be welcomed like this even though she had only come here recently and not much time has passed. Their trust in Bery is probably why they trust Krische, just like with Galen at the blacksmith's just now. Being trusted is a good thing, and this is thanks to Bery, making Krishe's respect for Bery grow even stronger. Ah, Krische will hold that. Krische took the handbasket with the wrapped fruits and entwined her other arm with Bery's arm. Bery thanked her with a smile. Selene stared at them with a frown. Krische tilted her head for a moment, then quickly nodded and released Bery's arm, taking Selene's arm instead. What are you doing? I wanted to hold Selene's arm too. Both Krische and Bery are carrying baskets, so Selene can be in the middle. Don't be stupid, I'm not such a child. Oh my, that is a great idea. Come on, Ojusama. Bery ignored her protests and caught Selene's other arm. Selene glared at Bery, blushing bright red, but did not say anything and just pouted. Smiling wryly at Selene, Bery looked at Krische with kind eyes. Krische tilted her head, not understanding. The sun was starting to set and night is approaching. Under the orange sky, the three of them walked home together. Chapter 11, Realisation and the Girl's Wish. Sword practice with Selene. Shopping, cooking, and cleaning with Bery. Just as Gala said, life in town is full of surprises and new experiences. To Krische, the town is full of irresistible riches, especially the various ingredients, spices, and cookware. Krische was satisfied with her life. After enjoying her meal, Krische sipped her wine. The wine had been diluted with juice such that Krische could drink it too. Krische is not very good with alcohol and was slightly tipsy as she cleaned the dishes then went to bathe. Even in the bath, Krische and Bery are together. The bath is not as large as a public bath, but it is wide enough for them to enter together. Krische was enjoying the feeling of the warm water while sitting in Bery's embrace when she had a sudden thought. Bery is kind of like Karsama. Things changed when Selene told Krische to just call her Selene. Bery also asked Krische to just call her by name, explaining that since you are calling Ojusama by name, you cannot be using san for me. Bery-san felt too formal and Bery wanted to close the distance between them. So this was mostly Bery's personal desire, but Krische obediently agreed. Hearing Krische say her name in that soft voice, Bery smiled in satisfaction as she asked, Krishe-sama's Okar-sama? That is a great honor, but in what way? NN. Krische tilted her head, mulling over the words she had unintentionally muttered. She simply felt that way. She could not really say why. Grace was bad at cooking. She did her best at cleaning, but there would still be dust in the corners. Grace was often described as clumsy and messed up a lot, unlike Bery who is skillful and dexterous. Krische finally realized the similarity between them. You are both good at being liked by people. Good at being liked. Bery repeated the words, Not understanding. Krische nodded. The shopkeepers and town people all look happy to see Bery. Karsama was also liked by everyone in the same way. Oh, foo-foo. That is an exaggeration. Krishsama's Okarsama must have been a wonderful person. Yes. It is such a waste that she died. Krische wanted to learn more from her about how to leave a good impression on people. Krish's words made Bery stiffen for an instant. Bery frowned in confusion. What do you mean, waste? If Krische was a little more careful, Karsama would not have died. It is such a shame. Krische liked Karsama a lot. Is it a problem with her wording? Thought Bery initially as she felt something off, but now she understood. No, it is something else. Perhaps it is because Krische was a little drunk. Her decision-making was affected and she failed to notice Bery's reaction or tone. Bery hesitated a little, then asked, "Does that mean, you must have been very sad? Losing your parents. Was it very difficult?" Bery's voice was a little shrill. No. The neighboring Obasama and Ojasama gave Krische food. Krische is also living a wonderful life in such a nice house now. There was nothing particularly difficult. Krish's answer was impassive and completely honest. Bery's vague suspicion turned into conviction and she cautiously questioned Krische. Krish-sama. Can I ask a few questions? Yes. Then. Bery asked about Krish's village. Waste, shame not sad. These are the words that Krische used. They are talking about the mother that took her in, raised Krische like her own daughter but unfortunately, passed away. There was a lot of blood. It would not stop even when Krische pressed on the wound. Thinking back on it, Krische failed. But Krische described it like just a simple sequence of events. She had lost her mother. But there was not much she could have done about it. This girl spoke as if she felt nothing about it. Krische should have thrown the sword a little earlier and killed Gado-san. Her words were regretful, but there was no sadness in her voice. Asking about the death of a person's mother is a sensitive topic, but Krische was perfectly calm. Krische should have killed him before the others. Krische made the wrong choice. Krish-sama, are you not afraid of killing people? No. After all, it doesn't hurt Krische. I see. Bery stroked Krish's head as she continued asking questions. Bery has finally understood that Krische is not a normal girl. What does Krische think about death? Or murder? Krische answered that it is bad because of the rules. What are rules? Krische answered that it is a system to protect the interests of the community. Since Krische is under the protection of the community, of society, it is natural for Krische to obey the rules. So it is also natural to act in the interests of the community, and anything that benefits the community is good. Wolves are also killed on sight. Krische thought killing the bandits to protect the village was good, but breaking the rules must have been bad. It might have also been because Krische was not a village guard. Krische was hated for some reason, so Krische is not sure about this part. Krische covered her face in embarrassment. Ojasama and the friendly Obasan said Krische was not wrong and Krische was not punished for it. But that makes it even more confusing. So Krische still has not learnt what is good. Grace was a good model to learn from and so is Bery. Krische is immature and admires both of them, especially since Grace and Bery are kind to Krische. Krische explained that this is another reason she liked Grace and also why her death was really a shame. So that is why. Bery finally understood why she had felt something was off while living with Krische and closed her eyes. A little unusual, but an adorable, hardworking, and kind girl. Bery realized that her impression of Krische was wrong at a fundamental level. You poor girl. Bery tightly embraced Krish's slender body. Bery sensed that Krische is lacking something fundamental for a person. She is extremely smart and has a novel and unique way of thinking. She is definitely a genius. But conversely, she is lacking something important. However, Bery felt from their conversation that Krische is only missing a part. Was life with Okarsama fun? Yes. She was very kind, like Bery. That is why Krish-sama feels it is a shame Okarsama passed away. Yes. It was a shame. Bery sighed. Krish-sama, That feeling is called being sad, at least, that is what everyone else calls it. Sad. Yes. It might be a small difference for Krische, but your choice of words can cause misunderstandings. If you are asked about such things again, please say that you felt sad. Krische remembered Galen's words and nodded. Galen has also said something similar. Krische, have you felt like, when talking to someone, the things you are talking about are different, or you could not understand why they said those things, or why people are happy or sad? Yes. Those are common occurrences for Krische. People often react differently from how Krische expects, and this is one of Krische's greatest concerns. A weird girl. Abnormal. Strange. Creepy. A different kind of attention than the type being superior attracts. These are negative words. These are words that Krische have heard used to describe herself. Unless there is a reason to do so, Krische generally does not talk to people. Krische is aware that her communication ability is far from ideal. She did her best to avoid leaving such negative impressions through conversations as much as possible. But she also knows that staying silent leads to similar impressions. This is a difficult problem that Krische has no idea how to solve. When there is no need to reply, the other person will make their own assumptions if she stays quiet. In general, this is the safest method, but it failed in the village and resultingly, her bad reputation spread. What could Krische have done better? Does Bery also think that Krische is weird? Kasama. Is Krische a weird girl? Is Krische creepy? Please tell Krische what is wrong. Krische will fix it. When Krische was much younger, she had asked that question. Grace has said that she was not weird, it is just Krische's trait, everyone has their own traits. She had hugged Krische and explained that Krische was not weird at all, it was not Krische's fault. Grace had cried and asked her to not say such things again, so Krische has never asked the same question again, but the question still remained within her. Bery might give a different answer from Grace. Bery is a lot smarter and better at teaching than Grace. That is why Krische suddenly remembered that question and asked, "Did someone say that to you?" Yes, a lot of people said Krische is weird or creepy. Bery's arms tightened a little around Krische. Krische does not really understand what is weird or creepy about Krische. Krische stared blankly at her own reflection in the water as she muttered. Just like Bery said, Krische is not good at talking. Sometimes Krische cannot understand what other people are talking about, and Krische knows that is why people think Krische is weird or creepy, but Krische does not know what to do. Words do not mean exactly what they mean. There are hidden nuances behind them. People do not show everything. Their true feelings may differ from their attitude. Often people that Krische thought were friendly actually disliked Krische. This always confused Krische. Krische could not understand. Is this what you mean by you want to know how to leave a good impression? Yes. Bery and Kasama both seem to be very good at it. If Krische could be better at talking to people, then life would be easier. But Krische does not know how. When Krische asked that question when younger, Kasama said that it is a trait and Krische is not weird at all. But Krische knows that a lot of people think that Krische is weird or creepy, so that seems wrong. Does Bery know the answer? Bery fell silent for a while, thinking. Some time passed before she spoke again. Excuse my rudeness, but to be honest, I believe Krische is a little different from most. At the very least, Krische is not normal. Krishe's Kasama probably felt the same. Kasama too. Yes. And I will put this out there first, there is no easy solution to this problem. Let's see, Krishe, have you ever thought I am weird? No. Bery smiled wryly. Foo-foo, but people often say that I am weird too. In both good and bad ways. Really? Yes. Just like Krishe. Bery ran her fingers along the water surface and continued in a gentle voice. When you are different from people, it can be a trait when seen positively, but it can be creepy when seen negatively. Bery scooped up water in the palm of her hand and then let it fall. The splashing of water echoed in the quiet room. Traits are both good and bad, it depends on the viewer. I said there is no clear solution, and that is because there are parts that you cannot do anything about. I see. Krische pouted, then sighed. Krische had no doubts about Bery's wisdom. If Bery said so, then there really is no solution. Krische had gone through much trial and error, but if there really is nothing she can do about it, she can only give up. Krische-sama's Okasama probably knew this too. She must not have wanted to disappoint Krische-sama. That is likely why she answered that way. Disappoint? Yes. Because she loved Krische-sama. Because she loved you, she was happy to see Krische-sama smile and conversely, would be sad if Krische-sama was disappointed. Because she loved Krische, Mew. Bery smiled wryly as she watched Krische ponder her words. By the way, why does Krische-sama help me with my work? Bery has taught Krische a lot of things and, sleeps with Krische, and tea. And snacks. Krische has received a lot from Bery. Krish's voice grew small when she said snacks, but her answer was clear despite the stuttering. Bery smiled happily and continued. Is that why you do things to make me happy? Yes. Fufu, Krische-sama is probably thinking too much. Bery caught Krische by the waist and turned Krische around to face her. Bery held up a finger and smiled. Krische-sama makes me happy. This may be pretentious, but I also love Krische-sama, so I also want to make Krische-sama happy. Bery patted Krische on the head and looked into her eyes. Krische seemed somewhat happy as she stared back at Bery. Conversely, I do not want to disappoint Krische-sama. Krische-sama too. This is a little embarrassing for me to ask, but you do not want to disappoint me as well, right? Yes. Bery hugged Krische tightly and agreed in a strong tone. That is the feeling of liking someone. When you like someone a lot, it becomes love. Both are similar, but try to think of it like this. The feeling of wanting to do something for someone, to make them happy is love, and Krische-sama also has it. Love. To Krische, working to benefit others without compensation is goodwill. That is Krish's vague definition. Grace had died protecting Krische. The small doubt that Krische had felt in that conversation with Gala. These felt like they were taking shape, becoming a little clearer in Krish's mind. Yes. When you love someone, you will not feel like that person's unusual parts are creepy. That is why Krische-sama's Okasama knew that Krische-sama is different but said that it is Krische-sama's trait. That is why she said Krische-sama is not weird at all. Krische was once again impressed by Bery's wisdom. This explanation is easy for Krische to understand. I also do not think that Krische-sama's differences are weird or creepy. In fact, I think those are Krische-sama's unique charm points. Bery hugged Krische to her chest, whispering into her ear. Krische relaxed into Bery's comfortable embrace and hugged back. That does not resolve your problem. But at the very least, that is how I feel and this feeling will not change. So if anything worries you, please consult me. Okay. Bery is kind, smart, good at cooking and can do everything. And now she is offering to be Krish's teacher. This made Krische really happy. But what can Krische return? Krische pondered over this. Unlike me, or other people, Krische-sama is very strong. Because of Krische-sama's mental strength, sometimes it might be difficult to understand what other people are feeling. Mental strength. Yes. For me, if Master, Oju-sama or Krische-sama passed away in an unfortunate accident, I would be very sad. It would be so painful that I cannot even cook despite how much I love cooking. Many people would be like that if they lost someone they love. Bery's voice was slightly somber. Krische recalled how Gala was like when her son died and nodded in understanding. Those who are mentally weaker empathize with such feelings. They comfort each other, slowly recover from the sadness together and move on. But because Krische-sama is strong, it might be hard for Krische-sama to understand that feeling. To me, that is very lonely. Lonely? Yes, Krische-sama. Do you like cooking with me? Yes, a lot. Bery knows a lot of dishes and it is amazing how Bery keeps thinking of new things to try. It is very fun to cook together. Fufu, when Krische-sama says it like that it makes me happy but is also kind of embarrassing. Smiling wryly, Bery continued. Both Krische-sama and I are fascinated by the same thing, cooking. That is why I also enjoy cooking with Krische-sama and Krische-sama feels the same. Bery took Krish's hand, putting her index finger to Krish's. That is because we are working together with the same feelings. Bery pulled her finger away as she continued. If, for example, I did not have any interest in cooking. Would you feel the same way? Maybe not. If Krische-sama finds it more fun to cook with me than by yourself, that is because my enjoyment is added on to Krische-sama's. Bery said that in a light tone as she entwined her fingers with Krische's. That is the principle behind empathy. Happiness can be multiplied manifold while sadness can be eased. That is why I feel that not being able to empathize with others is lonely. I see. Krische nodded obediently. If things that are already fun can be even more fun, then it is certainly a waste. Krische does enjoy cooking with Bery a lot more than by herself. Most people are not as mentally strong as Krische-sama. That is why they want to share it when things are tough or when they enjoy something. But that is difficult for Krische-sama to understand and is probably why people think Krische-sama is weird. Bery put a finger to her lips and thought for a while before nodding. She caught Krische's waist again, adjusting Krische's position as she smiled and said, "This is not a fundamental solution, but for now, let's start with sharing fun things." Sharing fun things. Yes. By doing that, you might slowly get a better understanding of empathy. And there is no time like the present. Let us try something right after we finish bathing. Bery rose with a splash as she said that. Unable to follow, Krische tilted her head, watching the movements of Bery's full breasts. "Ah, Bery, what are we doing?" "Something Krische-sama enjoys, which is cooking. We are making sweets." Bery said that with a wide smile. "Hey, I'm quite busy. Why do I have to make sweets, and at this hour of the day?" Selene glared at Bery, disgruntled. She had been doing self-revision in her room when Bery dragged her out. "Because Oju-sama is busy in the day. But still. Krische-sama, please help Oju-sama put on an apron." "Okay." Krische did as she was told, holding out an apron to Selene, who is dressed in her sleepwear and negligee. Making sweets. This is part of Krische's education. Under this pretext they can have tea and enjoy cookies after they are done. Naturally Krische is delighted. Krische stared at Selene with glittering eyes. You don't want to?" It is decided that they have tea in Selene's room. Bery had told Krische that if Selene said that she absolutely did not want to, they would have to cancel for today. Bery had known Selene since she was young and knew there is no chance that Selene would refuse. But Krische does not know that. She looked genuinely sad as she asked that question. Sad puppy eyes. Pressured by Krische, Selene looked awed, then finally gave up and said, "Fine," in a small voice. Krische's face brightened as she enthusiastically pulled the apron over Selene's head and tied the strings around her narrow waist. "Krische-sama, Oju-sama has never made cookies, so please teach her properly." "Okay. Bery, what are you doing?" "I am watching the two of you with a smile." "You?" Selene glared at Bery, but Bery was unaffected. "Come on, we will be together for a long time, so it is important to get to know each other through activities like making sweets. This is a good opportunity. You look like you are just enjoying yourself." "Of course not. First, let's start from breaking eggs. Come, Krische-sama, please teach her." "Okay. Selene, over here." "No need to pull, I'm coming." Dragged over by Krische, Selene reluctantly joined them in making cookies. Selene is proficient in swordsmanship, but is not really suited for delicate work. Simply put, she is a clumsy girl with no attention to detail. She dropped the eggshell and added the wrong amount of flour. Each time Selene made a mistake, Krische calmly pointed it out and explained how to do it with a demonstration. The eggshells just needed to be scooped out and they could simply increase the other ingredients to match the amount of flour. They ended up making a lot more cookies than originally planned, but that is a welcome result for Krische, putting her in a very good mood. Selene seemed to be affected by Krische's mood and despite complaining at the start, started to enjoy herself. Selene's tongue has been refined by Bery's dishes. Her sense of taste is excellent and she made many suggestions about extracts or mixtures to use to enhance the flavor of the cookies. Some of the combinations they tried failed, but Krische had never tried many of them and enjoyed sampling the various cookies. Fortunately, they had plenty of batter thanks to Selene, so they could easily bake a large variety of cookies. After baking, they visited Bogan. Bogan was clearing paperwork and was surprised by their sudden visit, but quickly grasped the situation when Bery emphasized that these are the first cookies Selene has made. He happily accepted the cookies and started eating. Selene looked very embarrassed, but could not completely hide her happiness as she watched Bogan eat her cookies. Meanwhile, Krische was staring at Selene curiously. After that, they had their nightly tea in Selene's room. Selene was sulking from Bery's teasing, but rejoined the conversation as they moved on to discuss the extracts and mixtures they used. This was nice. This one was a little too sour, that was too sweet. This was bitter and not very nice but smelled nice. Krische preferred the sweet ones while Bery liked the slightly salty combinations. Selene liked those with a slightly sharp, sour taste. Doing this turned out better. No, but that method their preferences differed and their opinions varied, but it was a fruitful discussion for Krische. The sweet ones are nice, but a little salt does help to bring out the flavor. Those with a sharp, sour taste can be nice occasionally to wash away the sweetness. What is tasty changes with each cookie eaten. That is why Krische made many discoveries from their varied opinions. It was a lot more fun than if she had baked and sampled the cookies by herself. Thinking back on it, it has always been like that for Krische. Krische liked having others taste her food. How was today's cooking? Is it better than yesterday's? She had asked Grace, Gorka, Gallen, Gala. Ah, so that was fun, Krische realized. What would Grace have said about these cookies? What about Gorka? Krische imagined it, but they are not around anymore. She cannot ask them. Krische recalled how happy Bogan and Selene had looked earlier. Something felt fuzzy in her chest, making Krische frown and tilt her head. Krische, what's wrong? Nothing. Just, my chest feels fuzzy. Did you eat too much? You. Now that Selene mentioned it, that might be the case. Krische blushed, her eyes wandering. Even though they already had dinner, she ate a lot of cookies. Her stomach does feel a little bloated. Sorry for the wait. That was when Bery returned. She was carrying a plate with something red and translucent. Was that what you were secretly making? Fufu, this is a small surprise. I thought it would be nice to have something refreshing after the cookies. Here, Krische-sama. The translucent something wobbled as Bery placed it in front of Krische. It was pretty, like a gem, but Krische has never seen it before. This is jelly. Fufu, seems like this is the first time Krische-sama has seen it. Here, Sayan. Bery scooped some with a spoon and brought it to Krish's mouth. The jelly danced on Krish's tongue, tasting familiar. Tea. Correct. How is it? Krische-sama loves sweet things, but after enjoying sweets something refreshing like this is nice, right? Tasty. Fufu, here's more. I was not sure if Krische-sama would like this, so I am glad. Sayan. Mew. Selene watched them with an exasperated expression as she ate her own jelly. She's not at an age to be spoon-fed. Krische-sama is cute when she is fed, so this is fine. Fufu, are you jealous? Then Selene-sama too. Ha, no need. Bery, how do you make this? Already captivated by the texture of jelly, Krische questioned Bery with glittering eyes. Bery laughed softly as she petted Krish's head, promising to teach her tomorrow. Their tea time came to an end as it grew late. Krische was still full of excitement and bliss as she laid in bed with Bery sitting at her side, stroking her head. Next time, let's make cookies this way, that way. Krische made some suggestions and Bery nodded with a smile. How was it? Was tea time fun? Yes, very. That is good. This is what I mean by sharing fun things. It is a lot more fun to share fun things with someone else. Cooking is a simple example. Bery put a finger to Krish's lips as she spoke. Everyone has different preferences. Everyone has different opinions. But Krische-sama and I, even Oju-sama, are all the same. The same? Yes. Bery smiled cheerfully. Krische-sama, Oju-sama, and I all want to eat something nice, make something delicious. Could you feel that we shared the same feelings? Yes. That is empathy. Through cooking, Krische-sama was able to understand our feelings. You were able to discover the parts which matched Krische-sama's feelings. That is why you could accept the differences in opinion and have fun. Bery took Krish's hand and entwined her fingers with Krish's. At the root of it all, everything is intrinsically connected. At the root. Yes. Both Krische-sama and I are like fruits from the same tree. Laughing softly, Bery planted a gentle kiss on Krische's hand. Just like cooking, everyone has their own likes and dislikes. There are things they enjoy or find boring. Everyone likes or dislikes different things, but the feeling of having fun, liking something, happiness or embarrassment, these feelings are the same for everyone. For Krische too? Yes. Krische-sama is certainly different from others. But when it comes down to it, Krische-sama is the same as other people. Krische-sama is no different from Oju-sama, Master, Gallen-sama, or even me. Releasing Krische's hand, Bery brushed Krische's hair away from her face. The feeling of Bery's hand is similar to Grace's. Kind and gentle. The feeling Krische likes. You can only see the surface of people's hearts. So in a sense, it is natural that you cannot understand others. Just like how you cannot see the bottom of a soup, you also cannot see the deepest corners of someone else's heart. Can you tell how a soup tastes based on its appearance? Krische has to taste test first. Krische answered honestly, blushing as she used the words taste test. Bery nodded. Yes. But you know how onions, tomato, and meat taste. If you know how each ingredient of the soup tastes like, could you imagine how the soup would taste? Yes. Bery pressed her forehead to Krische's and smiled. Fufu, it is the same. For example, I know how it feels to have fun, but I also know how it feels to be sad or go through difficult times, so I can imagine how other people would feel to some extent. This is the only thing Krische-sama is lacking. Bery's large, gentle brown eyes stared into Krische's purple eyes. By exploring how Krische-sama feels and thinks about different things, by exploring deeper and deeper into yourself and finding out more and more. It was a strange feeling, like Krische was being sucked into Bery's eyes. Krische could only stare at Bery and listen to her voice. Krische narrowed her eyes, enjoying the warmth on her forehead. Eventually Krische-sama will also be able to understand the feelings of other people. Of course, this is not a simple solution and may take a long time to show tangible results. But by doing this, I believe that Krische-sama can obtain what Krische-sama wishes for. Wish for? Yes, something Krische-sama has not noticed, but something very precious to Krische-sama. Krische frowned in confusion, making Bery laugh out loud. Well, no need to think so hard. Even I am not perfect. I am in no position to tell Krische-sama what it is. I also try to understand people when I can only see the surface, so there are times I misunderstand someone without realizing. This happens now and then. Really? Yes. Everyone is like this. It is not only Krische-sama. After a moment of thought, Bery told Krische, "Let's try this. Do not hold back with me. If there is anything Krische-sama wants me to do, please speak out and tell me." Bery held up a finger and smiled teasingly. Please tell me what Krische-sama enjoys, what makes Krische-sama happy. Similarly for what makes Krische-sama unhappy. I believe it is best to understand your own heart first. That, for example, it is about time for Krische-sama to be sleepy. And I believe that Krische-sama likes hugging someone to sleep, am I right? Krische blushed. Seeing that, Bery smiled. This is what I mean, please ask for what you want. Come on, please say it. Krische's eyes wandered, but still nodded. PL, please, sleep with Krische. Fufu. Okay, my pleasure. Bery kissed Krische's brow and laid down next to her. She then hugged Krische and gently brushed Krische's hair away from her face. Bery's body was soft and warm. It is the same for me, I also like hugging someone and sleeping with that warmth, so this is mutual. Lately, Oju-sama is too shy to sleep with me, so please let me join you from now on, Krische-sama. Okay. Being honest is good. Just like this, please tell me about yourself. Leave other people aside for now, I want to be able to understand Krische-sama. If we can understand each other, then a lot of things will be even more fun and it will be blissful, for both me and Krische-sama. Bery planted another kiss on Krische's brow. Krische twitched because it was ticklish, but did not resist. It was not unpleasant, it felt reassuring. Krische has always found it comfortable and reassuring to be hugged and petted like this. This is a sensation Krische likes. No matter how much we wish to be perfect, everyone has flaws, nobody is perfect. That is why we need to understand and accept each other's embarrassing desires and fulfill them. This is how we can build a wonderful relationship and find happiness. Wonderful? Yes, wonderful. By sleeping together like this, both me and Krische, in this instant, we are both happy. This is because we can fulfill each other's wishes. Bery whispered those words in Krische's ear. If you try to understand someone and that someone tries to understand you, then you two can make each other happy, and that is happiness, Krische. Just by being together, it is happiness. Krische recalled what Grace had said a long time ago. Krische had did her best to understand other people. It was relatively successful, and Krische was able to do okay in the village thanks to Grace. But Grace must have been referring to someone like Bery. They really are similar. Bery really is just like Krische. Oh my. I am very honored. Bery laughed silently, then said affectionately, bit by bit, let's find out more about Krische. More about Krische? Yes, the Krische that Krische does not know, the Krische that Krische wishes for. One day, you will understand. With that, Bery hugged Krische to her chest. Krische nodded and enjoyed the sensation as she closed her eyes. Chapter 12. The Girl's Specialty. Mew. With this, the enemy cavalry has been decimated by the archers in the left wing. My cavalry will now hunt the archers at the back of the enemy line. The morale of the infantry in the right wing of the Caldera army collapses after coming under fire from the rear. Send half the infantry in the left wing to the right and wrap around the enemy's middle. The creases between the brow of the man sitting opposite Krische deepened and the commotion around them grew. Bogan had brought Krische to a certain room at the army training grounds. A large table stood in the center of the room. A layer of sand covered the table with blue and green cloths used to represent terrain such as forests and rivers. Pieces stood in various positions across the table. Krische directed and moved these countless pieces. They are playing a strategy game, a war game meant for studying tactics. The pieces represent troops and they are marked to indicate the various type of troops. Other details such as their strength and numbers are recorded on a separate piece of paper. 3 judges decide the outcomes of battles while casualties are decided randomly using dice. The situation is clearly in Krische's advantage and the match is effectively over. It might have been different if it was a siege on a fortress or an encampment, but this is an open battle in the field. In the field, the cavalry is a key piece which can target fragile archers, disrupt the enemy's rear and carry out decisive shock attacks on the enemy line while also preventing the enemy from doing the same. Losing this mobility is equivalent to completely losing the initiative, and unless there is an overwhelming advantage in numbers, it becomes impossible to turn the tide of battle. Krische had intentionally deployed weak infantry on the left wing and let their morale collapse to lure out the enemy cavalry, then deployed the archers she had kept hidden. The enemy cavalry was decimated and Krische's archers started sniping the backs of the infantry that had broken through the left wing. The infantry was fighting Krische's reserve forces when they came under fire from behind. Their morale easily collapsed, and while the archers massacred the escaping infantry, Krische advanced half of her reserve infantry and flanked the enemy's middle. I retreat. The headquarters falls back. The cavalry will continue hunting enemy archers. The archers will clean up the enemy's middle. Krische ignored the enemy's retreating headquarters and reaped the remaining enemy soldiers. The morale of all enemy units collapsed with the retreat of the headquarters. The battle that started as 5,000 against 5,000 came to an end with 4,000 against 1,200. Krische wanted to shave off another 500, but the enemy's decision to retreat had been quick. Krische gave up and stood, looking slightly dissatisfied. Bogan seemed to be lost in thought as he stared at the board. Selene was pouting as she watched Krische. She had lost to the same opponent by a narrow margin previously. Wow, honestly, that was my complete defeat. Selene Sama did quite wonderfully too, but it is unbelievable that this is Krische Sama's first war game. The Christand family has a bright future. Haha. I was surprised too. I just wanted to see how she would do, but I did not expect you to lose, Salva. Krische, why didn't you go for the enemy's headquarters when you were at such an advantage? Was that bad? Not really, but since you didn't, there must have been a reason why, right? Krische took a while to find the right words before answering. Krische did not feel a need to go after the enemy commander. Why? There was still 1,000 elite troops around the commanders. Once they started retreating, only the cavalry could catch up. In that case, there is the risk of Krische's cavalry being annihilated. It would be a gamble on whether the infantry could catch up in time. So in the end, going after the commander is a 50-50. The risk in trying to completely destroy the enemy is large. Krische pointed at the board as she explained. In comparison, the loss of troops is a concrete result in itself. Rather than pushing too far for the 1,000 and the commander, the remaining 1,500 troops here can be cleaned up with minimum casualties and is much more appealing. And after returning with such heavy losses, the enemy commander is unlikely to be able to show up on the battlefield again. It was an innocent remark, but it made the thin man opposite her the commander of the 3rd Corps, Adjutant Silver grimace. The people present are battalion commanders in charge of 1,000 men or corps commanders in charge of 5,000 men and their adjutants. Bogan, the general, is the highest-ranking officer. They could not directly object to Krische's remark in the presence of the general since is officially the general's daughter. But the tension in the air is palpable. The heavy atmosphere made Krische tilt her head in confusion, but she still continued. Of course Krische also wanted to take down the enemy commander if possible. But in this case, the enemy commander retreated early while there were still reserve forces, so Krische focused on maximizing results. But it was a shame that Krische could not take down the enemy commander even with such an advantage. Krische looked up at Bogan as she finished. Bogan nodded and declared, "Indeed, it was an excellent decision to retreat at that stage after being driven into such a disadvantage. It was a mistake to let down his guard just because Krische is a beginner, but he did well after that." In reality, Krische's tactics were cunning and except for the very start, Silver had been completely focused. But by saying that, Bogan had helped Silver save face. Feeling the tension in the air relax a little, Selene whispered into Krische's ear, "I know you meant no offense, but be careful with how you say things." Selene whispered such that only Krische could hear her. Krische cocked her head, confused on what she had done wrong. "There's probably no use telling you that though." Selene sighed, roughly petting Krische's head. Krische contemplated complaining about her hair being messed up, but the comfortable feeling kept her silent. Half a year has passed since Krische joined the Christand family. Although Selene's rivalry with Krische has not faded, Selene dotes on Krische like a real sister now. Krische shows extreme genius at times, but she is honest and obedient. She tends to say things too bluntly and is insensitive to others' feelings. Selene sees her as just a slightly peculiar girl despite her flaws. This is largely because Krische is domestic and enjoys cooking and other housework. Since Selene, like Bery, has seen that part of Krische, Selene sees her as a nice, well-mannered girl despite her differences. Bogan saw great potential in Krische's talents and started giving her a military education together with Selene, but lately, Selene has started to wonder if that was the right choice. Krische displayed genius in tactics and strategy, not to mention her fighting skills, but she is also a girl that likes cooking and sweets, just as her appearance suggests. Bery was clearly opposed to it and Selene is starting to have doubts. Krische herself is of the stance that she will learn if it is necessary. She does not aim to succeed Bogan like Selene, nor does she desire fame and honor. Krische simply wishes for the strength to protect herself and her surroundings, nothing more. This is how Selene saw it, especially since she knows how Krische lost her parents. That is why Selene felt some guilt about Bogan teaching Krische such skills just because she has the talent for it. Krische is expressionless, but her eyes are slightly narrowed. This is her expression when she is happy. She is enjoying being patted on the head. With their long relationship, Selene is now able to pick up on these small changes. Every time Selene sees this adorable part of Krische, Selene's doubts grew stronger. "Otusama, can I show Krische the training grounds?" "Ah, okay. Just don't get in the way of the training." The moment Selene and Krische stepped out onto the training grounds, the Sodder's gazes gathered on them. This country's, the Albaran Kingdom's royal family is not a patrimony and women have inherited the crown, so there were times when the queen ruled the country. Because of this, The standing of women in this country is strong and female soldiers are widely accepted. But that does not mean there are many women that want to become soldiers, and among the soldiers present, only a few are women. These female soldiers are also not necessarily all good-looking. If rare beauties like Krische and Selene appeared in such a place, it is natural that all the men's eyes would gather on them. But Selene noticed that among those gazers, there is not just goodwill or desire, there is also fear. Fear of Krische. On Krische's previous visit, she had trained with and mercilessly beaten up the soldiers, displaying her overwhelming strength. Because of that memory, the soldiers here fear Krische. Selene let out a small sigh and pulled on Krische's hand, bringing her to shelter under a tree near the building. It is fortunate that Krische does not seem to care about those gazes. Just how thick is this girl's skin? Thought Selene as she asked Krische. Krische, do you enjoy studying tactics and such? Enjoy? For example, is it fun like cooking? Compared to cooking, it is not fun. Hearing Krische answer without hesitation, Selene smiled wryly. I see. Krische, there's no need for you to force yourself to join me. Even without studying this, Krische can aim to be a lot of other things, like a researcher or a scholar. There's no need for Krische to learn such violent things. Krische has other options. Options? Yes. I'll succeed Otusama, and even if I can't, I'll still be able to take care of you and Bery for life. There's no need to force yourself to do something you don't like. As Selene said that, she thought about it. Take care of them for life. That is a happy thought. Selene said this because of a previous conversation with Bery. Bery had been strongly opposed to bringing Krische to the training grounds and training her as military personnel. This was the first time she directly defied Bogan's decision, and both Bogan and Selene were bewildered. They had thought that since it is evident that Krische has exceptional potential as a soldier, it would be a great loss to leave it. They had naturally assumed that she would join the army. Krische would probably fight better than anyone else. She might even become a hero remembered in history. But the Krische I know likes cooking and is an unexpectedly spoiled girl, so I am against this. This was Bery's answer when they asked why she was against it. Krische is a very pure and innocent girl. She will become anything you ask her to. She might be able to easily accomplish anything you ask of her. But I do not want her to advance down that path. This is, simply, my selfish wish. Krische would surely do well even on the battlefield. If there is a need, Krische would act, and she has the strength to do so. But just because she is good at it does not mean she wishes to do it. She enjoys being patted on the head, likes cooking, and finds bliss in eating sweets. She is surprisingly spoiled and would rather sleep with someone than alone. Selene does not want to see this girl drenched in blood. That feeling grew stronger after seeing how the soldiers fear her. This might be okay for a vigilante corps, but Krische thinks it is a problem for soldiers to be this weak when they are getting paid to train to fight and kill enemies. Is that wrong? Krische had trained the soldiers after thoroughly beating them up. When Selene warned Krische that she was going too far, Krische had responded incredulously. Her perfectly logical but uncompromising argument simply caused more enmity and fear. Krische follows logic and has the strength to act upon it without compromise. But she cannot understand the feelings of those that cannot accept that logic even if they wanted to. That is why she cannot understand why she is feared. Then people start avoiding her. Selene is dissatisfied with this situation, and it is because she has spent time with Krische and grown to love her that she felt this way. Bery's concern might have been because of this part of Krische. Krische thought over Selene's words for a while before responding. It is true that Krische does not particularly like it, but Krische thinks it is still necessary to learn. Krische still has regrets too. Regrets. If Krische had done things better, Kasama would not have died. Krische said those words in her usual tone, as if it was an insignificant matter, but Selene could not meet her gaze and cast her eyes down. Did you like your Kasama? Yes. Krische was an abandoned child and she treated Krische very well. Krische nodded as she remembered Grace. Truly a shame, no, this is sad. Krische recalled Bery's words as she continued. Krische does not want to regret again, so Krische wants to have more options. Of course, Krische just wants to live with Bery and Selene and cook together though. To Krische, the most important thing right now is cooking. Then her forerunner and comrade, Bery. Selene has also joined them recently. Krische's current fortunate lifestyle is supported by Bogan and protected by the overall community that is the country. As she studied and expanded her knowledge, expanded her view of the world, she had learnt that her cooking life is protected by many things. To Krische, Bery is her comrade and is very important, as is Bogan, who supports Krische's lifestyle, and his successor, Selene. Her guardians, Bogan and Selene, are both of the military. So Krische needs to be in a position where she can save them when they are in danger, is how Krische thought about it. When the bandits attacked the village, Krische's greatest failure was that she did not have influence and could not command the villagers. If Krische had strong authority with the village guards, that problem could have been solved easily. But Krische had been lax and left it to others as a result. The tragedy of losing both her guardians, Gorka and Grace, befell her. If nothing happens, Krische can just enjoy cooking, but if something does happen, it is a problem if she cannot do anything. That is Krische's conclusion. Thus, although she may not be very proactive about it, Krische obeys Bogan's wish for her to learn military skills and flaunted her abilities. Unlike the village, the army requires for them to have the ability to kill, so there is no need to refrain from showing it. But Krische does not realize her extreme faithfulness to rules and logic is the reason for the fear that Selene sensed. Krische will be troubled if Master or Selene dies somewhere without Krische knowing. So Krische wants to stay somewhere where Krische can protect Master and Selene. Krische. Although the Krische's feelings and the reasoning is different, Krische cherishes the people close to her. Even if it is technically not love, what she says and what others feel is all that matters. Selene interpreted it the way she wanted to and hugged Krische, whispering to her, "Then I will protect you so that you don't have to suffer." Krische feels it's more dangerous for Selene though. Selene is weak. Hey, I'm saying such embarrassing things, so please read the mood. That part of you can get really irritating, seriously. Selene glared at Krische, blushing. When you are told such things, the normal response is to stay quiet, say yes, or say thank you. Got it? Okay. Good. Selene smiled and pinched Krische's cheeks. Ferrer, Hofi, Ehairu. Selene, cheeks, painful. That's it for the weird talk. Krische, can I ask for about? Okay. Selene released Krische's cheeks and took her hand. And until war broke out 2 years later, they lived happily together. Chapter 13, Delivery to the Battlefield. Albaran year 457, the major power in the east, the Holy Elsren Empire, invaded the Albaran Kingdom. The Albaran Kingdom's king had been terminally ill since the previous year, and conflict has broken out over the succession of the crown. Not much time has passed since he ascended the throne, but with no hope of recovery, young King Albaran named his successor. The problem is that instead of his younger brother, Guildenstein, he named his own child, the young princess, Krische, as his successor. Naturally, the royal prince, Guildenstein, objected to this. Guildenstein insisted that he has the legitimate right to the throne. According to the rules of succession, Guildenstein is next in line and his claim is justified, but King Albaran denied it. This is because of Guildenstein's bad habits. Guildenstein is known for cruelly killing slaves, which are not officially allowed in the kingdom, but do exist for his own entertainment, and abusing his authority as royalty to defile women of lower nobility. King Albaran's argument that Guildenstein would not be able to fulfill the duties of the king gained a lot of support. But regardless of his conduct, Guildenstein has the legitimate claim to the throne. Many disapprove of breaking the rules or worried that Krische is too young, being only 11 years old, thus causing the nobles to split into two factions. Infighting was unavoidable. The king summoned the influential nobles to vote on the next king, but Guildenstein's faction, at a numerical disadvantage, played for time by not showing up, preventing the vote. The Holy Elsren Empire took this chance to break their peace treaty. They invaded the kingdom's eastern territories with a large army of 100,000 men. With the capital paralyzed, the Albaran kingdom lost the Carmada, the eastern general, most of its eastern territory, and the initiative. The fearless general of the south, Daegran Garka, and the northern general, also known by the nickname of Lightning Quick Bogan Christ, and managed to hold off the invasion, but the kingdom's capital is still paralyzed. The Albaran kingdom is in a predicament. Krische was still in the middle of her officer training, acting as a sword instructor on the side, when she was caught up in this war and now has to travel to the battlefield where Bogan is. Only 2 candy a day. Do not eat more just because are hungry. You will run out of candy too quickly. Krische will not. Krische is not such a glutton. At the gates of the estate, Krische blushed as she received a small pouch stuffed full of candy from Bery. Krische has grown taller and she is at the transition stage from child to adult. Even with this growth, she is still petite, but her chest has swelled a little and she had developed curves. Her arms and legs have grown longer and her features more refined. But her large eyes made her look young and she is still more a girl than a woman. Her long, glistening silver hair made her beauty feel unreal. She looked even more like a fairy than before and has grown to develop an alluring, almost magical charm. She was dressed in a simple one-piece dress with a silver and black design. Over it, she wore a dark green cloak and carried a shoulder bag filled with food and water. A small curved sword and 2 knives hung at her waist. She wore no armor. Krische had not been summoned by the army. Although she is skilled, Bogan was unwilling to bring a young girl to the battlefield. Bogan gave in to Selene and allowed her to follow due to her stubborn insistence, but Krische obviously does not have that passion. Since there is the possibility of danger to Bogan and Selene in a war, Krische was slightly hesitant about staying behind, but in the end Selene convinced her to stay behind and protect Bery. Security deteriorates during war. Even this estate far from the battlefield is not entirely safe and Krische had no objections to staying behind to protect Bery. Even so, this is the king's land and security was originally quite good. The riots they worried about did not happen and in the few weeks since the war started, it has been peaceful in the town of Gurgen. Krische and Bery were thoroughly enjoying a life of cooking. Krische's trip is simply to deliver letters, not because something had happened. Although most matters could be handled by the army's logistics unit, there are matters that nobles, specifically the head of the family, need to see for themselves and make a decision. For example, matters regarding the province that the Christand family governs. This country is an absolute monarchy. The king has absolute power and the nobles are soldiers as well as bureaucrats. Naturally, all land belongs to the king, but it is not rare for land to be loaned out for a noble to govern. A large portion of the profits from the land a noble governs belongs to them, so being granted land is an honor. But not all provinces produce a profit and there are many troublesome things that come with governing land. The letters that Krische is delivering are about large transactions and loans related to the Christand province. These letters cannot be allowed to end up in the hands of the wrong person. It would be a serious matter even if someone just happened to read the contents. These documents cannot be sent to the battlefield mixed in with other documents from the army, no matter how well disciplined the army is. The usual solution is for family members or a servant to deliver the letters, which means either Bery or Krische has to deliver them. Bogan could also have arranged for a trusted soldier to deliver the letters, but all of them followed him to the battlefield. If this was a training expedition, they could have waited since they knew when he would be coming back, but this is a real war. The letters just kept piling up. With so many letters piled up, they needed to deliver them to Bogan and after some discussion, it was decided that Krische would go since she could protect herself. Bery also has some training in self-defense, but from Krische's point of view, it is effectively nothing. Krische was also concerned about sending someone as pretty as Bery to a dangerous area. Krische also wanted to check up on Bogan and Selene and convinced a very reluctant Bery to let her go. I am aware that Krishe's armor is strong, but please take care of yourself if there is any danger. Do not poke your nose into anything weird, okay? Okay. And the last candy in that pouch is mine. Please bring it back for me. Krische had already thrown the first candy into her mouth and froze upon hearing Bery's words, then checked the pouch. Which one? Fufu, that is not what I mean. This is a charm for Krishe's safe return. Please bring the candy back for me. Okay. Though Krische felt like her share just got reduced, she could only nod. Now, it is about time to go. You will be late to the carriage. Okay. Bye Bery, take care. Yes, I will. I will also improve my cooking even more while Krische is gone. That, you. Krische still has not caught up to Bery in cooking. Krische cast her eyes down as she imaged the gap growing even wider, making Bery smile. Fufu, when you come back safely, I will teach you a new recipe. Let's cook together again. Okay. I will come back as quickly as I can. Yes, please come back quickly. I will be lonely by myself. Bery brushed Krische's hair aside and planted a kiss on her forehead, then stepped back and smiled. I will be waiting for your return. Okay. Krische smiled back. Krische will be riding the army's communications carriage to a supply depot. After that she will join the supply train to the front lines. The journey would take about 7 days. On the 5th day of Krische's journey from Gurgen in the north of the kingdom, she arrived at the supply depot set up at the entrance to a large forest in the northeast of the kingdom. There she joined a supply train and set off to the front lines. Things changed when they were taking a short break on the 6th day as the sun was setting. Until the 5th day, the soldiers accompanying Krische had met her on other occasions and was aware of her personality. So when Krische laid out a blanket during breaks and sat there staring blankly at the scenery, they left her in peace, but the carriage and personnel changed on the 6th day. These soldiers have only heard of her through rumors. Although she is adopted, Krische is the general's daughter. Just like how Selene is known for her military genius, which blossomed through her rivalry with Krische, vague rumors of Krische have spread among the soldiers. Bogan does not bring Krische to public events or high society because of her communication skills. So unlike Selene, who is famous as the fearless and beautiful daughter of the general, Krische is only known through quiet rumors coming from the training grounds. Most rumors about her differed from reality, such as she is like a demon with a stronger body than most men, or that she is a monster that would make the knees of veteran soldiers tremble. They were mostly rumors about Krische's extraordinary skill with the sword. These rumors alone spread further than others. There is a reason why those that experienced her skill firsthand did not talk about her cute appearance. She is a cute, dainty, fey-like girl. No one would want to talk about how they were utterly thrashed by such a girl. Instead they hid that information and described her as a ruthless and terrifying monster. Then these rumors transformed even further as they spread. So when Krische showed the lightning and falcon crest on her cloak and introduced herself as Krische Christend, they all gave her curious looks. This is why no one spoke to her until evening that day, only staring at her from a distance. Yes, I am adopted. Krische had explained that Krische is Bogan's daughter when joining the supply train, so why would he ask that question now? Krische cocked her head to the side, a truly adorable action with her appearance. When the soldier approached Krische where she sat under a tree, it drew the attention of all the soldiers around. The soldier wore leather body armor, gauntlets, and shin guards. He carried a buckler in his left hand and a short sword around 2 feet long at his waist. The black cloth hanging under the crest of a sword, pointing to the sky, the kingdom's crest, indicates that he is a corporal. Leather armor is good at absorbing blows and cannot be cut by dull swords. The leather is also hardened with wax and can cause spear tips to slip to the side. This man's armor is quite high quality, much more likely to be his personal equipment than standard issue. Captains that are in charge of more than 50 men need to procure their own equipment, but conversely those below are not allowed to change their equipment freely as it would affect coordinated action, and there is a general rule that they use standard issue equipment. But there is no problem if the equipment is similar to standard issue, so it is common for those from wealthy families to purchase their own high-quality equipment. This man might be from a relatively wealthy family. We did not expect the general's daughter to be so beautiful. All of us are delighted to be able to accompany Krische. Armored soldiers. What is the best way to kill them? Krische had been absent-mindedly thinking about that as she stared at the high-quality hard leather. She cut short her examination for weak points to reply. Okay, thank you. Krische is also grateful to be able to ride this carriage. This road is not entirely safe, but please rest assured. We will protect you with our lives. Ha! That is their job. Krische wondered why he was explaining such an obvious thing, but dismissed the question and nodded. The more pressing matter is her hunger. She had already finished her 2 daily candy, so she could only endure. People that have mana break down the food they eat and convert it to mana. Krische had been fed cookies by Bery between lunch and dinner every day and gotten used to snacking. The food she had eaten has already been converted to mana and her stomach is empty. By this time of the evening she is always starving. On a journey with limited water and chances to bathe, a body that does not excrete is an advantage, but the empty void in her stomach is hard to endure. She does not show it, but she was battling hunger as she quietly asked, "Will we be making camp soon?" "Yes, we will come to an open space soon. We will be making camp there." The supply train consisted of a few dozen carriages. The areas where they can make camp is limited. They should have made camp before entering the forest, but as someone hitching a ride, Krische could not complain. At that moment, Krische's stomach grumbled. Krische blushed and the soldier's eyes widened, then he smiled wryly. "Ah, this is... Ha ha ha, so that's why you asked about making camp. Please wait a moment." The soldier ran to a nearby carriage and returned with a small piece of hard bread. "Have this. It's not very nice, but it should fill your stomach." "Thank you." Eyes gathered on Krische as she received it while blushing. Krische's embarrassment grew, but she could not resist the temptation. Since she had received it, she has to eat it. Krische easily threw logic aside and started tearing off small pieces of bread, throwing them into her mouth with an embarrassed expression. Her hunger made her want to just directly bite into it, but Krische's sense of aesthetics managed to barely stop her from doing that. Quickly throwing pieces of bread into her small mouth without pause actually made her look even hungrier than if she had just bitten directly into the bread, but Krische failed to realize that. Rumors can't be trusted, thought the man as he watched the young girl. They had noticed the small curved sword that Krische carried, but they assumed it was for self-defense and nobody paid attention to it. Her beauty and charm drew more attention, leading to many looking for the opportunity to talk to her that night. This continued into the next day. She was given more soup and 2 pieces of bread not only that night, but even in the morning the next day and at noon. A while after lunch, she was also handed bread and the remains of the cold soup before she even said anything. This made Krische want to die of embarrassment, but she had already received it, so she still consumed it without complaint. It was on this day when they fussed over her, the day before their journey ends, that the incident happened in the evening. Chapter 14. The General's Daughter, Krische. Enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack at the rear. Krische was the fastest to react to that shout. The supply train consists of several dozen carriages. Krische is in the middle and quite far from the end of the train, but could hear the screams in the distance. "Stay here, Krische-sama. Please stay calm." The soldier that had been fussing over Krische lost sight of her before he could finish his sentence. He found her again on top of the carriage behind theirs, staring towards the rear. Krische ignored the man's call and thought about how to deal with this. This is Bogan's supply train. If it suffers damage, the first thing affected would be Krische's next meal. She calmly examined the carriages at the rear. They are stretched out in an extended line. It would be difficult for them to reorganize immediately. This forest is behind the front lines. This area should have been safe. That is why there is only the bare minimum number of guards. Their numbers are too few to fight back. They might not be able to hold out depending on the scale of the enemy. Krische quickly ran through the possibilities. The enemy broke through the front lines and attacked the supply lines in a blitz attack. In that case, they would have been informed. Messengers would reach this train before the enemy. Unlikely. They snuck through and were not noticed. This possibility is almost impossible. If that is the case, the supply train would suffer a lot of losses, but it is unlikely the enemy would go so far just to temporarily disrupt the supply lines. If they did, it would be to completely cut off the supply lines or to attack the main force from the rear. Either way, if enough soldiers were sent to accomplish these goals, the risk would be too large. It would also be unnatural to attack the rear of the supply train if it was the latter. If that were the case, they would need to lie in wait for a chance to deal such a devastating blow that they did not have the time to send a messenger. An ambush? Close to impossible. But what if their numbers were small? They somehow gathered a force on this side and set up an ambush. Using gold or other bribes, they could have hired mercenaries or bandits. They just needed a spy, so this possibility is very likely. The largest probability is disruption of the supply lines with small numbers. Nothing can be known for sure unless Krische checks it out. Krische leapt down from the carriage and sprinted through the forest. The road is too narrow to ride one of the spare horses, and Krische does not like riding, it hurt her butt. She instantly made the decision that it would be faster to run through the forest. Krishe's mana flexed, acting as imaginary muscles and allowing her to run like the wind. Like an arrow released from a bow, she ran through the forest, ascertaining her route as she kicked off trees and accelerated forward, twisting to dodge branches that would tear her clothes. She arrived in no time. 24 enemies are visible, but there is definitely more. They wore varied leather armors and were filthy. There is no crest or anything of the sort to indicate they are soldiers. Judging by appearances, they are bandits, which means they are easy to deal with. Krische drew and swung her sword in the same motion. She swung her sword in a backhanded grip, beheading one and dashing by before the blood could stain her clothes. She spun the sword in her hand and killed another 2 as she spun onto the road behind the supply train. In that instant, all eyes turned to Krische, and before they recognized her as an enemy, Krische beheaded the nearest person. Krische avoided the spine and only cut the soft flesh in the neck. The silver Naginata-like sword was stained a rich red without a single nick on the blade. Using the fountain of blood as cover, Krische vanished from the field of vision and awareness of everyone around, and when they found her again, another flower of blood had already bloomed. The attacking side and the soldiers that had been about to be killed all felt a chill run down their spines. Krische dislikes being dirty. The thick red blood clung only to her blade. Her stainless deep green cloak and silver hair danced, creating an abnormal, out-of-place beauty. That one. Get that white one. The man that looked like the bandits' leader screamed. At that point, Krische had already beheaded 9 people. 3 men stood around the leader. Krische drew a knife from her belt and threw it. She threw smoothly even as she ran. The knife spun through the air and sunk into the neck of the man standing in front. The 2 behind and the leader widened their eyes as they watched the man collapse, but still took a stance. Unlike the other small fry, they seem capable. Krische did not sense any mana from them, but that does not mean it is safe. Even if Krische can use mana like springs to reinforce her muscles, she does not become more durable. Even Krische would die if her neck was broken, and a small cut in the right place could be fatal. If they all threw their lives aside and grabbed for her, she would die too. Krishe's only weapon is her superhuman speed and strength. So to be safe, she needs to slip through the chinks in their consciousness. The man on the left wields an axe. The man on the right, a short curved sword. The leader wields a long sword in his right hand and a buckler in his left. Krische instantly decided to go left and slipped under the right arm of the man wielding the axe. The man swung the axe as predicted. Most of the bandits only wore light leather breastplates and gauntlets. Their armpits are not protected, and Krische knows that blood flows well from there. Krische casually stabbed his right armpit. She then stepped behind the man as she tore through with her sword. The leader's reaction was quick, swinging the long sword in a horizontally sweep. Krische dodged it by crouching and hacked at the back of his knee. Without a glance at the collapsing leader, she drew the other knife and threw it at the neck of the man approaching with the short curved sword, taking him down, then stepped on the back of the collapsed leader, putting her sword to his neck. Then she looked around. Boss was defeated. Run, or we'll be caught. The bandits' decision was fast. Once they realized they were at a disadvantage, the bandits turned tail and escaped single-mindedly. Krische watched them go and confirmed that all hostility was gone before letting out a breath. Even Krische was slightly out of breath after running such a distance. The surrounding soldiers stared at Krische, stunned. Some of them had spoken to Krische before, but they also looked shocked. They stared speechlessly at the abnormal girl. Krische wondered why they were frozen, but focused on rendering the leader powerless first. She stepped on the leader's right shoulder and grabbed his arm. "Hi, guy," then dislocated his right shoulder. And then his left shoulder. Another tearing scream echoed through the forest, bringing the soldiers back to their senses. "KR, Krische, Sama, WH, what are you?" "Preparing for torture." There might be more enemies. Why would you ask that? Krische tilted her head, perplexed. Blood was everywhere. In the middle of the carnage, Krische alone was beautiful. But the action of tilting her head to the side was no longer cute, it was creepy. Krische got off the leader and held up her skirt as she squatted down in front of him. His fierce face was pale and streaked with tears as she spoke to him. It is bad to attack the army's supply train. Did you know that? Gah. Well, it does not matter whether you know. According to Albaran law in this situation, you will be given the heaviest sentence, death. Krische held up a finger, as if she was explaining to a child. If you were a soldier of the enemy country, in this case the Holy Elsren Empire, you would be treated as a prisoner of war and after necessary medical treatment, be sent to the rear and detained. No violence will be used in your interrogation and your rights will be protected by the sacred convention but... Her purple eyes examined the man's body. There is no crest or anything similar. You do not appear to bear any proof of identity. Do you own any? Hi. If you do, please present it before the count of 5. If not, it will be assumed that you do not have any and be treated as a bandit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Krische counted to 5, then smiled and declared, "It appears you do not have any. Usually you would be detained then executed, but fortunately, soldiers have the right to carry out informal executions as well as the right to do physical harm and torture in order to obtain information if there is such a need." Krische did not explain this to threaten him, but it is still clearly a threat. The men stiffened as Krische stepped on his thick right arm. Krische will now conduct torture by cutting off your fingers one by one. This is a legitimate method in accordance to Albaran criminal law. Please understand. And with no hesitation, she severed his pinky. Hi, Gai, do you have more allies other than those that ran away just now? Oh, finger, my, Gai. Next was the ring finger. Krische just needed to let the heavy blade drop and it easily sliced off his finger. Krische will be troubled if you do not answer Krische's questions. Krische will have to take off your shoes and cut off your toes as well at this rate. Hi, Gu, no, there are no more. I see. Krische will kill you either way, but Krische thinks it's better to die quickly rather than painfully. Please continue answering Krische's questions. His screams rang through the forest. The soldiers that had been in the heat of combat a moment before now trembled as they watched a young girl slice off a man's fingers with no qualms. No one could speak as all the fingers on the man's right hand was chopped off. Krische's actions are completely correct from a military perspective, but people that can take the initiative to torture someone is extremely rare. Even if they resented that man for killing their comrades, not a single soldier here could indifferently chop off his fingers without hesitation or emotion like she does. Nobody felt any satisfaction from watching the leader of the enemy that had killed their comrades and almost killed them, have his fingers cut off. In fact, they were overwhelmed by the situation and felt only fear and pity. That was all Krische wanted to ask. "Thank you for your cooperation," Krische said that with the look of someone that had finished her job, then stomped on the man's neck. With an unpleasant crack, the man's body convulsed for an instant then stopped moving, but by that point, there were already 8 fingers scattered around it. Krische retrieved her 2 knives from the corpses and approached a soldier, the supply train's commander. This should be the end of this attack. It was a harassment attack using bandits. Krische will be going back, but before that, can Krische have a clean cloth? Yeah. The commander ordered a nearby soldier to bring a cloth, his voice slightly hoarse. The soldier hurriedly retrieved a cloth. Krische carefully wiped the blood and oil off her sword and knives, then returned them to their sheaths and looked around at the soldiers. Even Krische could feel something was wrong with their reaction. She had killed bandits. But this is not in town, it is in the middle of the forest and with the army's supply train. Krische had just properly disposed of the bandits. She had done a proper job in accordance to the army's rules and doctrine. They should be happy. But their response is a little weird. Krische clapped her hands together as she realized why. Today, Krische is not here as a soldier. She is simply the general's daughter, here to deliver letters. Simply put, she remembered that she was not on duty. She came to the conclusion that they were bewildered because she had done their job for them, so she smiled and said, "Please convey that information to the front and the general. Krische only came to deliver letters and is off duty, so Krische cannot meddle too much." After addressing a concern that nobody cared about, Krische trotted back the way she came. Seeing her retreating back, spotless without a drop of blood, all the soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. They took some time to reorganize the next day, and it was night by the time they exited the forest and reached headquarters. The soldiers of the supply train had stiff expressions as Krische thanked and bowed to them before heading towards the general's tent. The Christland army had skirmished with the enemy 3 times, but is currently at a standoff and there is not much activity. Krische was asking the way to Bogan's tent when she heard a familiar voice. "Krische. Wah." A girl ran over and hugged Krische, pressing her cheeks to Krische's. Her golden hair glittered in the moonlight and her smooth white cheek was comfortable to the touch. Selene is half a head taller than Krische and there were tears in the corners of her eyes as she smiled at Krische. "Thank goodness. I was so worried after hearing there was an attack. Are you okay? Are you injured?" "Ehehe, Krische is fine, as you can see. Selene seems fine too." Selene was dressed in red riding pants that flared out at the thighs. She wore a red cloak with gold embroidery over a black vest made from thick cloth. This combination of cloth armor and riding pants is the standard equipment that is worn under armor, but she is not wearing any armor. That indicates that this camp is safe. "Well, yeah. Are you going to meet Otusama?" "Yes, I need to hand him these letters." "Let's go then." Otusama and Galansama were also really worried. Selene happily took Krische's hand. Seeing her like that, Krische felt relieved. "How is the situation?" "A standoff. We cannot make a move. It hurt to lose Wolfenite." Wolfenite is a fortified city positioned in the center of the kingdom's eastern territories. The town is surrounded by a tall wall and a moat filled with water from a river. It was known as an impregnable town but was taken in the enemy's blitz invasion and is now an impregnable enemy base. The kingdom's center is accessible from Wolfenite. Retaking it is currently the most important objective. The Elsran army is carefully guarding their supply lines to Wolfenite and has deployed 40,000 against Bogan in the north and another 40,000 against Daegrin in the south. In comparison, Bogan's army numbers 20,000. Daegrin's army has apparently managed to scrape together 30,000, but the difference in numbers is large and though they could defend, they did not have enough to attack. Taking Wolfenite would be time-consuming no matter how it was done. Cutting off the supply lines and isolating Wolfenite is the most effective method, but that is currently impossible and they are at a standoff. Because of the infighting in the capital, the Central Army has not been deployed and they currently cannot go on the counteroffensive. What is the capital doing? Anyone could see that things will only get worse if we don't retake Wolfenite. Elsren is a large country, so they should have already gathered enough forces in Wolfenite. We can only react to what they do. Krische could think of multiple possible actions by the enemy. This is because the enemy could choose any of them. They could maintain the current front and take over the territory. They could invade the center or the south. They would not attack the north because of the large forest, but there are plenty of other options. This is the worst. Why can we only wait for the enemy to grow? Selene is the daughter of Bogan, who is also known as Lightning Quick. Selene has been educated by him and reveres her father. That is why she is aggressive and favors such tactics. The current situation must be extremely unpleasant for her. If we do not make mistakes, we are still at an advantage. The problem is we keep making mistakes. Selene pouted as they arrived at Bogan's tent. "It's Selene. I brought Krische. Come in." Selene pulled open the entrance after hearing Bogan's reply, leading Krische in by the hand. Chapter 15. Krishe's Suggestion. Bogan and Gallen were inside the tent. Bogan's outfit was similar to Selene's, also without armor, but Gallen was dressed in black leather armor, perhaps out of habit. Gallen had returned to the army a year ago and is serving as Bogan's adjutant in this war. "We were just listening to the report, Krische. Sounds like you played a big part." The commander of the supply train was also present in the tent. Bogan and Galen smiled and stood up upon seeing Krische, giving her light hugs, but the commander looked frightened for an instant when Krische entered. Krische only helped a little. "Thank you for bringing Krische here, Commander." You are welcome. It is I who should thank you." He looked bewildered when Krische bowed to him. "Krische, what did you do?" "Ah, that's right, Krische. You should report to the general too." Krische nodded to Galen. "Okay, Krische's explanation was concise. There was a bandit attack at the rear, so she repelled it. According to information from the bandits' leader, the bandits received money and the information needed to raid the supply train from someone that is most likely an Elsren spy. Krische summarized the information from the bandits' leader, reporting the multiply bandit groups in the forest and that the same offer had probably been extended to the other groups. The exact numbers are not clear, but at least 30 bandits were sighted. By the time Krische arrived at the rear, we already suffered 7 casualties. Krische took down 13 including the leader and the soldiers took down another 7, so there is around 10 remaining." "That was true," the commander muttered, then quickly covered his mouth. He had not seen the scene himself and had not completely believed what he had heard. Krische could have chased them down, but Krische was worried about further attacks, so Krische prioritized torturing the leader. This information should be accurate. Torture. Krische cut off 8 fingers. He was a bandit anyway. The atmosphere grew heavy with Krische's casual reply. The supply train's commander kept his composure, but the fear was apparent in his eyes. Monster, he had heard the soldiers at the scene call her that, their voices trembling. He had heard that Krische had slain a dozen men without letting a drop of blood touch her, then ruthlessly sliced off the bandits' fingers without any qualms. Hearing Krische report it so casually, he realized that those stories were the unembellished truth and this beautiful girl is not as she seems. The other 3 had slightly grim expressions, but also seemed understanding. Considering Krische's past, it is no wonder she suffered no pangs of conscience over torturing bandits. Aside from that, these 3 are specially close to Krische and has some understanding of Krische's true nature. She is soft on those close to her, but completely ruthless to everyone else. After some thought, Selene petted Krische's head. Krische smiled. "I see. It must have been tough." "Yes." Krische did not expect to be assaulted while traveling, so it was a little startling. Krische was not on duty, so Krische thought of letting the soldiers handle it, but Krische did not want to wait until it is too late, like that time in the village. "I see, you did well." Bogan nodded gravely and thanked her. That is all Krische had to report. Krische also has some letters. "Ah, yeah, I'll take them. Come, sit down the 2 of you." Bogan looked towards the commander. The man came back to his senses and nodded, clicking his heels together as he put the palm of his right hand to his left chest. "I offer my life to you. That is the meaning behind this military salute. Permission to leave. Yeah, rest well." After the man left, Galen picked up a pot and filled 2 cups with black liquid. It is a drink called black soy tea. Krische handed the letters to Bogan and ran over to Galen to receive the cups, then sat down and handed one to Selene. Krische looked around, searching for something. Selene smiled wryly and retrieved honey and milk from where they were hidden under a cloth on the table. Krische blushed as she added plenty of both to her drink, but relaxed into a smile as she took a sip. Black soy tea is bitter and Krische cannot drink it without adding plenty of honey and milk. "Is Bery doing well?" "Yes, Bery was worried about Master. We thought of a lot of dishes together and she wants you to try them." "Fufu, it sounds peaceful there. I would like to return soon too, but..." Bogan finished scanning through a letter and returned it to its envelope as he nodded. "Indeed. I miss Bery and Krische's cooking too. This is already quite good, but the battlefield is not a pleasant place. I would like to end it quickly, but that won't be easy, especially since they've penetrated so far. The only way to stabilize the situation is to retake Wolfenite and set up a line of defense around it." Galen replied to Bogan. He is currently the general's adjutant and is Bogan's subordinate, but when other soldiers are not present, they acted as normal. Nobles have strong authority in the army and recruitment through personal connections is common, so the rules are quite flexible. No one had complaints about a former centurion becoming the general's adjutant. This is also partly because Galen had been quite famous as a fearless and skilled centurion in his time, and many that knew him then have become high-ranking officers in the Christian army. A centurion is an officer in charge of 100 men, but is also a soldier. They are exposed to danger, but because of this risk, they can earn great fame and honor. Soldiers respect familiar, accomplished centurions more than the distant general. Galen had quickly climbed the ranks from a private to a centurion through his achievements and was a hero among the soldiers. Many had been infuriated with his treatment when Galen resigned from the army, and there were also many that rejoiced when he returned as Bogan's adjutant. There is also the fact that nobles, who have mana, tend to live beyond 100, but the lifespans of normal humans are much shorter. It helps that Galen is already old and will not be a competitor for promotions. Selene is also an adjutant, but it is quite common for the general to be succeeded by their child, and there is nothing wrong with their child serving as an adjutant to learn about the army. Since Selene is Bogan's successor, no one openly objected to her position as adjutant, and Selene's ample social skills helped her blend into the army. She became well known as the Sword Maiden for her beautiful appearance and skill with the sword. The problem is Krische. Her official position is still ambiguous. Everyone knows about her skill, but there is no clear reason for her to become an adjutant. Then again, giving her any rank would have problems. A corporal is the leader of a squad of 5 men. A captain is in charge of 10 corporals. A centurion is in charge of 2 captains and commands 100 men. These ranks are in a sense exclusively for common soldiers and have a high casualty rate. Throwing the general's daughter in here would be bad publicity. Bogan started out as a captain because he was a powerless noble, but now that he is a general, making his daughter a captain would be problematic, and Bogan himself was not willing to send her there because of her talents. Considering her skills, she should be granted a higher rank, but a higher rank would be the battalion commander in charge of 10 centurions. Even higher would be the corps commander directly under the general, in charge of 5 battalion commanders. Alternatively, there is the supply commander in charge of the army's logistics. But all these posts are filled. The post of battalion commander is just right for Krische, but they could not create a new posting just for her, so she is currently just the general's daughter. They had come to the conclusion that it is best for her to join the strategic command that Bogan had been trying to set up, so Krische is currently going through officer training studying tactics and strategy while only technically part of the army. This is why nobody in the army knows how to treat her. Krische also acts like a proper young lady, so the common soldiers settled on treating her as the general's daughter. This is also the reason why she was not reprimanded for acting independently. Her current position is quite convenient, allowing her to act as a soldier or the general's daughter as the need arises. Krische herself does not care about hierarchy and talks to everybody politely, so her current vague position does not particularly bother her. Krische, what do you think about the current situation? They are in a difficult and troubling position. Bogan is thankful for Krische's presence in this situation. Her way of thinking is novel and there is much to gain from it. Bogan was against dragging Selene and Krische onto the battlefield because they are still young, but at the same time he understands their usefulness. That's why he asked Krische this question and watched her with high expectations. Krische thought over Bogan's question a little, staring at the map on the table. Were there other attacks on supply trains? Yeah, there has been multiple reports of such attacks. Casualties are minimal, but the soldiers are growing uneasy. Seems to be simple harassment. Yes, Krische thinks so too. They are probably aiming to make the soldiers uneasy and lower morale. For now it is probably better to increase the guards for the supply trains. We can only take countermeasures. Searching the forest would take too much effort. Krische pointed at the pieces representing the enemy. With the advantage in numbers, the enemy has a lot of options. In comparison, we do not have the numbers to attack, so we can only react. In that sense, they have the initiative. In their position, Krische would target the south first. You think so too? Why? Krische nodded and took a sip of the black soy tea, which has turned brown with the amount of milk added. With a small satisfied smile, she answered Bogan. We have the large forest to our backs, so Krische would not aim here. If we escape into the forest, It would be impossible to wipe us out, and it is impossible to monitor or blockade the entire forest. Since they cannot bottle us up, they cannot stop us from reassembling. Master set up headquarters here with that in mind, right? Yeah, that's right. Our plans are just as you said. The enemy's supreme commander is able to lead 100,000 men, so he should also understand that. In that case, he would never send the main force here. He would leave 30,000 to keep us here and send 10,000 to the south. Krische moved a piece representing 10,000 to the south. This 10,000 will be used to defend the south while the army of 40,000 attacks. If the central army goes to help them, they will be flanked by the army in Wolfenite, and it would take time if the central army goes around. The terrain in the south is mainly open fields, so the enemy can advance quickly and the southern forces will be pushed back quite far. The approximate number of soldiers in Wolfenite is 20,000, right? Yeah, that's what I heard. Then it will be difficult to take Wolfenite while they attack the south. Elsren could stabilize their lines and take over the whole southeast. They could also coordinate with the Galshan Republic and take over the whole southern area in one shot. The three of them frowned as they listened to Krische. The kingdom has large, treacherous mountain ranges in the northwest and northeast. These mountains are inhabited, but they are more of tribes than a country. They will not do anything as long as their territory is not invaded. The kingdom is in an alliance with the Arna Empire to the north and on very good terms. They can be considered an ally, and there is no need to worry about the north. In fact, they have offered reinforcements. They would also like to avoid the collapse of the Albaran kingdom, their buffer. That leaves the south and west. The kingdom has warred with the Galshan Republic in the south multiple times. Although their current relations is good, it is quite plausible that they would take this chance to attack. That is the same for the Eldorant kingdom in the west, but they are currently at war with the Galshan Republic. Eldorant is the weaker of the two and would not fight two fronts at the same time, so only the Galshan Republic in the south might make a move. In that case, it would be difficult for the Albaran kingdom to mount a counterattack. We would be forced to sign a peace treaty with the southeastern area of the Albaran kingdom occupied. Krische quietly stated that with no change in expression. Either way, this will not directly affect Krische's life in the north of the kingdom. The kingdom is the buffer for the Arna Empire in the north. Even if Galshan and Elsren aimed for more, they would have to face two countries. Simply put, destroying the kingdom would require enormous effort from them. That means unless something unexpected happens, Krische's peace is safe. I see. I understand your assessment. It makes sense as a possible course of action for the Empire. Can you think of any countermeasure we can take? Bogan asked that with a serious light in his eyes. Galen and Selene also watched Krische with similar eyes. In their many meetings, they have come to a similar conclusion as Krische about the enemy's possible movements. Krische had easily and confidently arrived at that conclusion from the many possibilities and surprised them a little with the threat of the Empire cooperating with the South. A single mistake could result in enormous casualties. The weight of this responsibility stretches the nerves, creates fear of the countless possibilities, and leads one astray from the correct answer. Krische's relaxed confidence surprised them more than her intelligence. Her confidence and ability to easily find a single tree in the forest of possibility and choosing it with no apprehension still surprised them even though they knew her. They still had no answer for this question. Thus their expectations grew after seeing how easily Krische answered the previous question. Bogan's question. A countermeasure. Krische stared at the map, imagining the movements of the army. The most likely possibility is what Krische said before. The enemy definitely expects us to play for time. They just need to keep us from moving, so that would play into their hands and they would just stay there. Krische believes the first priority is to take back the initiative. But how? Krische pointed at a spot right in the middle of the Krystand and Elsren army. An area east-southeast of the forest where the Arslan River flows from the mountains to Wolfenite. The current planned battlefield should be here. The armies will face off across the Arslan River. Yeah, the enemy is also expecting this. Crossing the river would lead to many casualties, and if they deploy here, we will not be able to make a move. The state of the river is also not good for us. River. Krische nodded. First we shift the headquarters to the east and hire workers from the surrounding villages and towns to dam the river. At this spot here, where it flows to Wolfenite. Krische pointed to the eastern part of the map. She placed her finger on a small lake. The point the river splits into two. The northern Arslan River flows to Wolfenite and the other river, the Beslan River, flows a little further south of that. Naturally, the enemy army will also move east. But not the entire army. The enemy would see this dam as support for an attack on Wolfenite by the Central Army, so they should leave about 10,000. That makes sense. But you intend to dam the river for a different objective? Yes. I understand what you are saying. We can find a good timing to break the dam and release the water, causing a flood and washing away the enemy deployed on the opposite bank. But the chances of the enemy destroying the dam before that looks high. They will not let us build the dam so easily. Won't it also be difficult to only cause casualties for the enemy? Yes, that is right. The other three looked puzzled when Krische nodded. But Krische's objective is simply to create a battlefield, so that is fine. Chapter 16, Dual Purpose. Create a battlefield? Yes. Master would be facing off with the enemy across the river here when they come to prevent the dam. Then we just make the enemy ground a quagmire. Krische traced the Beslan River that flows south of the Arslan River with her finger. This river to the south often floods in this particular area, and once the area becomes a quagmire, it does not dry very quickly. By damming the northern river, which has more water, we can force the southern river to flood and create a quagmire where the enemy is deployed. Just by doing this, we can hinder the movements of the enemy and their supply trains, as well as depriving them of their troublesome nomadic cavalry. Unlike most in this time and age, Bogan values records and data, spending fortunes to gather maps, records of past battles and even disasters. Most of this knowledge has been packed into Krische's mind. Krische visits at the training grounds once a week to participate in military drills, but soon nobody had anything to teach her. As a result, she usually studies in Bogan's personal library. If she remembered the contents of every single book, she would not need to go to the training grounds and can spend more time with Bery. Because of this simple desire to cook with Bery, Krische used her abnormal intelligence to memorize most of Bogan's extensive collection. I see. Interesting. Bogan's mind is not like Krische's. But because he knows he is ordinary, he never fails to prepare himself beforehand. He had quickly reviewed the documents about this area before departing and could remember the record that Krische is referring to. Magnificent, Bogan muttered to himself. Knowledge is simply knowledge. The key is how to use and apply that knowledge. Bogan has often told Selene and his subordinates to never stop learning and never to stop at just learning. Knowledge only has meaning if you have the wisdom to apply it. Krische embodies Bogan's ideal. Bogan had considered the strategic command for a long time but started establishing it because of Krische. Even if it is impossible for any one person, they could achieve strategical and tactical planning at Krische's level with multiple minds. The commanders can focus on commanding their troops and making decisions on the ground while the strategists handle the rest. With this, Bogan planned to greatly raise the overall capabilities of the army. Nobles are highborn beings that command the army. This is the popular way of thinking, and in this age where commanders focus on being able to manage everything themselves, Bogan is an unusually advanced thinker. Over many years, Bogan has built up a system which does not focus on individual ability, instead educating and sharing knowledge among the officers and commanders, granting them the authority and responsibilities befitting their capabilities. This is the reason behind the famed strength of the Christand army and also why Bogan Christand is widely known as a great general. So first we create a geographical advantage and dampen the enemy's morale. Yes. This is just harassment. Master can also construct a simple fort nearby and prevent the enemy from crossing the river. The enemy cannot allow a fort to be constructed here, so they will be forced to cross the river. Krische traced the river with her finger. River crossings always requires massive casualties. Krische's objective is to create a situation that forces the enemy into that. It will be easy to defend against an enemy trying to cross the river from a quagmire. It will also be difficult for them to break through the steep eastern mountains with a large force. We will be at a large tactical advantage, and since it is difficult to maintain formation during a river crossing, We can easily create local numerical advantages too. Krische pointed at the base of the river. Even if the dam is broken, we can just face off at this lake near the mountain and show occasional signs of recapturing the area. The objective is to keep the enemy in place and prevent them from making a flanking attack. It also happens to be the rainy season now, so it would be even better if it rains. Bogan and Gallen looked at, then nodded at each other. Selene was glaring at Krische with a vexed expression. It's a good plan. So we are creating a battlefield where we can grasp the initiative. Yes. It would be a gamble for Master to independently break through the northern enemy army and damage the supply lines coming from the Empire no matter what method is used. And even if that succeeds, it will not solve the fundamental problem without the aid of the Central Army. In which case our top priority is to focus on how to prevent the enemy's movements and buy time for the Central Army to mount a counterattack. Krische pointed at the enemy army, then their own location. The enemy supplies are mostly procured locally, but it has been a month since they arrived. The villages they are procuring supplies from should be reaching their limits and the enemy should want to move soon. This 1-month standoff should be because they were setting up supply lines from their country and quieting local resistance. Aside from the 20,000 combat personnel, the Christend army has a logistics unit of 1,000. This unit specializes in resolving logistical problems and employing laborers or prostitutes from surrounding villages or merchants when necessary. This unit requires specialized mathematical education and is expensive to maintain but has successfully created a stable stream of supplies for this defensive battle. In comparison, the Empire's invading army is crude. When they invade, they create plundering squads as the need arises and mainly procure supplies locally. The enemy's blitz invasion prioritizes occupying as much territory as possible over logistics. But though it is crude, they still have a system in place. They had suffered severe defeats in the past from scorched earth strategies, where villages were burned and wells poisoned. Thus, although they are still centered on pillaging, they establish a logistic force before extended wars in order to set up and stabilize supply lines. The logistics force is the backbone of the invading army and focuses all their efforts on creating a stable stream of supplies to occupied areas they still pillage when they first occupy the land to raise morale, but after that the logistics force takes over, switching from pillaging to steady requisition of supplies. They gather laborers and food from surrounding villages, improving efficiency in distribution of supplies. Thus, although the Empire commits massacres and rape, they are quite careful with carriages and provisions, any resource related to logistics, when they pillage. After occupying a large piece of enemy land, they set up supply lines locally and from the Empire, building a beachhead for further invasion. This is the Holy Elsren Empire's basic invasion strategy. Naturally, the other three present knows this. But Krische has a habit of explaining obvious things when she has the time to do so. Since Krische's obvious and other people's obvious have often differed, this is a life skill she has picked up. Krische is polite enough to explain the kingdom's law to a bandit she is going torture. The three of them are aware of Krische's unnecessary politeness, and even though they did not need this explanation, they did not interrupt her. It is likely that the enemy has set up a supply depot near the enemy's center near Wolfenite, but the majority of the supplies would be for invading the south. The resources allocated to the enemy deployed to the north would not be much, and if we fight at the eastern mountains, they would have to rely on supplies from the Empire. Krische pointed at the area around the Beslan River that would become a quagmire and continued. By that point, the geography around the southern river would have deteriorated substantially, so the enemy position would only grow worse with time. Well, that is the overall plan. Krische let out a breath and took a sip of her sweet black soy tea to sate her thirst. Then she continued with satisfied smile. Their invasion of the south is only possible with a stable stalemate in the north, so if Master can shave off a large part of the 40,000 deployed in the north, it is very likely to set back their strategic plans. Krische cannot tell when the Central Army will be ready to counterattack and how long General Garka can hold out in the south, but no matter what, the enemy will be forced to respond to Master. What do you think? Krische had offered the best plan she had and considered it satisfactory, so her thoughts had already turned to her empty stomach as she asked. The discussion is done, time for food. Work is done, time for food. Snacks. Krish's thoughts are like this all the time. In comparison, the other three were surprised by Krish's plan. Shift the headquarters to the east. Just by doing this, they can gain a tactical advantage to match the enemy's numerical advantage and deal a heavy blow to the enemy's strategic plan. I have never been more glad to have adopted you. It is a brilliant plan. If there were no problems, I would have appointed you to a position with the authority that befits you, but I'm sorry. It must be tough to be left hanging like that. Bogan sincerely thought that. He lamented her youth and position that prevented her from displaying her abilities. Master. Krische is satisfied with how things are. Krische tilted her head in confusion as she responded honestly. Krische felt no dissatisfaction with the current situation. It would be convenient to have authority, but it is not something she wishes for. Krische is generally serious and hardworking, but Krische only wishes to live a carefree life of chores and cooking. Since that is currently fulfilled, she has no ambitions at all. Cuckoo, well, that's just like you. But Krish's opinion is always helpful. Captain, it is a bit late, but gather the corps commanders. I want to start moving by tomorrow. Okay, messenger. Galen's shout was loud enough that it felt like it shook the tent, making Krische cover her ears. With a quick, messenger, coming in a young soldier entered. Summon the corps commanders and their adjutants. Urgently. Yes, sir. Summon the corps commanders and adjutants. Understood. Good. Go. The young messenger ran off after a glance at Krische and Selene. He was handsome and wore a set of beautiful steel scale armor. Probably a noble. Messengers that pass information are very important, particularly when conveying the general's orders, so their social standing is important. In order to avoid confusion from false information and the like, nobles are chosen as messengers. I'm sorry, Krische, you must be tired, but please join us. Okay. It is night. Krische still has not eaten the meal she was supposed to receive upon arriving. Krish's gaze wandered as she lightly pressed on her stomach. Selene smiled wryly and stood up, handing some bread to Krische. Seeing that, Bogan and Galen let out a sound of understanding and laughed. Krish's face turned bright red. Come on, if you're hungry just say so. Nobody said you cannot eat. You. What happened to the genius strategist just now? Here, honey. You like it, don't you? Krische ended up eating uncomfortably with Selene fussing over her. 1 month is 1 cycle of the moon, 28 days. A quarter of that, 7 days, is a week. A day is 24 hours, 12 hours from sunrise to sunset and another 12 at night. But this is a vague definition since the length of the day changes with seasons. In summer, the day would be an hour longer, while in winter it would be an hour shorter. Clocks have been invented, made of mana crystals and some machinery, allowing a bell to be sounded accurately every hour in towns, but clocks are not easily portable. There is no way to know the exact time so far away from town. But based on the hunger and sleepiness Krische is suffering, it feels like it is already midnight. Already 6 hours since sunset. Krish's usual bedtime was a long time ago. Krische, don't sleep. Endure just a little longer. You, hungry, sleepy. Krische had repeated the same explanation for the corps commanders that had gathered in the tent, but naturally, that was not the end. Krish's plan is simply an overall strategy. Now they are discussing how to make their move the tactics. They were poring over the map debating where to deploy each corps. That was when Krische started nodding off, but Selene pinched her cheek and woke her each time. The first corps has the best overall capabilities in the Christ and army. The second corps is focused on pure combat ability. The third corps is good at defense, including building temporary encampments. The fourth corps is good at difficult tactical movements. The discussion of how to utilize each unique corps was taking quite a long time, but Krische is the original person that proposed this strategy. She cannot just say that she wants to go sleep and was half forced to participate in this meeting until this time of the night. Krische was sleepily rubbing her eyes as Selene led her into a small tent by the hand. Inside was a few small articles and a simple bed in the corner consisting of a blanket on straw. Selene sat Krische down on the bed and poured soup into a bowl from a jar she had brought back. Grabbing the bread that she had also brought, she sat down next to Krische, tore off some bread, soaked it in the soup and pushed it into Krische's mouth. Krische slowly chewed, swallowed, then spoke sleepily. Tasty. Here, hold the soup, Krische. I'll feed you. Okay. Krische usually sleeps 2 hours after sundown and wakes early with Bery. Krische's stamina was at its limits after staying up so late, coupled with the mental work of the meeting. She had also been deprived of her meal for that time, so by now Krische's intellect has dropped to the lowest possible level. Since there is only Selene, whom Krische can relax around, Krische was just moving by instinct at this point. You're really still a child no matter how big you grow. Bery and I are fine, but you can't act like this in front of other soldiers. Okay. Okay. Really? Do you really get it? But Selene was smiling happily as she petted Krische's head, watching Krische blissfully eat the bread, like a chick being fed. Krische's eyes narrowed happily just a little. Once Selene was done feeding Krische, she removed Krische's cloak and equipment, then covered her with the blanket. This is like I'm the servant here. I'm not Bery, you know. Selene is Selene. Krische did not mix up. That's not what I meant. Never mind, hurry up and sleep. Krische looked confused when Selene prodded her cheek, then grabbed Selene's hand and tugged. Krische grows cold easily and needs a heat source. Selene climbed into bed, muttering to herself, but smiled and gently hugged back when Krische hugged her. Krische closed her eyes, looking completely relaxed and blissful. Her breathing quickly settled and slowed. She really falls asleep fast. Selene sighed and kissed Krische's brow, brushing aside her silky hair. Selene lowered her eyes to her hand. It was trembling slightly. She shook her head. Just a few days ago, Selene had killed someone for the first time. In the middle of delivering an order to a corps commander, she was caught up in a small skirmish and killed 2 people. Selene trained with Krische every day, so they were easily dealt with and she did not have the time to think about it in the confusion of the battlefield. But when she went to bed alone that night, the memory resurfaced and her body trembled. She could remember the feeling of her blade cutting through flesh, the expression of anguish on their faces. There were many voices on the battlefield. The voice of someone calling for their mother, for their lover. The voice of someone fearing death. The pained scream of someone looking for their right hand. Selene had vomited that night and had still been in a bad state the next day. Galen comforted her, but Selene had barely been able to sleep these past few days. She could still feel the sensation on her hands. Selene looked at Krische's relaxed, young face. It is unbelievable that she killed 13 people. Of course, this is not her first time, but Krische is still too calm. She had spoken as she usually did when she talked about how she killed the bandits and tortured one, as if she was explaining what was for dinner. Rather than scary, Selene found it sad. Was she like that from the start? Or did she become like this after losing her parents? Selene does not know, but that is not the issue. She might always be like this, for the rest of her life. Krische's morals are different from others and occasionally there are misunderstandings over the simplest things. She is talented, but abnormal. To her, it might even feel like everyone else is a completely different species. Krische would do anything if there is a need to. She would not hesitate, she would accomplish it with complete calm, seemingly heartless. That is why people fear and avoid her. Selene had thought the villagers were horrible for treating Krische that way. But now Selene understands why, and it is just sad. No matter what, Krische will be Krische. Krische always acts normal even if others hate or fear her. Nothing changes. Krische would not care. Even if people she were close to started to avoid her and she was left all alone, Krische will be Krische. And Krische might just go on, without even realizing that she is lonely. Like a clown that continues dancing, not realizing she is the only one left in the circus. Selene watched Krische blissfully snuggle against her. Krische likes sleeping with people. Maybe it is because it feels good, or because it is reassuring, or perhaps just because it is warm. Selene does not know the reason. Krische is always tagging along behind Bery back at home, depending on her. She always looked like she was having fun doing chores or cooking together. But even if Krische lost that, the saddest part is that she will not feel sad even if she lost that happiness. Krische is missing something important and she does not realize it. Even if she loses something important, she cannot realize it is important. After 2 years together, Selene has gotten to know Krische quite well. Selene has seen plenty of Krische's adorable side and her sad side. Selene has grown to want to protect her. Is this how a mother feels? Or an older sister? Doesn't matter, Selene dismissed it, running her finger through Krische's light hair. It may be presumptuous, but I will be there for her. In order to protect the happiness that Krische herself does not realize she has, I will fight. Krische would probably fight better than anyone else. She might even become a hero remembered in history. But the Krische I know likes cooking and is an unexpectedly spoiled girl, so I am against this. When Krische had started visiting the training grounds, Bery had been strongly against it. At that time Selene had only thought of Krische as a slightly weird girl and brushed it off too easily. Lately, Selene has slowly grown to understand the meaning behind those words, but she only truly understood them after hearing Krische's report today. Bery must have understood Krische before any of us. She must have already been thinking the same thing as I am now. I'm still incapable but... Selene whispered to Krische. One day, I will protect you, so that you don't have to try so hard. Kissing Krische on the brow again, Selene slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 17, Aleha Sarshenka. A few days later, the Holy Elsren Empire invasion forced the Northern Army in a certain tent. A map was spread open and about 20 men sat around it. They moved. Yes, to the east. The blond man sitting at the head of the table frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. Aleha Klausera Shuindel Sarshenka. A general of the empire, one talented enough to rise to this rank at a young age without using his family's power. Aleha was born as the third son of a great noble and had no chance of succeeding the family. So naturally he entered the army and with his abilities, he made many achievements on the battlefield and received the honorable, though non-inheritable, title of Shuindel Paladin, directly from the emperor. The title of Paladin is an honorary rank that is a reward for military achievements and is the greatest honor that any soldier could receive. Aleha received it in his 30s and as a renowned general of the empire, also made many contributions in this invasion. His life was smooth sailing, nothing stood in his way but now, wrinkles creased his brow. He pondered the incomprehensible report he had just received. Why now? Aleha had spearheaded the invasion of the kingdom's eastern territories and has earned enough achievements. He built the foundations for taking the impregnable fortress Wolfenite by taking down the kingdom's general, Carmada. His contributions are worthy of the title of Paladin. But earning too many achievements causes jealousy. High society is a dangerous place. Aleha is aware that many envy him and monopolizing achievements would lead to more disadvantages than advantages in high society. That is why Aleha left the taking of the major objective, Wolfenite, to others and also avoided the southern invasion, instead volunteering for the unappealing role of locking down the enemy's forces. Of course that was not all, it was also because the enemy this time was special for him. Bogan Argalit Vesrinia Chrystand, Albaran Kingdom's famous northern general. Aleha had suffered many defeats at the hands of Christ and before becoming a general. Chrystan's attacks are relentless. He would attack weak points, causing the formation to collapse, push through and deal critical damage in one strike. If attacked, he would absorb it, then counterattack even harder. His attacks are lightning quick and relentless. Nobody could endure it and he has never lost a battle with equal numbers. Aleha had already realized his talents when he faced Christ and had broken through Chrystan's defenses many times. But each time, the Chrystand army would break through the Empire's weak points even quicker, forcing Aleha to retreat despite his local victories. Everybody focuses on Chrystan's relentless attacks, but his army's greatest strength is in their retreat. The parts of his army at a disadvantage would have a multi-stage retreat planned out, allowing them to weaken the enemy's momentum and buy time until a counterattack can deal a critical blow. Aleha has read every record about Chrystand and has studied him more than anyone. You could even say that Aleha managed to come this far by studying Chrystan's many tactics. Bogan Chrystand, the great commander that rose through the ranks with his abilities alone despite being born as a low-ranking noble. Aleha has similar circumstances, being born as the third son and unable to succeed the family, sent to the army instead. So despite being enemies, Kristan's brilliant achievements inspired him. If they had been born in the same country, Aleha would have been a devout follower of Bogan. This is the first time Aleha faces Christ and in the same position of general. His role is to intentionally create a stalemate, occasionally skirmishing but avoiding a decisive battle and locking down the enemy forces. Aleha would like to defeat Christ and is slightly dissatisfied with this role, but also believes that nobody else can contain Bogan. Because he had studied Christ and more than anyone else, he could understand Kristan's thinking. Aleha had stabilized the stalemate and believed he had seen through Kristan's plans, which is why Bogan's sudden movement confused him. The enemy had shifted camp to the east. To the side of the eastern mountains, what is the aim behind this bold move? Bogan might have moved most of his forces to the east, but breaking through the northern forest is still impossible. It would require vast amounts of manpower and stretch out the supply lines. The Holy Elsren Empire's land mostly consists of plains, and the Empire's soldiers are not used to fighting in a forest. The Empire also produces many good horses and has added nomads to their forces. The strength of the Empire's army is their powerful cavalry. Losing that greatly reduces their capabilities. No matter which path they took, if they did not defeat the enemy's main force, they would be flanked and be in a predicament. That is the conclusion he arrived at after considering his own forces. Naturally, the enemy also made that bold move with this in mind. They saw through his intentions of creating a stalemate and is confident that the Empire is not aiming to break through the north. There is a certain flow in both tactics and strategy. It requires an extreme amount of effort to change this flow once it has started. The invasion force's current plan is to invade the south. It is impossible to change that by now, and Aleha is forced to respond with these conditions. What is his aim? Either way, we must also move. We will move camp to the east. If left alone, Kristan's position would allow him to easily target the Empire's supply lines. No matter the reason, the enemy is a force of 20,000. They had to match the enemy's movements. Ah, so that's why. Aleha smiled. He had examined the land around the pieces and quickly understood Kristan's intentions. A strange movement, a very UN Bogan-like movement. It's probably a coordinated move with the enemy's foolish central army. They're trying to dam the river. It is not Bogan's plan. Aleha saw a larger overall strategy behind the Kristand army's movements. The enemy's capital is in a mess with the struggle over succession, so they had been forced to be reactive even in this predicament. There had probably been some popular opinion rushing them to take back Wolfenite, so the kingdom's central army must have made a plan for that. And Bogan has been ordered to assist by damming the river, just to dry up Wolfenite's moat. Unthinkable of that famous Kristand. Damming a river is extremely difficult. The dam itself would become a second key location after the headquarters, forcing them to split their forces. The enemy already has inferior numbers, and doing this when the Empire is free to move is reckless. I see, then. Yeah, it's time. Our goal was to create a stalemate, but if we can defeat the Kristand army, we would gain a large advantage, even if the general is great. When the country is so incompetent, it's pitiful. Aleha had been dissatisfied with creating a stalemate. His respect for Bogan had grown even as he was humiliated by Bogan in his defeats. These feelings are why Aleha was delighted as he made the decision. We will deploy the army to the east. First we will break the dam and set back the enemy's plans. Our casualties will be large when crossing the river to fight, but greater honor awaits us. The Empire will no longer taste defeat at the hands of Kristand. The men smiled and clenched their fists as they listened to Aleha's proclamation. They had defeated many formidable enemies under Aleha's superb command. They have seen his skills in his rapid blitz invasion and occupation. His subordinates believed that Aleha should have been the one in charge of invading the south, and they delighted at this opportunity. The popularity, trust, and faith that Aleha has built up is proof of his greatness. As long as they follow him, everything will work out. His devoted followers felt no apprehension. Yes, sir. That is why nobody had any misgivings about giving up the initiative so easily. And they stepped into the battlefield they would never return from. Information is delayed. There are scouts and spies that seek out enemy information. But they are human, and even with horses, it would take time if there is distance. And when information is delayed, naturally response is also dilated. By the time the Holy Elsren Empire's army arrived, the battlefield had already become a muddy quagmire. The water that had overflowed from the southern Bezran River has soaked into the land. The soil is largely clay, causing the armored soldiers to sink down to their ankles, draining their stamina and causing discomfort. Aleha could not be sure if this was a coincidence. No, deep down, he was uneasy maybe the enemy had lured them here. But either way, they needed to prevent the enemy's dam, and in order to do that, they had to come here. Because Aleha saw this as an assist to an attack on Wolfenite, Aleha had to make this decision. Exactly because Aleha knew Bogan Christand better than anyone else, he interpreted this sudden weird movement as an order by the kingdom's capital. The Empire has the advantage in numbers. The Empire ate up a large chunk of territory in their Blitz invasion, and the disordered kingdom is in a predicament. If Christand were to lose an engagement in this situation, the kingdom would not just be in a predicament, it would definitely collapse. Any sane general would be painfully aware of this heavy responsibility. It is unthinkable that someone in that position would choose this place as a battlefield just to take back the initiative to deal a painful blow. And most of all, Aleha knows that Bogan Christand is more cautious than any other man. Aleha is not a foolish general. He is skilled, and with time and experience, he would have become a great general remembered by history. But at this time he was still young and did not know to reconsider his own decisions. This was the turning point. Even if the river is dammed, Wolfenite is still tough. Even if Christand's intentions are as Aleha imagined, the Empire could easily hold out. Aleha should have realized the foolishness of entering this place, retreat, and maintained a defensive line. But he was young and sought perfection. Aleha set up camp across the river from Christand, but he did not fight. The river is wide and shallow in this area, the riverbed mostly gravel. Even with water, it is possible to break through. But if Aleha sent in his forces in this situation, there is the possibility of the enemy breaking the dam and suffering large losses in the resulting flood. A careless attack is dangerous. The soldiers are also tired because of the muddy ground. There are many cases of carriages getting stuck, and he had to mobilize the cavalry to help them. His forces are split and he cannot attack immediately. What is that? But at this point, something new rushed Aleha. By the river on the west side, where the enemy's right wing is, a crude fortress is being constructed. It is so crude that it is more scaffolding than a fort. But its existence is still a threat. How did they get the resources for that in this short amount of time? Then he looked at the river. I see. Aleha glared at the fortress. They had probably thrown logs that they had cut in the mountains into the river before damming it, allowing the logs to flow down here. They had probably focused on building it quickly. The roof is just a layer of branches. The barricade is full of gaps, simply logs hammered into the ground at regular intervals and connected with rope. But the branches are enough to stop arrows, and the barricade would slow a charge and stop horses. If it is completed, it will be an even larger threat. It is built on the area most suitable for a river crossing. Any further west, the river grows narrower and deeper. The flow also becomes visibly faster, which means the left side of the battlefield is blocked off. Going around it would be difficult. Seeing the enemy's unexpectedly thought-out preparations, Aleha's uneasiness grew. Chapter 18, Work. As Aleha was having apprehensions, Krische was temporarily put in charge of the engineers and was directing the construction of the fort. Please set up boards in this area. Thin ones are fine. Something that can be used to hide from archers is enough. Also set up anti-cavalry stakes at regular intervals there. This place is quite far from the river crossing point to the west, so if they come across here it will be mainly cavalry. Be thorough with the countermeasures. Yes, but is this really okay? This barricade is too. The engineer captain asked in confusion. The barriact to the front facing the river is full of gaps and looks too flimsy. Yes. The enemy will be soldiers exhausted from a river crossing. We just need to slow them down and drain their stamina and willpower. Selene pointed beyond the barricade as she spoke to the stakes hammered into the grass at regular intervals. The stakes were hammered deep into the ground and ropes were strung between them, hidden by the grass. A simple trap that just trips up the enemy. The enemy soldiers will be tense, agitated, exhausted as they run through the slippery riverbed in a rain of arrows. Conducting a river crossing would wear out anyone's nerves, so once they broke through, they would sprint forward in an attempt to establish a beachhead. Once they tunnel vision on that, this trap, vines weaved into ropes and hidden in front of the fort, will be enough to break their spirits. Anybody would panic if they tripped in the middle of a rain of arrows. Since it is makeshift, it is not durable, but even if the ropes snap, new ones can just be set up at night. Cutting the ropes for others while arrows rain from above would require self-sacrifice, and cutting them all would require enormous effort. Minimum cost for maximum effect. Krische enjoys the trial and error to achieve this. The goal is not to annihilate the enemy. This fort has been built to drain the enemy's morale and is quite fragile. If this was a wide open field, it would be pointless and not worth the effort spent building it. But if you consider it as a defensive position used to defend against an enemy's river crossing, it is extremely effective no matter what. The attacking side will always have more casualties when attacking across a river. The soldiers' morale will not be high, they can only hide their fear under a crazed fervor and advance. That is exactly why obstacles that simply slow them down would be more than effective. Soldiers follow the backs of those in front. The soldier standing in front is a hero, and because of this hero, many soldiers are able to advance forward. But if these heroes trip and die in a rain of arrows, the following soldiers will awaken from their fervor, realizing they are next and stop short. Reducing morale. This wicked fort is built just for this purpose. But the creator, Krische, does not have such a good understanding of the fine workings of a soldier's mind. Because of Krische's unique thinking, she is bad at reading emotions. Scared, sad, angry. Even if she can see how people are feeling, she still cannot understand what makes them feel that way, even with Bery's education. What situations cause fear and reduces the morale of soldiers? She had intended to leave everything to Bogan, and when she was put in charge of constructing the fort, this question had troubled her greatly. After much thought, Krische decided to conduct a survey. She gathered privates and corporals to her tent and asked each of them about terrifying experiences on the battlefield. One has to be brave to be a soldier. Each and every soldier has to be a hero. The soldiers believed this and were unwilling to confess their cowardice, so the survey did not yield much results at first. But the situation changed when Gallen joined in. Gallen spoke of his time as a common soldier, confessing his own cowardice. He spoke of how it is not shameful, it is natural to be frightened. In fact, true heroes are those that are aware of their fear but still gather their courage. Gallen used to be famous and is currently the general's aide. His words resounded deeply with the soldiers and changed their perception, allowing Krische to gather useful feedback from many soldiers. This wicked fort was built according to that feedback. The topic somehow changed from what situations are terrifying to how to conquer that fear, but Krische did not care either way. To summarize their answers, soldiers fight to protect their comrades and fear being alone the most. Of course, their own death is scary. But if they do not conquer this fear, their comrades who are standing in the same shoes will pay the price, so soldiers risk their lives to protect their comrades. They treasure the lives of the comrades with whom they had shared meals and fear being left alone. That seems to be common consensus among the soldiers. But Krische did not have much interest in whether these opinions were actually correct. Krische only saw it as a sense of aesthetics that soldiers shared. She was more interested in the process of how she received the feedback. After her survey, Krische came to the conclusion that soldiers are a flock of sheep led by a dog. There is a dog who is the revolutionary and sheep who are followers. Followers agree with the revolutionary's opinions and share in his views. The revolutionaries are generally the valiant, fearless soldiers, the outstanding soldiers that lead the charge. It is the same in the battlefield. Followers follow the revolutionary who leads the way to death. In that case, they just need to kill the revolutionary at the head of the flock. Revolutionaries are the ideal soldiers for other soldiers. Krische predicted that there would be great effect if these revolutionaries are seen caught by trivial traps and killed helplessly. This should be more than enough when their morale is low after a river crossing. There is no time to build a perfect fort, they only need an effective fort. Krische did not forget her objective. It does not matter if they focus their forces here and take the fort. There is no point even if they do. The fort's rear facing away from the river is completely defenseless. The number of stakes drop drastically and there is no defensive wall. It is easy to retake from this side, it is easily rebuilt if broken, and if there is a need, it is also easily abandoned. This fort will not offer the enemy any tactical advantage. If the enemy targets the fort, they will not be able to focus their forces at other areas and casualties can be minimized. So Krische actually wants them to attack the fort. Okay, that should complete it. I will leave the rest to you. If there is time, please weave grass to make loops for tripping the enemy. Leave the remaining materials for repair. Yes. Where will Krische be heading? Krische's role is done, so Krische will wait for Master R, the General's orders. Krische will transfer command to you, so just work with the 3rd Corps, NNN. Krische stretched, suppressing a small yawn. She has been working day and night these past few days and is not getting enough sleep. Krische usually sleeps twice as much as others, so this lack of sleep is especially tough for her. She turned away, heading back to her tent to sleep. Krische, how are things? I came to take a look. And that very moment, Selene showed up on a horse. Krische has finished giving the necessary instructions. Krische has left the rest to the captain, so please discuss with him. The captain seemed bewildered as he was suddenly handed command while Krische looked completely indifferent. Krische was expressionless like usual, but Selene has spent enough time with her to pick up on the minor details. Krische's usually wide eyes are slightly narrowed and she was mumbling a little. These are signs that she is sleepy. Selene sighed as she examined Krische's expression, then pulled Krische onto the horse. Krische was wearing a skirt and mounted side saddle. As she settled into Selene's arms, Selene pinched her cheek. You, cheek. Ha, we'll head back to the tent as we talk, so endure a little longer. Captain, is there any problems if I take her away? No, we have received the necessary instructions, Adjutant Krystand. Okay. If you need more resources or manpower, say so. Well, there will not be a large battle for a few more days, so there should be no need, but will you need a few more hands for repairs? It will depend on the extent of the damage, but the structure is simple and the current personnel should be sufficient. Okay. But the more I look at it, the more worrying the fort looks. It looks like it will collapse if we just leave it alone for half a year. The fort was built with waterlogged logs. There is plenty of water prepared to extinguish fires and it will be very resistant against fire arrows. But it will also rot quickly and collapse. We do not need this fort half a year later, so it is fine. Krische was sulking a little because her cheek was pinched. They had prioritized building it quickly, so it is just a facade without any durability. That is why Selene, who had studied the basics of fortifications, found it kind of disgusting. She knew that Krische could have built a proper fort if she wanted to, but intentionally did it this way. But this is a matter of tastes. I know that, but this is more about how it feels. Selene embraced Krische's warm, sleepy body and petted her head. This is already a habit and was a subconscious action. The captain stared at the sight of these 2 beautiful girls atop the horse. Their close relationship is well known. Krische is always expressionless and you cannot tell what she is thinking, but she acts like this when with Selene. Although rumors of Krische's abnormality has spread among the soldiers, her beauty and cuteness is also known. This is especially because although Selene is out of their league as their idol, they have seen Selene fussing over Krische. So the soldiers saw them as a brilliant and charismatic older sister and a slightly weird but genius younger sister. Selene does not act unpleasant. She is not arrogant like other nobles. She is willing to directly converse with common soldiers when there is a need to. Her willingness to accept any useful feedback from them also makes her popular. Just like with Grace in the village, Krische is protected from malice by Selene's popularity. Seriously. As Selene steered the horse towards their tent, Krische's eyes slid shut and she fell asleep in Selene's arms. Selene sighed in exasperation, but still slowed the horse's pace, making sure not to wake Krische. Seeing her sleep like a little girl while on the battlefield on the front lines might antagonize some because it looks like she is too relaxed. But the two of them are blessed with looks and military talent, making them a sight for sore eyes. They are also about 14, 15 years of age, still on the border between child and adult, so they serve more to soothe the spirits of the soldiers and raise their morale. The minimum age to become a soldier is 15, so to most soldiers they are still young and the soldiers feel protective of them. The heroes protecting the two beautiful Christ and princesses, it is like the setting of a ballad. The Christ and Army's soldiers are also well-natured and no one found this sight unpleasant. This is also part of Selene's plan. Selene is aware of the negative rumors about Krische, but Krische is completely indifferent to them. Selene decided that Krische's position will grow worse if these rumors are left alone. Normally, Selene would never allow them to see this side of Krische. But Krische is unique and those that catch glimpses of her true nature would fear her. Selene cannot do anything about that. Krische is Krische and no matter what Selene says, that part of Krische cannot be changed. Selene thought about how to change Krische's image and came to the conclusion that showing this side of Krische should balance it out. Krische is cool and collected, she is polite and serious, but because she was quite pampered in the village, her mental age is actually that of a child, so she acts younger than she looks. Even Selene, who has confidence in her own looks, feels that Krissche's looks are perfect. She is a flawless beauty. In her case, her young mental age is another charm point. Selene's plan is quite effective and Selene was satisfied with the looks they were receiving. But Selene's is also still immature. Krische is adorable when she is so defenseless. And since Bery is not around, Krische is only like this with Selene. Krische's detached way of thinking differs from others, but she is also purer and more innocent than anyone else. There is the subconscious desire to show off that such a girl is so dependent on herself. The chicken or the egg. Either way, Selene's actions helped Krische to blend into the army. Chapter 19, The Revolutionary and the Wicked Fort. Although the armies of the kingdom and the empire have slightly different structures, the soldiers in both armies are mostly voluntary. Certain lands conscript the men as a form of tax, but either way, soldiers are assigned to reserve forces after a few months of training, only coming back 1 month a year, usually during winter after the harvest, for training. If war breaks out, they will have to go and fight, but they receive a salary and will not have to worry about their next meal during training, so many soldiers are from poor families. In the Christ and Army, corporals and above are standing soldiers. Some are even common soldiers that were promoted and became career soldiers. On the other hand, corporals in the Empire are also reserve soldiers. This difference is largely due to financial reasons. In the case of the Christ and Army, most of the running costs of the army is provided by the country. In addition, Bogan himself uses the profits from the mines and farms he owns to employ the lower-ranking commanders, including corporals, as career soldiers. Bogan had made many achievements in the previous war, but lives frugally in a single estate with only one servant while investing most of his personal wealth in the army. Bogan is an honorable soldier and an unusually dutiful noble. He believes the bountiful lands he was granted is to be used to fulfill his duties and is willing to spend on the army, which helps him in his duties. Many under Bogan also follow his example and invest their own wealth in their soldiers, helping to maintain the strength of the Christ and Army. Kristan's army is slightly unique in the amount invested into it, but the other generals of the kingdom also employ similar methods, so you could say that this is the kingdom's standard. The kingdom focuses on the proficiency and quality of the army. That is the strength of the kingdom's armies. In comparison, the empire's territory is wide and the strength of the armies is greatly dependent on the noble in charge of the land, leading to a wide disparity in the quality of soldiers. Since nobles can go to war on their own once they get permission, there is a large difference in the quality of soldiers between border territories and inner territories. Inner territories refers to territories neighboring the territories under the emperor's direct control. But the curia wields great economical and political power. When they declare a holy war, the nobles have to gather their forces, forming a large army in a short span of time to invade in the name of God. The curia planned to take over the kingdom's fertile southeastern territory while there was confusion over succession of the crown. They declared a holy war and gathered an army of 100,000 from the western nobles. The Curia provides most of the funding to the Western nobles but will reap the profits from the occupied lands themselves. The nobles welcome a holy war where they can receive funding to expand their territories and are willing to cooperate with neighboring nobles whom they are usually on bad terms with. A difference in numbers is an advantage in war. That is the first thing anyone is taught about war. As long as their slice of the pie is guaranteed, the nobles are happy to cooperate with others and join a large army for the invasion. On one hand, the kingdom's army which maintains a stable level of training and sets up stable supply lines. On the other hand, the empire's army which can gather a large army although there is a disparity in quality, and gathers most of its supplies through plundering. It is difficult to say which is better in this time and age, but in this war at least, the difference in the structures of the armies has led to the empire's large army occupying the kingdom's eastern territories. Krut was a poor farmer and is now a common soldier in the victorious imperial army. He is part of the famous General Sarshenka's northern army. Krut was born as the third son in a small farm. He grew sick of stifling village life and watching his parents be exploited through taxation, so he enlisted as a soldier. A common situation for a soldier. Soldiers do not become soldiers because they want to, but because they have to. That is the case for soldiers in the Elsren Holy Empire. The disparity of wealth in the empire creates poverty, and soldiering is a job for the poor, serving to prevent further deterioration in public order. Holy war plundering in the name of God is also a good chance to let these unstable elements blow off some steam. The empire is wide and cannot maintain order throughout its land, so it has the fundamental flaw of having to go to war regularly to let off some steam. Massacres must not be conducted in towns with above a certain population. This is dictated in the sacred convention, but not because of any humane reason. There are skilled artisans, intellectuals, and merchants in towns. This rule is set to avoid the killing of these human resources through plundering. For example, the deaths of merchants would lead to protests from wealthy classes and problems during post-war governance. Merchants work together to protect their wealth, so if they killed merchants in other countries it would also affect trade in their own country. That is why the sacred convention bars such acts in towns, but naturally small villages that do not fulfill that condition is not included. Villages in occupied land pay the price for this rule. It is common knowledge among soldiers that there is an unspoken agreement that villages can be used to vent their frustrations. The young man Krut unknowingly stepped into this hell. It is common to hear about plundering during war from senior soldiers during the tough training. Training is tough, but you can do whatever you want in war. You can rape the village's beauties who would usually ignore you. You can steal all the valuables you want. Life may be horrible, but that is the one time in your life you can enjoy it to the fullest. Krut nodded and agreed, but he is quite a virtuous man. He did not agree with his seniors. Krut did not want dirty reality, he admired the heroes of legend. He did not join in the plundering and rape that occurred in this war, and it was all he could to suppress his disgust. The screams stuck in his ears. It was unbelievable that people could toy with and slaughter helpless, innocent villagers. The ghastly sight of humans being treated like objects, of the unspeakable rape were burnt into his eyes, and he could not to sleep properly for the next few days. It was his corporal, a man called Orson, that cheered him up. Orson is skilled in the sword, a daring and resolute man. He is careless and cheerful, slightly vulgar, and always talking about prostitutes. Krut naturally assumed that Orson also participated in the plundering, but he is actually an honorable man and was unexpectedly disgusted by rape, changing Krut's opinion of Orson. A long time ago, my village was burnt down too. I was born in the kingdom, but my village sheltered imperial soldiers. We were found out and the village was burnt. Orson told Krut about his past. Capturing enemy soldiers and holding them prisoner is fine, but sheltering them is treason to the kingdom. The village was burnt, and to set an example there was a silent agreement that rape of the villagers was allowed. But the centurion that came to burn down the village brazenly walked into the village square, giving the villagers time to escape. The only casualties were a few ruffians that fought back. Orson said that the centurion was probably reluctant to burn the village. Thanks to that, he managed to escape to the empire and is now serving as a soldier. At that time I resented him, but as time passed, I learned to be grateful. When I become a centurion, I want to be like him. It's cool, right? But I'm still stuck as a corporal though. Orson spoke like a young boy talking about his hero. Krut respected him. In war it is kill or be killed. But that does not mean they can be inhumane. Orson was just like how Krut imagined a hero would be. At night, they trained together under the moonlight and Orson shared his vulgar stories. Krut grew to know Orson's other friends and learnt they were not as he imagined. They were disciplined men, good soldiers. He decided to advance with them and one day climb the ranks to fix the corruption in this army. This is Krut's goal. The men laughed and patted young Krut's shoulder, praising him for his aspiration. Krut had found his place with these warm comrades. And today, oi oi, don't be so tense. It'll be fine, no arrows will get to you here. I know, Corporal. They were crouching in the river, hiding in the shadows near the bank. The river crossing was hell. The river is already stained scarlet and bodies floated here and there. The Empire's army had succeeded in breaking the dam 3 days ago. The river finally settled down today and they had launched an all-out attack. The Sarshenka army won a crushing victory at the damming site and gained control of the area. The enemy routed and ran, or that was the report Aleha received through the messenger from his vice-general, Krische, who was in command of the forces in the mountains. The Empire is at an advantage in numbers both in the mountains and by the lake. Krische is quite a good general. It is almost inevitable that they won, but it was easier than expected, making Aleha suspicious. Aleha knows of Kristan's outstanding retreat tactics and did not think Kristan would let go of a key location so easily. After receiving that report, Aleha wanted to take a cautious stance and spend some time to review the situation. In that sense, he is certainly a brilliant general, but the people around him are not. They believed that Kristan was on the back foot, fighting a battle he did not want. They rejoiced and sang praises of Krische and Aleha. Aleha had taken down the experienced general, Maiden, during the invasion. Because they knew of his amazing skills, they became blind sheep. They believed that Bogan Kristan was forced to fight here on the kingdom's order. This was also what Aleha thought at first, and this belief had gained traction. Part of Aleha also agreed with them and thought it is a good time to attack. Most of all, they had gotten used to victory, and after further victory in the mountains, the soldiers' morale is high. Aleha was swept along by their enthusiasm and decided on a large-scale assault. Krut is deployed on the left wing and is part of the force attacking the fort. They had heard that the enemy generals, Kristan's own daughter Krische Christ, and had personally taken command of the construction of this misshapen fort. It looks so crude, like a gust of wind could knock it over. Last night, they had been confident that knocking down that fort would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. There were even some that spoke of their vulgar desire to strip naked the two beautiful Kristan daughters. But standing in a rain of arrows, the fort felt like a towering castle to Krut. He desperately suppressed the trembling in his body and took deep breaths. You scared? I'm not scared. Gahaha, so you say. My balls are shriveling up. Oi, how about you? Orson called to the man next to them. The man, a corporal, laughed and nodded. Yeah, I pissed myself just now. You're disgusting. Well, anyway, only crazies wouldn't be scared in this situation. Everyone is the same, so relax. Okay. Oi, what happened to the first wave? They failed. They didn't reach the fort. There was shouting about ropes. Damn it, they set some stupid traps. That was when the signal came from the centurion. Krut gripped his sword and shield tightly, suppressing the trembling in his body. All troops, charge. They stood and stepped out of the river as that shout reached them. The fear and fervor made Krut feel like he was floating. His feet were unsteady. It felt like they were floating in air. Let's go, Orson, don't die. Yeah, you too, Oi. The corporal that had been joking with Orson just now took an arrow to the foot. Even if they covered their heads with large shields, there are still gaps. The corporal collapsed and countless arrows rained down on him. The corporal writhed in pain, then stopped moving. Krut, don't stand around. Let's go. Yeah. Around them, soldiers tripped over something and died in the rain of arrows. Someone shouted a warning about traps on the ground. But it felt impossible to pay attention to the ground while arrows rained from above. TSK. Orson swung his sword at the ground, cutting a rope made of vines. Krut, just hold your shield above your head and the rest is luck. Whether you are looking or not, you will die when it's your time. Keep your eyes on the ground now, just shut up and watch my feet. That's all you need to do. Oh, okay. A short distance away, Kurt saw the centurion die under a concentrated volley of arrows. He was once a common soldier and had a fierce face. Even Orson could not match his swordsmanship. That centurion could easily take on 2 average soldiers. But he died so easily. Don't look, just forward. Just look forward. That was the last thing Krut saw before he recited Orson's words, forcing himself to believe in them. He saw a comrade collapse at the corner of his eyes. He tried to ignore it. He just followed Orson's feet. Gu. An arrow scraped Orson's leg. Orson grunted but kept moving. More and more arrows kept coming. Another arrow scraped Orson's leg. Judging by the sound of arrows cutting through the air and slamming into their shields, a terrifying amount of arrows was being shot at them. What does the sky look like right now? But Orson ran. Krut followed. Orson grunted in pain. Krut followed. Orson fell. Krut stopped. Oh, Orson-san. Go, leave me. Orson's shield looked like a porcupine with all the arrows in it. 3 arrows were embedded in his arm. In his shoulder too, and there an arrowhead stuck out from the side of Orson's still body. Krut looked around. Most were dead. Krut realized that at some point, they had been leading the charge. He could not see anyone else from his squad. Krut felt his crotch grow warm. He had pissed himself. He turned to run, but the river was far behind him. Instead, the fort was right before his eyes. Here. Countless bows were pointed at him. Krut raised his shield and just ran. Was it fear or courage that kept him going? He ran past Orson's corpse, ran even further. Arrows landed right next to him. If he was unlucky he would die. There is no need to look. The barricade is right before his eyes. Once he climbs over this, there will be no more arrows. Krut was suddenly on the ground. His foot was stuck in a loop of wound grass. He struggled, trying to stand up. He tripped again and looked up. Countless bows were still pointed at him. An arrow stabbed into his right arm, left arm, abdomen. His right eye went blind. Something impacted his chest. He struggled, writhed in pain. He could not understand what had happened. He did not even have the chance to wield the sword he had practiced. And Krut's young life and dream ended. Chapter 20. Initiative. The fort is doing well. It can probably hold a 3rd wave. As the messenger reported to Bogan, he glanced at the creator of the fort, Krische. Even at a time like this, she is still dressed in a black and silver one-piece dress and cloak. She sat in her chair, staring at the map on the table, showing no interest in the report. She is wearing gauntlets and carrying her saber and a short sword, but her outfit still stood out on the battlefield. Krische can run faster than a horse when she strengthens her body with mana. Krische's reasoning is since she does not need a horse, she does not need to wear pants. In the village, women wore dresses, usually one-piece dresses. That is why Krische does not like wearing pants when there is no need for them and stubbornly insists on wearing her dress and cloak even now. To Krische, pants are only to be worn when she has to ride a horse and fight. Her sense of aesthetics does not allow her to wear them otherwise. The uniform and armor for soldiers below the rank of captain is fixed, while those above that rank generally by their own they decide on their own clothing and armor. So according to the rules, there is no problems with Krische's attire, and since she still takes the stance of just coming to deliver letters, no one could complain. Krische is also quite stubborn about it because Bery told her not to stick her neck into strange things. Since she came to deliver letters, anything else is strange things. She participated in the meetings and fortification only because she was told to. Krische herself has no intention of participating in this battle at all. Selene exasperatedly nagged her to wear armor, but she just wore gauntlets and said she was armored. Selene gave up on trying to convince her to wear any more. They are all aware of Krische's skill, and if she said that armor is heavy and more of a hindrance, they could not force her to wear it. She is an absolute believer in efficiency. If she says so, it is probably true. Krische showed no interest at all in the report from the fort. Although she is listening and pretending to look at the map, her thoughts are focused on the candy in her mouth. Bery had predicted that Krische could not return immediately and sent additional candy. Thanks to that, Krische can once again have her 2 candy a day while still leaving one for Bery, putting her in an extremely good mode. Although Krische was deeply involved in the planning, the whole army is already informed of the enemy's expected movements and how to react. Bogan himself made changes to the plan, and the Christend army's officers, even lower-ranking ones, have been properly trained to share information. So there is nothing for Krische to do. She is just sitting here because Selene told her to. Krische does not have anything in particular to do here. The commander of the 4th Corps, Farron, reports that he succeeded in his assault on the enemy supply train. Excellent. As expected of Commander Farron. This makes our situation even more advantageous. As they were constructing the fort, some troops had been sent to set up an ambush. They had been sent to attack the enemy supply train that would pass through the mountains to the west, and the report that they succeeded had just arrived. It has already been 10 days since they arrived here. 7 days since the enemy arrived. With the enemy's supply lines cut, they will start to fall apart. I want to take this chance to break through them, but we cannot. Making the enemy ground a quagmire backfired. If we attack now, our casualties will be large. Charging through mud will be tough on the soldiers. Galen shook his head in denial. Selene spoke up. It's been so sunny these few days. Won't it dry up after a few more days? If it continues, yes, but so close to the mountains, the weather is unpredictable. It all depends on the weather. Either way, the enemy's morale will drop with time. We can afford to wait a little. They should have brought enough to last half a month. Krische, what do you think? Krische did the calculations in her head. The attack on the enemy supply train succeeded, but that does not mean they burnt all the supplies. Since it was an ambush, they could not stay for long, and there should have been quite a few guards. The 4th Corps that raided the supply train is very good at what they do, but some will still slip by. Krische considered the size of the ambush and the supply train and calculated how much supplies would have reached the enemy. They should have about 15 days' worth. If the enemy casualty rate continues as it is now, their casualties should reach about 4,000. So they will need less supplies. It will depend on when they notice the loss of the supply train from the Empire, but even if they realize by today, they should run out of supplies in 20 days at most. Krische rolled the candy around on her tongue as she answered. There is the chance of casualties accumulating and their supplies lasting longer, but in that case, they would completely lose their numerical advantage, so there should be no need to consider that. I see. So the problem is supplies from the 10,000 left in the west, or even from the enemy's central force. Yeah, but normally, a general would not request for supplies from the central force when it is preparing for the southern invasion. He should try to get supplies from the 10,000 in the west. The possibility is still there if they run out of options, though. Bogan is a general and has the intelligence for it. When he asks Krische something, it mostly involves detailed calculations. Krische rolled the candy around in her mouth as she checked the enemy's deployment. Is it possible to find out immediately when the enemy realizes they lost their supplies? That should be no problem. I already arranged for that. Then once we receive confirmation, how about sending one corps, a force of 5,000, to set up a defensive position at the river crossing point in the west? If we pretend to prepare for a night attack and send them out at night, the enemy's response should be delayed. 5,000. Isn't that too dangerous? Selene frowned. Even if the enemy sends a large force there, we can counterattack with the main force here and take the enemy headquarters. Conversely, if they leave most of their forces here, the corps can just hold the defensive position and keep the enemy there. This is their shortest route, and if we occupy it, the enemy's supply train will be forced to make a large detour, buying us time. Ah. So it's fine if the enemy supplies reach them? The corps at the defensive position is simply to annoy the supply train but will not actually attack. Yes. A large detour will expend some of the supplies being delivered, and the extra time it takes will reduce enemy morale. They will also have to request for more supplies even sooner. Bogan fell into thought for a while, then nodded. So the problem is reducing our main force. No, only so many troops can fight at one time. So you are saying we have enough reserves? Yes. We just need to buy some time for a few days and force the supply train to make a detour. Then the corps at the defensive position can be moved again, either to stand by as reserve forces again or even be used to flank the enemy. Krische believes it is best to keep to the initial plan and maintain the stalemate here unless there is a good opportunity. All right. Let's do it. Messenger, call Kokis. Yes, sir. Ha ha ha, I see. It certainly seems like a difficult mission, but I was getting bored. Please leave it to me. The 2nd Corps Commander Kokis Nakutra Rinia a large man built like a boulder. It looked like he even trains the muscles on his face. That is how muscular his huge body is, and he feels even larger inside the tent. His helmet and armor resembles a tiger, making him look even more imposing and heroic. His thick voice is loud and makes Krische frown a little every time he speaks. His voice and body and everything else is large. In a tent, he makes it feel claustrophobic, but his large voice and size becomes an advantage on the battlefield, giving the soldiers a strong sense of reassurance. If the commander of the 1st Corps, Nozen, is flexible in his command of his soldiers, then Kokis is solid. He is the best in the Christend army for simple charges and defense. He is also an excellent fighter. He has taken countless heads in personal combat, and the soldiers that follow this hero are also extremely strong. They are most suitable for this mission. But the general really has adopted a good daughter. Both girls have a good sense of tactics that most men do not. I wish my son would learn from them. Kokis looked at the handsome messenger as he spoke. The young man lowered his eyes and silently endured that gaze. Don't say that, Kokis. Durin is also doing his job well. I'm not like other generals. I only use quick-witted and competent messengers. He's just too cowardly. I've heard Krische easily cut down a dozen bandits. She is special. Even I couldn't beat her in a sword fight. And there is nothing wrong with cowardice. We just need to give each person a role that matches their nature and makes full use of their abilities. I understand that, but... Kokis still did not look convinced, but raised his hands in surrender. Kokis, you decide when to retreat. Yes, sir. If the enemy exceeds 10,000, we will only be able to hold out 2 or 3 days. That's fine. If you judge it is impossible, then withdraw immediately. Otusama, how about sending the engineers that were building the dam? They should be useful in building a defensive encampment. That's a good idea. Kokis, bring along all the engineers you need. Krische, how much of the reserve material from the fort can we use? About half of the reserve. We left quite a lot just in case. They had only used half the resources used to build a normal fort. The engineers had floated roughly enough resources to build a normal fort down the river, so there is a lot left over. In that case, it would be better to start shaving the logs into stakes now. There will not be much time when building the defensive encampment. Indeed. I will get my forces to do it. Kokis, don't tell them why. We don't know where the enemy has ears. Pretend it is an order from me that they are to help prepare the fort for now. Yes, sir. I will only tell my adjutant and the battalion commanders involved. Kokis stepped out of the tent. Such a loud man. Krische puffed out her cheeks a little in annoyance. Selene scolded her for making that expression and poked her cheeks, making the air puff out. After that the Christend army continued to maintain the initiative in the battle with Sarshenka's army. It took 2 days for Aleha to realize they had lost the supply train from the Empire. He immediately sent a messenger to make an urgent request for supplies from the remaining force in the west. The next day, Aleha realized a force of 5,000 had disappeared from the enemy army and sent out a force of 6,000 centered around the nomadic cavalry. At this point, the armies facing off across the river numbered 11,000 on Kristan's side and 13,000 on Sarshenka's. The supply train they were counting on was devastated by an ambush, and the supplies from the other force were forced to make a detour. The drop in morale was severe. Their numerical advantage is lost, and the failure of the first river crossing had lasting effects. Kristan's army is strong, and just a slight advantage in numbers cannot be counted on. And now they are running out of food at this rate. Defeat is inevitable. The improvement in their ground because of the good weather only served to worsen their predicament now. The 10,000 that stayed behind cannot be moved. If they were moved east and the enemy's central army attacked Wolfenite, the enemy could easily sever the supply lines. No matter how strong a fortress is, it cannot function alone. A fortress only has strategical value if there are supply lines to support it. Aleha still believed his initial assessment that Kristan's actions are to assist an attack on Wolfenite, and this limited his course of action. He had conveyed his opinion on why Kristan moved to the Wolfenite defensive force and the southern invasion army, so they were also forced to wait although they were ready to invade the south. This is because the best-case scenario for the Empire is the kingdom attempting to retake Wolfenite. Although the Empire took the kingdom by complete surprise, the Empire paid a large price to take Wolfenite. Wolfenite is simply such an excellent fortress. The Empire believes that if the enemy tries to retake Wolfenite, they could easily repel the attack with the force in Wolfenite and the two armies to the north and south. Once the kingdom's central army is repelled, the south would be isolated and easier to invade. In fact, it may even become possible to take the enemy capital. That would mean complete victory in this war. But naturally, the other two armies did not just blindly believe Aleha's message and gathered information with their own spies. The reports are clean. There is no information of such an attack. It is only a matter of time before they are certain that this is an independent move by the Kristan army. But the battle in the north would come to an end before that. General. Vice General de Krische is. It was right after Aleha made the tough decision, the decision to send a messenger to request for supplies from the central force. Aleha was in his headquarters, reviewing the state of the battlefield from atop his horse, when he received the report of the death of his vice-general, who had been in command of the right-wing the force in the mountains. At the same time, he learnt that the chain of command was in chaos with the loss of the second-in-command as well. Like the kingdom, high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army has assistants that can take over in times of need similar to the adjutants of the kingdom's army. Usually those one rank lower would take over. In the kingdom's army, corps commanders will receive a battlefield promotion if something happened to the general. But they are usually in a different location and cannot take over immediately. The most important job of assistants or adjutants is to temporarily take command at these times. But if they were all lost in battle, the chain of command would collapse. They would need to look even further down the ranks for the most senior officer that can take charge, but being in the mountains made this extremely difficult. The soldiers in the mountains are panicking and being taken down separately. Aleha had known that the enemy would plan a flanking attack through the mountains. That is why he put his trusted vice-general in command. But when de Krische was defeated so easily and the first report was of his death instead of commencement of battle, even Aleha's intelligent mind froze for a moment. What happened to the defensive line in the mountains? I sent 4,000 troops. How did this happen? Hi. The usually calm general snapped and grabbed the messenger by the collar, terrifying the messenger. Seeing the messenger's expression, Aleha realized he was just taking it out on the messenger and quickly released him. Aleha Sarshenka is a man capable of recognizing his own mistakes and correcting them. Sorry. It is not your fault. So, what is the situation? Everyone is confused. I was sent to inform you immediately, but I need information, anything. What is it? There was a monster. Monster? A magical beast. Just like how some humans can use mana, there are also animals that can do the same. Animals are already stronger than humans, but magical beasts are on a whole other level. Killing one is so difficult that the achievement is worthy of knighthood. Magical beasts usually lurk deep in uninhabited forests or mountains, but there was no such information of one in this area. But if that is the truth, they were unlucky. No, apparently, it was a silver-haired demon that looked like a young girl. It should just be a powerful noble. I guess normal soldiers would see it like that. There is a large difference between those that can use mana and those that cannot. There are individual differences and it does not apply to all cases, but those with a certain level of technique and mana would seem like monsters to average humans. The enemy second corps commander who easily wields a large spear fully made of steel is a good example. But a skilled mana user or a magical beast? Aleha was not sure which was worse. General. Enemies have appeared from the mountains on the right. Shit. Send out Tegan and his reserves. Don't let them get close to the river no matter what. We cannot let the enemy get a beachhead on this side. Aleha clicked his tongue as he watched the new messenger get back on his horse and gallop away. What should I do? What should I? General, we can still make it. Please give the order to retreat. The assistant that spoke to him was old, but his body is well trained. Retreat. Don't you know what will happen if we retreat? The invasion. Young master. The assistant Walter Grislandy was Aleha tutor when he was younger and addressed him like in the past. You should have realized. The initiative will no longer come back to us. His tone was reprimanding. Walter took his simple helmet with a red plume and a large steel spear from his page and equipped himself. We fell for General Kristan's cunning misdirection this time. That is reality and it is a great failure, but you are still young. You can recover from this. At least, that is what I believe. You have learned from many failures and grown stronger each time. I have stood by your side and seen that many times. Walter. Aleha clenched his fist. There is no other choice. It is only a matter of time before the enemy secures a beachhead with the surprise flank attack. Since the troops in the mountain cannot be counted on, the numbers are even disadvantaged. After the failed river crossing and lack of food, the ambush and an all-out attack would cause morale to be completely lost and irrecoverable. Aleha knew this. I will take the rear. Tegan will become a good commander. You will need him as a subordinate. I will take on the enemy's blade. Call him back and retreat together. Aleha lowered his face to hide his anguish, but his voice trembled when he spoke. I will avenge you, Walter. I swear on my own name. That is the young master I know. Good luck. May the blessings of God be with you. I will bring honor and glory to share with you in heaven. Walter smiled as he rode off. Aleha could only watch him leave for a short while before he had to switch back to being a general. Chapter 21. The Two Beauties. In the dim interior of the tent, there is only the slow breathing of a sleeping silver-haired girl. NNN. The girl's eyes opened slightly and she reached out sleepily, looking for something. Her hand landed on a blanket. She slowly fumbled through it, feeling under it. She is alone in the bed. It is noisy outside. She can hear voices and sounds of soldiers moving about. Oh yeah, this is a battlefield. She was still sleepy but could not relax enough to go back to sleep. She slowly sat up and looked around. Selene was not in the tent. She must have woken up earlier. Krische sat there hugging the blanket for a while, staring blankly into space. She felt the pouch hanging from her neck with only one piece of candy inside. She fiddled with the candy through the cloth as she stood up. Krische washed her face with water from a pitcher, waking herself with the cool water. The surrounding temperature is not that low, but it still felt chilly. She grabbed her cloak and wrapped it around herself. She grabbed the bread she had set aside and dipped it in cold soup. It does not taste that bad. She tore off small pieces and filled her stomach. Unusually, she was not in the mood to enjoy the taste and finished her meal quickly. Should I brew some tea? Krische felt like drinking something warm, but also felt too lazy. Then Master's tent. But her feet were heavy. She sat on the bed and stared into space. Her mind might not be fully awake yet. She sat there blankly, just toying with the candy bag. Krische wants to go back and cook with Bery. Krische muttered to herself. At that moment, someone pulled open the tent's entrance. Achem, you woke up. I thought you would still be asleep. Her beautiful blonde hair whipped left and right like a horse's tail. Selene smiled as she drew closer and clasped Krische's cheeks between her hands. Her hands felt warm in the chilly tent. Good morning. The sun rose a while ago. Yes, good morning. Have you ate? Did you wash your face? Yes. Krische nodded. Selene patted her head and sat down next to her on the bed. There's a meeting at noon, so I came to wake you up. Is your mind awake? Ahihi, yes. Krische hugged Selene. Selene smiled wryly and petted Krische's head as Krische pressed herself closer. And this is how you act when your mind is awake. Never mind, saves me some trouble. Selene smiled and rubbed her cheek against Krische's. She gently combed her fingers through Krische's long hair. We have some time, so, Krische, can you brew us some tea? Today. I will have the same as you, sweet with plenty of honey. And plenty of milk. Yes. The same. Okay. Krische smiled and nodded. They have complete control of the initiative. The enemy is forced to react to their movements and under their control. It is time. I believe it is time to attack. Any objections? Nobody objected to Bogan's statement. Everyone in the tent nodded deeply in agreement. Since there is no movement from the Central Army, we will have to drive back the enemy by ourselves. I would rather bet on our victory than on the South holding out. Selene spoke up and Galen showed his agreement. Bogan also nodded and turned to Krische. Krische, what do you think? Krische wants to hurry up and go home to cook with Bery, so Krische would rather finish up quickly. Everyone smiled wryly at Krische's honesty while Selene pinched her cheek for being too relaxed. Krische showed no doubts at all about their victory. Her lack of tension helped to remove any uneasiness the others felt about this gamble and hastened their decision, and the battle begun. Finish up and go home. That sounds really attractive, so Krische suggested a plan to infiltrate the enemy camp in the mountains and volunteered to participate herself. But Krische's vague position could lead to confusion, so Selene was put in charge of a specially formed assault squad and Krische was assigned to be her adjutant. The plan is to infiltrate the mountains at night, followed by a bold surprise attack on the enemy's mountain command post at dawn. The 4th Corps will follow up after Krische's squad ambushes the enemy command post. Their role is to support this attack by paralyzing the enemy's chain of command. Krische is used to running around the forest and the dense trees are not an obstacle for her. For this mission, 500 soldiers used to the mountains, such as former hunters, were chosen. They advanced silently with Krische in the lead. Ah! Krische leapt down from the trees and swung her sword twice. She cut the throats of 2 patrolling soldiers without giving them time to scream. Fresh blood spouted out as they fell to the ground. 27. Krische counted the number she had killed as she glanced at her cloak. Her cloak was stained red with blood, making her pout in dissatisfaction. Normally it would be possible for her to avoid the blood, but the objective is to prevent them from shouting and avoid detection. It is difficult to do that and still avoid the blood. Her cloak had grown heavy with the blood that soaked it. She wanted to take it off. It is now dawn. The 500 selected soldiers had climbed the mountain in the dark of night and infiltrated from the enemy's flank. The morning light created shadows, making it even darker under the trees. The now dark red cloak is not so bad at this time. Krische forced herself to keep it on with this logic as she raised a hand to signal the others. The trees rustled as men stepped out, all looking fearfully at the girl in front of them. Even Selene was looking at Krische with a severe expression. Krische focused on reliability and took on the role of leading the squad and dealing with patrols. Even if the soldiers were chosen for their ability to move in the mountains, she could not be sure of their ability. Krische left them to focus on keeping an eye on their surroundings and finding enemy patrols while she disposed of the sentries. Krische found this to be a reliable and efficient system and is quite satisfied with it. But seeing her casually cut down the sentries without receiving a single wound filled the soldiers with fear. That is a natural reaction after watching her kill more people that can be counted on both hands and feet so easily. Even among veteran soldiers, not many would be able to say they killed enough enemies in one day to count on both hands. Soldiers fight in a state of extreme tension while battling the fear of death. Their lives are constantly on the line. Anyone that stands on the front lines and kills 5 in a single battle is already a hero. Killing a single enemy and staying alive is the most that most soldiers can do. This is the norm for most soldiers, and that is why they are terrified by Krische. It is true that any who kills many with a single life becomes a hero of the battlefield. In a sense, soldiers are career murderers, but Krische is too businesslike, too different from their image of a hero. Krische calculates the most efficient way to kill and executes it. This is not fighting, this is assassination. That is the role required of her, but she does it too methodically. She accurately identifies the enemy's blind spots and the timings in their breathing when they relax, then strikes as a result. They die without realizing what had happened. No matter what the enemy did, it is an unavoidable death. The instant she found the sentries, they were dead men. The soldiers could not understand Krische, but they could understand how the enemies might feel. They could accept it if they lost by the sword in battle. But how would it feel to be killed like this in the middle of the forest, without any honor, without even knowing what had happened? They imagined it and trembled. And that led to the image of what would happen to them if this girl's sword turned on them. Many of these chosen soldiers are former hunters and have a good understanding of how and what it means to take a life. But she is not hunting animals, she is hunting humans. They could not understand how Krische could so calmly and methodically kill without any hesitation just because she needs to. It is creepy. Are you okay? Selene approached Krische and patted her head, aware the soldiers' feelings. Krische acts as normal even as the soldiers stared at her. She smiled a little as Selene patted her head. She lifted a corner of her cloak and looked up at Selene. Krische's cloak is soaked with blood. Even though Bery bought this for Krische, can the stains be washed off? If they can't, then I'll get a new one for you. Sorry about making you do this. I'll do anything you want once we get home. Anything. Krische put a finger to her lips, blushing a little. Then, Krische wants to have tea in Selene's room again. Drink some tea, with the three of us, and eat some cookies. You really don't wish for much. Well, that's fine, I'll join you. Ahehe. Selene had known this would happen when Krische volunteered. After seeing it for herself, Selene could understand why the soldiers would fear her. This side of Krische stood out even worse because of the gap with the usual image of Krische Christ and the general's beautiful and cute daughter. Even the experienced centurions who looked reluctant at first, uneasy because of Krische's appearance and youth, now looked at her with fearful eyes. Selene wanted Krische to wait with Bogan. Even if Krische does not care, Selene does. It is sad and painful that the Krische she loves is being looked at like this. But this is a stealth mission through the enemy's defensive line in the mountains. Krische's plan of disrupting the chain of command and quickly breaking through the mountains with the 4th Corps to conduct a surprise flank attack and secure a beachhead on the river's southern bank would be difficult for Selene to carry out by herself. Of course Selene understands how the tactic works and knows what to do, but when it comes to whether she can actually take command and execute it, she is not so sure. Selene has only acted as an adjutant so far. This is the first time she actually takes command outside of training. The responsibility of leading this special assault squad is too heavy for Selene to bear alone. This is why Bogan decided to use Krische, expecting Selene to serve as the buffer between Krische and the soldiers. Selene is also aware that this is her role. She felt vexed, but was also relieved. Bogan is an extremely practical person. Krische has unique exceptional ability. Selene has good, but clearly inexperienced skill. He calmly assessed their abilities and assigned them suitable roles. Because Selene understood this, she felt pathetic. Managing 500 soldiers in the mountains is really quite difficult. Simply advancing while scouting the surroundings and finding the correct timings for small breaks is difficult. Even with experienced soldiers, she has to pay attention to make sure there are no stragglers. If she also has to choose the infiltration route, which is currently being done by Krische, it would be too difficult for her. Once the battle begins, information will become even more complicated and confusing. That is why, though she curses her own inexperience, she is also grateful for Krische's presence. Krische's genius intuition and swordsmanship has allowed them to infiltrate further than expected. This is also because they had slipped through the gaps in the enemy defensive line that Krische had derived from the geography. It is all because of Krische that they managed to infiltrate so far without any large battles. Selene initially planned to make a large detour through higher mountain paths and get behind the enemy, then quickly break through weak points in the defensive line. This infiltration plan made full use of the soldiers' hiking experience. But this plan would involve combat and they would have to rush to get to the enemy command before news of their infiltration did. This would have been extremely exhausting for the soldiers. Instead, Krische suggested climbing the mountain in the night, then taking a long break before descending. Krische descended first without using a rope and scouted the area, getting rid of any patrolling sentries. After that, the soldiers carefully descended using ropes, and they slipped through the gaps in the defensive line, completely avoiding combat. They just need to watch out for any patrols or reserve forces. Although they need to be on guard while advancing, the chance of exposure is low since they are not fighting, resulting in lesser mental and physical strain. Once they have carefully descended from the mountain, they can infiltrate deep into enemy lines without wasting energy or fighting. As a result, they have infiltrated much further than the ideal point in Selene's plan. How could I have done this with just my troops without Krische? Selene almost got distracted by that thought, but forced herself to focus on the matter at hand. This should be the limit. The enemy's command post should be right ahead of us. Yes, we managed to completely avoid the enemy guards so far, but this is the limit. Judging by the position of the enemy forces, the command post is a little further south. Krische's tone was confident. Krische understood the enemy's arrangement and knew their position as if she had eyes in the sky. She must have a mental map and compass. Her answers are always concise and confident. Selene will never be able to match Krische at this. Selene opened up a crude map and confirmed their position with Krische. Selene can recognize their current location based on how long they had walked and their pace, but not as precisely as Krische. She corrected the slight error between her perceived location and Krische's, pondering what had caused the error. The map? Their pace? Or did she misread the land? After meeting Krische, Selene had worked on understanding herself well. She learnt about her own abilities, what she is good at, what she is bad at. Bogan had always told her to know her own flaws, and Selene finally understood what he meant after meeting Krische. Krische is someone that Selene could never defeat. But Selene can learn from her and get closer. In order to this, she needs to understand where she is lacking, then she can work on improving, refining herself with her inborn ambition and diligence. This is Selene's strength. There are great expectations of Selene, not just as a suitable successor to the hero, Bogan Krystand, but as someone who can exceed him. However, Selene herself never believed that she was talented. She believes she is a normal person who was simply blessed with the opportunity to study under many excellent tutors. Her humility and willingness to learn made her even more popular and attractive. Thus nobody complained about her taking command for such an important mission despite her youth. In fact, they were motivated to fight for her. The soldiers' loyalty to the general's daughter, Selene Krystand, suppressed their fear of Krische, balancing out well and allowing them to advance orderly and stealthily. There was also not much objection to Krische taking the lead and dealing with sentries, mostly because it was Selene's decision. Krische also values Selene's popularity highly. Krische knows that it would not have gone so well if she was by herself. She takes things too lightly and does not consider long-term implications. It is because of Krische's outstanding abilities that she unknowingly developed this bad habit. It stems from her absolute confidence in herself. Krische is indifferent to whether the soldiers listen to her. If they listen, good. If they do not listen, then she will punish them herself for disobeying orders in accordance to the rules, exactly according to the rules, with death. Krische has no hesitation about doing this and believes she can deal with any problems that occurs. If she can deal with it anyway, then she doesn't care as long as a certain number is left. Krische's bad habit makes her come to such conclusions too easily. She expected to have to sacrifice 2 or 3, but that loss became unnecessary with Selene in charge. Krische only saw the soldiers as numbers and did not care much either way, but fewer losses is better. This way she does not need to conduct any executions and the soldiers still follow obediently. Krische is grateful to Selene for this. Selene is simply doing her best to not be a burden to Krische while constantly learning from her. They rate each other highly, are aware of the other's capabilities and complement each other. Commander and adjutant. The two of them had unknowingly created the ideal working relationship. They should not have noticed us. This is your achievement, Krische. Thanks to you, we will have quite an advantage. Krische only led the way. It would not have gone so well with Krische alone, so the achievement belongs to Selene. Also, Krische only came to deliver letters. You are still saying that. You. Selene pinched Krische's cheek exasperatedly. Krische looked at Selene in protest as her soft cheek was stretched out. It was not painful, but she did not like having her cheek pulled. But Selene likes pulling on Krische's cheeks as much as patting her head. Krische's reproachful eyes would not stop her. Krische can understand that Selene did not do it out of malice, but strong goodwill love, according to Bery. Selene smiled and patted Krische's head, then declared, "Eventually, I will make it so that Krische does not have to do these kind of things. Then Krische can always cook with Bery at home." "Always cook?" "Yes, always, so for now, lend me your strength." Krische thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Grace and Gorka, Galen and Gala, now there is Selene and Bery too. These people never asked Krische for anything, only giving to Krische. They are special to her. She always has trouble thinking of what she can do in return for them, which is why it is a relief whenever they ask something of her. Krische sees everything in terms of calculations, thus she is most comfortable with ±0 relationships. It is unpleasant to receive too little, but receiving too much also makes her feel awkward. Happy to be asked for a favor, Krische's eyes narrowed slightly as her mouth relaxed into a small smile. "Okay. Then, once we go home, Krische will not just teach Selene swordsmanship, but also cooking. So, let's cook together with Bery again." Krische has received too much but can only pay back with trivial everyday things. This is because that is what she values the most. If someone is kind to you, do something which made you happy for them. Both Grace and Bery had taught her this, so Krische loyally followed it. This is why Krische said that, but Selene widened her eyes for a moment, then nodded happily. "Fufu, after we go home then. A simple dish please." "Okay." They smiled and spoke softly to each other as Selene packed away the map. A small break, a small exchange. The soldiers watched this scene with strange feelings. They had not been able to understand what Krische was thinking, but in that moment, she became flesh and blood. They could not tear their eyes away from her beauty and cuteness. The heroes protecting the two beautiful Christ and princesses. The soldiers recalled that title and looked at each other, clenching their fists. With Selene, Krische looks like any other girl her age, so it is also their duty to protect her. Although their fear and uneasiness about her is not gone, they must protect this scene. Drawing near the enemy command post of the mountain defensive line, the soldiers suppressed various emotions and focused their all on this thought. Protecting Krische is part of protecting Selene's smile, the Selene they all believe in and love. Many stories about the two of them often spoke of this gap. The cold and heartless Krische only acts so childish with Selene, and the serious and strict Selene only allows Krische to act like this. The story of the two beautiful princesses began with this battle. Chapter 22, Lovely Mass Murderer. Holy Imperial Army Mountain Command Post. The trees in the area have been cut down and replaced with countless tents. A defensive barricade has been built around the camp with simple watchtowers here and there, but the sentries on watch were yawning. Their morale was not very high. Their defensive encampment is quite formidable and they are deep inside a solid defensive line. This place is safe as long as the defensive line holds and they have not received report of an enemy attack. The vanguard is still staring off with the enemy's 4th Corps, so the sentries could not be blamed for letting their guard down. "Oi, Bardo, who's that?" "Hey." Bardo, a messenger attached to the command post deployed in the mountains, was having his meal when he saw the girl. She was dressed in a pitch-black cloak and her long silver hair fluttered in the wind. In the dawn light, she looked like something out of a fairy tale, but also looked out of place. This is the battlefield. And this is their camp. It is not a place she can just happen to wander into. Bardo tilted his head in confusion as he watched the girl who had appeared near the guards, then saw something flash in the air around her. Blood spurted like a fountain from the necks of the two soldiers that had approached her. The girl was already behind them on this side. Bardo could not understand what had happened for an instant. Then he realized the girl held a blood-stained curved sword in her hand. He also realized the cloak he had thought was pitch black was actually soaked with so much blood that it was dripping. The bell that warned of an immediate enemy attack rang and those that had been resting burst out of their tents. Bardo finally realized the girl was an enemy only after hearing that sound. In just a brief span of time, a terrifying number of bloody flowers bloomed around her. The girl danced among them, spinning in circles, slowing and speeding up, but accurately slicing the throats of the soldiers. He could clearly see her movements at this distance, but the soldiers nearby would not be able to keep track of her. She is perfectly slipping through the gaps in their consciousness. Bardo himself is quite versed in the sword and immediately understood how abnormal this is. A single beautiful girl creating 5, 10 bloody flowers just did not feel real. Although Bardo understood what was going on, he froze, unable to move. Oi, let's go. I'll report to the Vice-General. You go to his assistant. Bardo finally came back to his senses when his colleague slapped him. Ah, yeah. Bardo stood up and glanced back. In that instant, he met her eyes. Gem-like purple eyes. Even at this distance, he could see the inhuman glint in them, sending a chill down his spine. Then he saw that purple turn to Kurg, his colleague. Driven by a mix of fear and duty, Bardo ran. He and Kurg ran towards different tents, and in the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the girl closing in on Kurg. Vice-General de Krische stepped out of his tent, dressed in his armor, but he looked confused. Of course. They are deep inside their defensive line, but they were suddenly attacked without receiving any warning. The girl easily overtook Kurg and casually lopped off his head as she passed by, closing in and throwing something at Vice-General de Krische. A knife. But despite his confusion, de Krische is strong enough to become the Vice-General. He deftly used his sword to deflect the knife that came flying at him faster than an arrow. Gah! But in the next instant, the silver monster beheaded him. At the same time, Bardo heard new shouts and screams. They were coming from the direction of the tent Bardo was running towards. That is opposite side from where the girl had come. Countless arrows rained on the soldiers stationed there. Some managed to raise their shields in the confusion, but soldiers bearing the kingdom's crest charged them. 100, 200 Bardo could not tell how many. But there were enough to deal devastating damage to this camp, and among them, he saw another girl. This girl had beautiful blonde hair and headed for the Vice-General's assistant. He must have been resting and only grabbed his sword before stepping out. He was not wearing armor. Even if the Vice-General's assistant is a famed warrior, he had just woken up to a surprise attack and did not have the time to put on his armor. The odds are just too bad for him. The soldiers that tried to go to his aid were blocked by the enemy and unable to move. This is the command post. Naturally, the soldiers stationed here are all hardened veterans. But the enemy soldiers did not look to be any inferior. Because many of the soldiers had headed towards the silver-haired girl, there were not many here. If their skill is comparable, then the Empire would lose due to the difference in numbers. Bardo had to get the assistant out of here. But even as he thought that, he could see that though not at the level of the silver-haired girl, the blonde girl's swordsmanship was far beyond what her appearance suggested. It was quick and smooth and relentless. 3 feints for every thrust. A normal soldier would have been cut down instantly. The only reason it is not over already is because the opponent is the Vice-General's assistant. But the thrusts from that thin and elegant sword were sharp and gradually cornering the assistant. A wind blew past Bardo. A silver wind. By the time he realized that it was the girl that had just massacred the soldiers, the assistant had been beheaded. The assistant had died without ever noticing the silver-haired girl. The girl crashed into the tent because of her momentum, but she stood up immediately and started killing the soldiers around her. Countless screams rang out. The entire camp is in chaos. Bardo's panic had grown so great he could not think of much, only focusing on what he should do. The command post's messengers, the messengers sent to pass messages through the mountains, are excellent soldiers. He quickly leapt onto a nearby horse and set off towards the main force. Gu. A sharp pain ran through his left arm. He turned and realized a knife was stabbed in his arm. The silver visible in the distance was looking this way. How could she throw so accurately at this distance? Bardo realized the knife had been targeted at him, and he urged the horse to greater speeds in his mounting terror. Enemy soldiers had already circled in front of him. But he did not care. As long as he could get away from that monster. Bardo endured the pain and drew his sword, parrying an enemy sword and decapitating another soldier as he galloped by. Bardo's expert swordsmanship and decision to run through the enemy worked out. If he had tried to escape through the front, he would have ran into the enemy's 4th Corps. If he had run in any other direction, since he is clearly a messenger at a glance, Imperial messengers wear a red feather on their chest, Krische would not have let him escape. Bardo broke through enemy lines alone and deftly navigated his horse through the trees. A few arrows hit him, but he made it to an ally force and managed to make his report before losing consciousness. A silver-haired monster. The vice-general and his assistant are dead. The mountain command post is destroyed. Another messenger heard this unbelievable report, immediately rode towards Aleha. Selene's squad attacked from the rear while Krische caused a diversion. Krische was powerful enough to cause absolute chaos by herself, so casualties were extremely light. They managed to take down both commanders and destroy the chain of command. The enemy soldiers panicked and prioritized escape over resistance. Once soldiers lose command, they easily revert back to mere humans. Soldiers are generally educated to not think or make decisions themselves. This is because independence would cause discipline to crumble, and when it comes to controlling an army of hundreds, thousands at times, tens of thousands, this would lead to fatal errors. Face right, face left, raise shields, retreat. Even such simple orders are difficult to carry out at a scale of hundreds, thousands of people. Orders from above are like a telephone game. There is a time lag before they trickle all the way down. If soldiers acted independently between orders and started acting against the commander's plans, things would get out of hand. Soldiers have to be foolishly obedient enough to suppress their fear and obey the order to advance through a rain of arrows. Even if they were to die, it is only because such discipline is maintained that the system, the army, can function. Orders from above must be unconditionally obeyed. That is an absolute condition for soldiers, and it is the duty of commanders to take care of and arrange for soldiers to always be ready to react to orders when needed. Soldiers also value their own lives. If maintaining discipline does not protect their lives or other lives, they would die meaninglessly. To soldiers, losing their superiors, losing command is a terrifying situation. Soldiers can only carry out the orders they are given and require orders to save them from a predicament. Losing command means losing any hope of salvation, and once death is all that is left, they easily abandoned their identity as soldiers. The instant they saw the flames rise from the vice-general's and his assistants' tents, they realized they had lost their commanders and anybody they were meant to protect. They forgot their duties as soldiers and ran. They had already been rationing supplies, forced to eat even bugs. Their morale was horrible. When taken completely by surprise and driven into such a predicament, they lost all hope. First soldiers at the edges, then the rest scattered in every direction. Selene watched them go and let out a sigh of relief, then pinched Krische's cheek. You. Seriously, I almost cut you by accident. Say something at least, idiot. Kuish, note idiot. Selene released Krische and examined their surroundings. That was just about a perfect ambush. The enemy command chain has been completely destroyed. It will be difficult for them to regroup in the mountains. The 4th Corps would have seen the smoke and should be breaking through the Empire's defensive line now. Krische only tried to help Selene. I know that, thank you. From the start, Selene had not been trying to compete. She had no complaints about Krische stealing the glory. She only stepped in because she had noticed a man that used mana. Selene knows that there are many others in this world that are better than her at the sword. She would not draw her sword just for glory. Selene's position does not allow her to act so simply. Selene has grown to the point where she can snatch a few wins from her father, Bogan. But that does not mean she is better than Bogan. Neither is Bogan the strongest swordsman in the world. Bogan has said that if there is even a chance of losing, then avoid fighting. That small chance might just come to pass. They are commanders. Their sword is only for self-defense. People in such a position must not be killed. Selene had the advantage in that fight and probably would have won. But there was no absolute guarantee of her victory. Selene has not forgotten her role. Her current role is to command the troops and cause confusion among the enemy, not to wield the sword herself. She also understands that in order to do this, she is letting Krische do the dirty work. Seriously. Selene patted Krische's head. Wet blood stuck to her gauntlet. How many more has she killed? Krische's hair and cheek were stained with blood. She must have hit bone. Her sturdy sword was also slightly nicked. Although Krische is superhuman in a way, she still has limits. Krische hates getting dirty and takes good care of her equipment. These stains and nicks shows how much pressure she was under. She had also crashed into the tent after killing Selene's opponent and is still breathing heavily, very unusual for her. Krische is extremely devoted and is doing her best for Selene. Because of this, Selene feels that she has the obligation to do her part for Krische. Selene commanded the soldiers to watch out for remaining enemies while carefully, as if she was handling a gem, wiped Krische's cheek with a handkerchief. "I'll clean you up properly later, so endure it for now." "Okay." Krische smiled happily. An innocent smile. A smile no different from those back in the estate. She feels nothing about the lives she has just taken. It was necessary. That was all Krische felt. Selene feels happy to be necessary to Krische, but also felt scared of Krische's precarious state where everything else is worthless to Krische. Just like Bery said, she should not be here. Whether this purity remains clean or is dirted depends on the people around her. Krische is simply Krische. Even if dirted, Krische will be Krische. But if possible, Selene would prefer to see a pure Krische. "Once we are done, let's go back to Bery. I also feel like eating cookies." Selene feels like tea time. "Yeah, I'm in the mood." Krische smiled a little, blushing. Selene kissed her brow and gently stroked her head, wiping the blood off her hair. That is all Selene can do. Chapter 23, Bloody Innocence. After taking over the enemy command post, they joined up with the 4th Corps without encountering any problems. It is difficult to maintain communications in the mountains. The enemy had lost their corps, the command post. The soldiers of the Empire's defensive line are isolated and have to face a whole coordinated corps of the kingdom on their own. Taking them down separately was easy, especially with Krische's force of 500 ambushing them from the rear. The enemy's front line fell apart instantly under their pincer attack. They easily joined up with the 4th Corps and are now having a quick discussion with the skeletal-faced 4th Corps commander about their next move. Since the main body of the 4th Corps is large, it was decided that Selene's squad with soldiers chosen for their mountain experience would go first and clear the way through the forest. Mew. Krische pouted as she swept her heavy cloak aside. Her cloak is heavy with blood. She had used it to block the blood she could not avoid. The cloak was made of special water-resistant material, but after bathing in enough blood to stain the whole cloak red, the weight on her shoulders is significant. Some blood had also splashed onto her favorite, comfy dress, making Krische even more annoyed. Even though she was able to rest while the 4th Corps was getting ready, the fatigue from running around still remains and her joints hurt a little. "What am I doing here?" Krische complained to herself, but she had volunteered for this. If she did not, there was no guarantee that Selene would return alive and Krische would be troubled if Selene died. Selene is kind. To Krische, that alone makes her worth saving. In the village there were her parents, grandfather and Galen. In town there are Selene and Bery. Village, town, army. Krische has met many different people in different communities and has learnt that people like Selene are very precious. Krische knows that people generally do not like her. Even if Krische does what she believes is proper and good, she does not get the expected response. In fact, things often get worse, confusing Krische. But people like Selene are also confusing for Krische. They are kind to Krische but not because Krische did anything, they just are. Being pampered feels awkward, but is also pleasant and comforting. The feeling of wanting to do something for someone, to make them happy is love, and Krische also has it. The weird situation when giving and receiving are not balanced, is because of love. But what are their motives to love Krische? Krische could not understand. I want to be able to understand Krische. If we can understand each other, then a lot of things will be even more fun and it will be blissful, for both me and Krische. Grace was like that. Bery and Selene too. Krische has always tried to understand other people. What is liked, what is hated. What is good, what is bad? Krische has done her best to study what others want. But hardly anybody tries to understand her. Eventually, I will make it so that Krische does not have to do these kind of things. Then Krische can always cook with Bery at home. Selene's words replayed in Krische's mind. Krische is well aware that she is immature, childish, glutton. Krische has learnt that what Grace said is true. In contrast with Krische's ideal self, Krische is a little bit of a glutton and childish and immature human that cannot resist her desires. This is embarrassing. Even if it is difficult to fix, it should be improved upon. But Grace and Bery and Selene are all soft on Krische. They pamper Krische and tell her to stay the way she is. Even thought Krische knows she should resist, Krische always gives in and ends up paralyzed by the comfort. Of course, Krische wants to just cook if possible. She also loves being patted on the head and sleeping while hugging someone. But because she knows she is immature, she feels awkward only receiving. But no matter how much we wish to be perfect, everyone has flaws, nobody is perfect. That is why we need to understand and accept each other's embarrassing desires and fulfill them. This is how we can build a wonderful relationship and find happiness. They are not asking for Krische to be perfect. Yet they fulfill Krische's embarrassing desires' wishes. They understand Krische's childishness, accept it and still give her more. If you try to understand someone and that someone tries to understand you, then you two can make each other happy, and that is happiness, Krische. Just by being together, it is happiness. Krische remembered Grace's words. Krische stared at her own memories in a daze, then glanced to her side at Selene, who was walking with a serious look on her face. Selene. What? Is Selene happy to be with Krische? What are you asking all of a sudden? Krische tilted her head and looked up at Selene. Selene's face grew red as she glared at Krische. Was I wrong? Krische turned back and faced forward. Selene was silent for a while. Then, yes, I'm happy. What kind of embarrassing things are you making me say all of a sudden? We're on a mission. Selene spoke without looking at Krische, her face bright red. Krische widened her eyes a little, then smiled. It felt like a large discovery. Krische wished she could share this with Bery, and her wish to go home grew stronger. Once they stepped out of the forest, they were greeted by a fierce battle occurring across the river. Arrows flew back and forth. Enemy heavy infantry stood at the front, facing the river with large shields. A little behind them on this side are lightly armored enemy archers. Selene, Krische will go first. Krische was the first to charge. Feeling weirdly high, Krische leapt into the line of archers. Neck, underarm, thigh, torso. She sliced through soft flesh only. Strangely, she did not mind the blood so much right now. She tore through the line, mass-producing corpses and creating a rain of blood. Follow the adjutant. Selene's shout came late. 500 battle cries shook the air as they charged. The confused enemy frontline finally realized what was happening upon hearing that sound. At the same time, the sound of a trumpet echoed through the battlefield. That was the signal for the long-awaited charge of the First Corps. The famously powerful Christ and First Corps, the 1st Battalion, which is known to be the strongest, lead the charge into the river, holding up countless flags of a falcon and lightning. Less than half an hour later, the 4th Corps appeared behind Selene's special assault squad. They had just exited the forest and were still in marching formation, but that is more threatening than a standard battle formation when the enemy is taken by surprise. A continuous, never-ending line of enemies. It must have been a nightmare for the Imperial soldiers guarding the river. Their orders are to kill the enemies and secure a beachhead. The 4th Corps, the distinguished sentries of the kingdom, achieved the feat of maintaining formation while charging and formed a battle line in the middle of combat. Their organized attack was hell for the Imperial soldiers. It's the time we've been waiting for. Charge! The powerful 1st Battalion of the 1st Corps approached from the front with the shout of their commander, Granmeld Varkas. This battalion of 1,000 men is composed only of career soldiers and are effectively the private soldiers of Nozen Velray, the 1st Corps commander. This invincible battalion is known as the Wolf Pack for their bravery. They had been conserved until now, and their war cries shook the very ground as they sung the song of victory for their kingdom. They launched their javelins in unison, piercing through shields and impaling the Imperial soldiers. Then they drew their weapons as one and charged into the fray. With the archers in disarray, the Empire could not stop their most feared enemy from crossing the river. A terrifyingly large enemy force had also appeared behind them. Their morale collapsed in an instant and they could only run around in confusion. Among them, some squads continued fighting, led by exceptional centurions. But the morale of the already powerful kingdom's army is at an all-time high and Mon. St. Such brave resistance was not allowed. Bathed in blood, Krische weaved through the gaps of the melee, precisely reaping the revolutionaries that sustained the fight. A melee where nobody could fully focus on her is the best situation for Krische. As long as she is not surrounded and not all their attention is focused on her, there is no chance of Krische dying. Right hand, left hand, backhand, Krische switched her sword between different grips as she danced, ending many lives. There was no hesitation or pause in her motion. Killing enemies on the battlefield is correct, and the more Krische kills, the less danger there is to Selene. Krische's sword strokes are smooth and sharp, slicing through flesh and air. She pulled out a sword stuck in the ground and threw it with stunning accuracy into an enemy's chest, then spun and used her reinforced boots to smash the neck of a man who was trying to cut her down from behind. She created chaos and quickly moved on. She grabbed an enemy's spear and threw it into an enemy squad with the force of a siege ballista. The spear pierced through multiple soldiers, then shattered, the shrapnel causing the squad to crumble. Nobody could catch up to her. They were sheep that had lost the dog that led them. They could only breathe a sigh of relief that they were still alive and watched fearfully as the silver monster left. Even if new massacres occurred wherever she went, they did not try to follow. The people who would scold, encourage, and rouse them are already gone. Krische accurately identified those who were hostile to her and cut them down, a dancer drunk on blood. The more she dances, the safer Selene is. So Krische will keep on dancing for her. This abnormality Krische, coupled with the surprise flank attack and charge from the front, caused the enemy mass to crumble at an accelerating rate. Until a shout shook the kingdom's victorious fervor. "Do not fear, children of God." The man was dressed in crude but sturdy plate armor and a red-plumed helmet. He brandished a large steel spear and majestic knights followed in his wake. His old, hoarse voice was amplified with mana and could be heard clearly through the symphony of the battlefield. "In your right hand is the sword to protect your comrades. In your left is the shield to protect your comrades. Fear not for your life, but for those of your comrade. Only then will the hand of God guide you to heaven." The kingdom's first corps had succeeded in crossing the river from the north and the fourth corps had appeared from the eastern mountains. But this force came from the southwest, the empire's headquarters. Mana was surging through the body of the old man carrying a large spear and dressed in heavy plate armor. He looked more powerful than anyone in the mountains, similar to Bogan no, to Kokis. Many of those following him also manipulated mana, and though they are all old, they all look experienced. Waltersama, Krische heard such voices from around her. Krische frowned as she felt a little bit of life come back to the collapsed morale of the enemy's front line. This is a powerful revolutionary. There are only a few mounted knights. Just 13 of them. But the old man with the plume gathered the surrounding troops, organizing them into a defensive formation with precise orders. He needs to be killed quickly. Krische sprinted towards him. Krische cut down soldiers heading in the same direction, cutting her way into the enemy mass. That was easily done since they were still reorganizing. Krische quickly closed in on the old man, but Waltersama failed to take his life. This was beyond Krische's understanding. The men around that old man threw their lives away to protect him and obstructed Krische. She immediately leapt away after cutting down 2 knights and rolled out of their encirclement. "Seems like you're that monster I heard about." The old man's sharp eyes narrowed. He glanced towards the knights that died protecting him and closed his eyes for a moment, then turned back to Krische. Meanwhile, Krische was frowning at her own failure, analyzing the reason. Everyone values their own lives. The movements of swords and spears are optimized to protect one's own life. It is natural to block a strike to the heart and avoid a cut to the arm. Anybody would instinctively act to protect their own body. Any form of technique is simply a polished version of such actions, thus Krische made use of that reaction to slip through the gaps in the opponent's awareness. That is how she takes their lives so easily. But the men just now did not fear for their own lives, They sacrificed themselves to protect the old man. That caused a large error in Krische's calculations, forcing her to back away. This is the most dangerous type of opponent for Krische. If they threw their lives away, they could use their numbers to pin down Krische. What should I do? Aiming for the gaps in their armor requires a lot of concentration. In this situation, it will be impossible for her to aim for the gaps. Of course, with her strength and technique, it would be simple for her to slice through plate armor, but Krische's weapon is a natter-like curved sword. It will be damaged if she puts it through too much. The situation is not so desperate yet that she has to break an expensive sword worth 10,000 pumpkins. Krische's job is also not done just by killing these men. She has to keep killing with this sword for the rest of the day. There is already 36 soldiers around the old man, and there are 12 mounted knights including him. More than 100 soldiers were gathering closer, but attacking now is dangerous. Just as Krische decided it would be better to wait a little, the man called out to her. "You seem quite young. Name yourself." Why does Krische have to introduce herself in this situation? Although the sudden conversation confused her, Krische always has proper manners. Even as she calculated her next move and considered killing the surrounding soldiers first, she replied honestly, "I am Krische Christand." A clamor rose from the soldiers around the old man. Her cloak is drenched in so much blood the original color could not be seen, but the old man saw the crest of a falcon and lightning at her chest and smiled. Only nobles and those under their command can wear that crest. If the bearer of the lightning and falcon crest claims to be a Christand, then it must be a member of the family. The general's daughter, a young girl, is wielding a sword on the front lines without bodyguards. The old man was surprised but smiled in admiration. "Cuckoo. I see. I am Walter del Grislandi, aide to General Aleha Klausera Schuindel Sarshenka of the Holy Elsren Empire. First, let me praise you for your courage and bravery to come for my head alone." Okay. First he asked her to introduce herself, then he greeted her politely and praised her, making Krische even more confused. Krische is about to kill this old man Walter. It is a mystery to her why that old man is smiling. "I've heard of you, constructing that wicked fort and conducting this brilliant move through the mountains to deal a fatal blow. To think all that was done by a girl like you. Cuckoo, you never know what will happen on the battlefield." Spies had infiltrated both armies. The kingdom and empire share the same Western language and consist of similar races. The empire had obtained information of who had built the fort. Krische Christand, but he had not expected her to be such a young girl. He was surprised, but Walter knows what geniuses are capable of. "However, I cannot let you do as you please any longer, daughter of Christand. If you value your life, leave this place. This is our final stand. I will not hand you my head so easily." That would be troubling. Krische's current job is to kill people like Grislanda-san. No part of her body was clean of blood. Her silver hair and white cheek were stained with blood. Blood dripped from her cloak. How many people did she have to kill to end up like that? And after bathing in all that blood, Krische showed no fear in this situation, only smiling adorably like a little girl. The men making their last stand could not tear their eyes away from her, forcefully reminded of the fear that they had been trying to forget in their fervor. This girl in front of them is undoubtedly a monster. "I see. Then, sorry, but I will have to take your life." Krische said. Krische is the one killing. Preparations are complete. The instant she declared that, a squad charged forward from Krische's left. "Krische. It is Selene." Slightly less than 100 troops followed her. Selene had been keeping track of Krische, but did not forget her own role. She had given orders to the troops in the melee before grabbing any soldier with strength to spare and followed Krische. There was a delay, but she managed to bring along almost 100 powerful soldiers with plenty of stamina. This is enough to defeat Walter's squad, which is still reorganizing. Walter may be mounted, but he had come to spur on the soldiers and retreat was not an option. If he did that, the reviving morale will collapse completely this time. Selene's soldiers are on foot since they had come through the mountains, but they were able to engage due to this situation. The temporary stalemate was broken by Selene's reinforcement and Krische could act again. It became a melee. The strength of cavalry is in their mobility. The mounted troops could not use their strength in this melee, and instead their weakness, their lack of maneuverability, was exploited. Of course there are methods to cover for that, but Selene's force is also skilled. Outnumbered. The powerful nobles, the knights, fought valiantly, taking down 10-20 soldiers with their spears and swords. But against Krische, dancing around like the wind, and the skilled soldiers under Selene's command, one fell after another, and finally, only Walter was left. The old man performed beyond his age. He was like a whirlwind on the battlefield. He easily wielded his large steel spear from atop his horse, more than evenly matched against the multiple soldiers that faced him, spearing them through their armor, embodying what it means to be a warrior. Selene saw how he fought and understood that he is far stronger than her, but still stepped forward. She is not aiming for his life. She is not looking for glory, nor does she want to be a hero. She stepped forward just to fulfill her role. There is a difference between Selene and this man. Selene is not alone. Selene has the strongest sword, Krische, on her side. Selene and Walter exchanged blows. The impact knocked her back, but created a fatal gap in Walter's guard. Of course, Krische would not miss this chance. She appeared from the side and sliced off Walter's left arm, knocking him off his horse. Then she stomped on his right arm as he landed, making him grunt in pain. NNN. Krische put her sword to his neck, but paused, not sure of what to do. He has lost any ability to resist. According to the sacred convention, the proper thing to do here is to take him prisoner. The enemies in the area have been cleaned up and Walter can no longer fight. He is also a high-ranking officer and appears to be a noble. Krische put a hand to her jaw and tilted her head, mentally running through the details of how the prisoner exchange system worked. The rules for taking prisoners is vague. Even if the enemy surrenders or loses any ability to resist in the middle of battle, there is no need to take them prisoner. It is perfectly fine to kill them. The existing rules simply prevent massacres and personal executions after the battle. But it is written in the scared conventions that in situations like this, situations where the opposing organization has lost any ability to resist, basically when they lose the ability to fight or surrendered, they should be taken as prisoners. Going by that interpretation, Krische should avoid killing this old man. Krische would prefer to just kill him since it is less troublesome, but the combat around has settled down, which means everyone is watching Krische. Krische would kill him if no one is watching, but she follows the rules when there are people around. Krische was wondering if he would die from blood loss if she just left him there when Selene called out to her. Krische, he's not a mere soldier. I want to take him prisoner if possible. Mew, okay. Pouting a little, Krische cut off some cloth from a nearby corpse and bound it around Walter's left arm. Krische has enough medical knowledge to know how to make a simple tourniquet. Gu, kill me. According to the sacred convention, since Grislandasan has lost the ability to fight, your war with the kingdom is over. After being taken prisoner and sent to the rear, you will be returned once negotiations about prisoner exchange are complete. You were lucky. Krische declared that matter-of-factly, smiling. Walter stared at Krische for a while, stunned, then lowered his eyes. I was supposed to buy time for the young master, but I could not do much, and ended up like this. You are telling me to live with this shame? Even if you ask Krische that, those are the rules. That young master, can't you just apologize to him afterwards? Walter's eyes widened in surprise and looked down at his own body. Then with a small laugh of self-ridicule, he spoke. I'll remember your name. Krische Christand. Okay. Walter stared at the girl's beautiful, but blood-stained figure. She was stained with so much blood that a puddle was forming at her feet. What are you fighting for? For your family? For fame? Krische put a finger to her lip and thought about the sudden question for a while. Krische wants to quickly go home to cook and enjoy tea time with Bery and Selene, so Krische is fighting for that. Tea time? Walter frowned at that word, but Krische just nodded. Then she glanced at Selene and smiled. Yes, we'll drink tea and eat cookies. It is very fun. Krische has made that promise with both Bery and Selene. Krische said that happily. Anyone that saw her smile could see her happiness. Seeing her blood-stained, but blissful expression, Walter was at a loss for words. He could only nod. Chapter 24. The the girl's birdcage. It was a decisive victory. The left wing of the Christland army succeeded in crossing the river and establishing a beachhead, forcing the Sarshenka army to retreat. The Sarshenka army then decided to fully withdraw since they had completely lost the initiative. But the Christland army pursued them all the way. Sarshenka's retreat was executed excellently, but Kristan's pursuit was relentless. The retreating Sarshenka army was not given any time to rest, losing much of its forces and leaving the Empire's supply lines exposed. Just as the Empire's supply lines came under attack, General Garka also attacked from the south. This gave the kingdom's central army time to temporarily recover from the infighting and execute a large-scale counterattack. The Empire's supply lines were under attack by Kristand. Wolfenite was already isolated and had lost its strategic advantage as a defensive location. It was put under siege and the Imperial forces were starved out. That was the end of the battle that became known in the Empire as the Disaster of Arslan. Come on, stay still. There's no need to rush, the estate is right there. It has been about a month and a half since Krische departed for the front lines. After pursuing the Sarshenka army, Krische had come down with a fever, so Bogan had arranged for her to return home with Selene. Selene caught Krische by the back of her collar and sighed. Selene helplessly told the coachman to head straight for the estate. Yet another selfish whim of a noble, but the coachman showed no reluctance. Rumors of Kristan's great battle have spread far and wide along with the contributions of the two beautiful princesses. The coachman was proud to be escorting the two small, beautiful heroes and turned the horse towards their estate. They passed by the many stores and houses, arriving at the upper-class residential area. Just suck on this for now. Emu. Selene sighed and let go of Krische's restless hand, snatching Krische's precious pouch from around her neck. She pinched out the last piece inside and threw it into Krische's mouth. Candy. The sweetness spread through Krische's mouth and she smiled, then remembered the important promise. And the last candy in that pouch is mine. Please bring it back for me. Krische's expression tensed and she stiffened as she realized what the taste of bliss in her mouth meant. Soon the carriage arrived at the estate and Krische caught sight of someone in a white and black apron dress tending to the orchard berry, her red hair fluttering in the wind. Krische averted her eyes awkwardly. Selene thanked the coachman as she descended from the carriage, then turned to the frozen Krische with a puzzled look. What are you doing? Let's go. But... Krische's brilliant mind worked to find a way out of this situation. Spit it out, wipe it clean and put it back in the pouch. But Krische's aesthetics would not allow that. Bery will be eating this. How about buying a new one? Bery will notice it is a different one immediately and be disappointed in Krische for lying. But then, what to do? Come on already. As Selene dragged Krische off the carriage, Bery caught sight of them and dropped the basket of fruits she was carrying. She smiled, then lowered her face, wiping at her eyes before running over. Krish-sama, Oju-sama too. Why is it Krische first? Selene sounded dissatisfied but had a smile on her face. Krische was still frozen. Bery looked puzzled at her lack of response. Could she be injured? Bery drew closer, concerned. And Krish's soft lips were suddenly pressed against hers. This time, Bery was the one that froze, as did the coachman who was about to move off. It lasted only an instant, but felt like an eternity. The candy passed between Krish's lips into Bery's mouth and only then did the two pull apart. Krische, sucked on, the last one. Krische honestly confessed to breaking the promise and sucking on the last piece of candy. Rules, promises, regulations. To Krische, these must not be broken in front of other people. But she had broken it in front of Bery of all people. Krische trembled. Krische had planned to show Bery that Krische had kept her promise and be rewarded for that. But Krish's plan had gone very wrong. Krische was worried that she had disappointed Bery by breaking the promise. Bery's face turned bright red as she tasted the sweet candy in her mouth. She realized the reason after some thought, but still could not recover from the shock and was at a loss. Krische thought Bery was disappointed in her for breaking the promise and tears welled in her eyes, making Bery panic and embrace her. It's okay. I do not mind, I was just a little surprised. What about that was okay? Kissing all of a sudden once we're back. Bery, what have you been teaching Krische? You said you don't mind. Does that mean you've been doing these kind of things while I was away? No, Oju-sama. There is a very profound, no, not very profound, but there is a reason for this. What reason? Selene snapped back, her face bright red, and Bery responded tearfully as she hugged Krische. They are back to their normal life in the estate. Krische relaxed into Bery's warmth as she listened to their argument. And the girl smiled happily. End of Volume 1.